Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
No wonder it is said that the growth rate of devouring items is extremely fast, and it is easy to break through the limit of item talent. With this ability, it is impossible for the strength to grow slowly. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he opened his attribute table. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial sect 6th heaven. Blood, 65,000. Soul, 45,210. Profession, Alchemist 6th level ultimate, perfect. Skills, Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art, Mastery, 8th level middle level. 9-turn Soul Tempering Sutra, 5th turn, 7th level ultimate. Martial Arts, Sky Splitting, Great Accomplishment, 6th level ultimate. 10,000 Soul Blades, 20 Soul Blades, 6th level ultimate. Items, Infinite, unique level, unlimited stacking and upgrading of the same item, unlimited number of fusion items. God Killer. Gold, Soul Strength asterisk 4000%. Soul Pressure. Break the sky with force. Gold, Strength asterisk 4000%. God of Killing. Gold, all attributes increased, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill, kill, kill. For 100%. Integrate into the world. Gold, people whose overall strength does not exceed 800% of yours will not be able to sense it. Shadow Kill, 200%. Sun True Fire. Gold, Flame asterisk 4001%. Star Explosion. Swallow the Sky. Gold, swallow everything to strengthen yourself. Swallowing Flame. 9 Heavens Thunder. Silver, Thunder asterisk 2000%. Made of gold armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2000%. Illusionary hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 1000%. Ascension in broad daylight. Gold, practice speed asterisk 100,000. Epiphany. 1H/1000 times. Recharge 0%. Endless life. Silver, physical strength asterisk 2000%. Son of Luck. Silver, luck like a protagonist. Supreme Spearmanship. Silver, spearmanship power asterisk 2000%. Spatial storage, gold, 100,000 diameters. Self-formed world, gold, 1,000 diameters. Life creation, gold, 100,000 times recovery speed. Eternal thought, gold, 1,000,000 kilometers, 100% recharge. Supreme medicine refiner, gold, 12th level talent. Value added, gold, 110 pieces. At this moment, not only has my realm been improved, but I have also gained 3 more gold entries. It seems that it's time to find a time to upgrade the remaining silver entries. The gap between gold and silver entries is really too big. Ling Feng thought of this and was not sure. He was prepared to stay in this divine land any longer, as he had plundered several major entries in this divine land. It would be a waste of time to stay any longer. Then he soared into the sky and fled to the distance at a very fast speed. Buzz. A few minutes later, he flew out of the divine land. Then he came to the previous stop of the spaceship. However, he was somewhat speechless to find that Wang Sun and the spaceship were gone. Oh my god, isn't he the team leader? Why did he run away? Ling Feng was speechless, but soon he realized that he had wronged the other party, because the other party had already left him a message. Buzz. As Ling Feng clicked on the message, Wang Sun's projection appeared in front of him. Student Ling Feng is really sorry. Thinking about it, the neighboring Shihai city was attacked by ferocious beasts. This time the ferocious beasts are a bit powerful and Shihai city can't stand it. I happened to be nearby and went to support. If you come out, send me a message and I will pick you up immediately. The message was sent a few hours ago. Beast Tide? And even a first-tier city like Shihai can't bear it? Could it be a 6th-level beast tide? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. A 6th-level beast tide means there will be 6th-level beasts and a large number of 5th-level beasts. Even with the protection of Wuzun, it is difficult to resist. Since you are here, let's go and take a look. It's just right. Kill more beasts and accumulate some energy reserves to improve my strength. Ling Feng didn't hesitate. He took a look at the map and soared into the sky and flew rapidly towards the direction of Shihai City. Time went back to 3 hours ago, a few hours after the ferocious beasts landed. In just a few hours, the prosperous Shihai City has become a ruin. No less than tens of millions of civilians were killed and injured. The corpses of humans and beasts were everywhere. It was like a purgatory. In the center of the battlefield, the Shihai City guarding martial lord Zhang Tianchen, holding a long sword, was fighting with the 9 nether demon crab. Boom! Boom! Every time the huge crab claws hit the ground, it would smash the ground within a radius of a kilometer. A huge meteorite crater was formed. The vibration caused the city, which had already been in ruins, to become even more devastated. 9-layer Thunder Blade. Zhang Tianchen roared, and violent thunder burst out from his body, instantly gathering on the long sword in his hand. Cut. The next moment, with a roar, hundreds of meters of thunder blades cut through the void. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder blade energy instantly hit the armor of the 9 nether demon crab. Dang, clang, clang, clang. However, what made Zhang Tianchen look ugly was that there were only traces of burning marks on the shell of the 9 nether demon crab, and it was not broken at all. Damn, this beast's defense is too high. And it is immune to my thunder attribute. Everyone, how is the situation over there? Zhang Tianchen's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, a projection of the biological intelligent brain appeared on his eye mask. He was having a video call with other martial arts masters. Not ideal, Wuzun. I just killed a level 5, 7-star beast, and here comes an 8-star one. It's almost the same here, there are too many. Oh no, Zhang Wuzong who came to support from the next city is dead. Damn it, we'll all die if this goes on. Haven't Lord Xikongzhen and the others arrived yet, Zhang Wuzuan? All the Wuzongs looked very unhappy. It should be soon, it should be here. Zhang Tianchen also took a deep breath. Swish! However, at this moment, the huge crab claws fell towards him. Crackle! Zhang Tianchen hurriedly urged the thunder power of his whole body to dodge the attack instantly. Fortunately, the speed of the 9 nether demon crab was very slow, otherwise he would have been killed long ago. After all, the gap between the two realms was too big. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke out from the mouth of the 9 nether demon crab. The next moment, its entire body suddenly turned red. Oh no, Fury, he actually has an entry for increasing all attributes. Zhang Tianchen's face changed drastically when he saw the scene. He was already strong, and now that all attributes were improved, he was no match at all. He turned around and fled without hesitation. Going to die in vain is definitely the most stupid behavior. Puff. However, a huge water column suddenly spurted out of the 9 nether demon crab's mouth. Although the power was not very strong, because it appeared suddenly, Zhang Tianchen had no time to react and was hit by the water column. The whole person was directly ejected under the water column. He smashed more than 10 high-rise buildings along the way. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, his figure crashed thousands of meters away and stopped completely. Boom, 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 boom. However, before Zhang Tianchen could react, the earth began to tremble wildly. Zhang Tianchen looked up quickly, but his face changed instantly the next moment. He saw that the red 9 nether demon crab had raised its huge crab claws and smashed down on him fiercely. It's over. Zhang Tianchen was desperate. He couldn't avoid this attack at all. Shock. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Boom. The next moment, the crab claws of the 9 nether demon crab exploded. At the same time, the huge body was blown away by a terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, with a loud bang, the 9 nether demon crab smashed heavily on the ground several kilometers away. Roar! The crab screamed in pain after its claws were shattered. After a frantic struggle, it finally stood up after being overturned. However, just as he stood up, he saw a burly middle-aged man with a square face appear in front of him. At the same time, a hand slowly pressed on its crab shell. Collapse. As Xikongzhen spoke calmly, the collapse term burst out instantly. Crack. In an instant, a crack suddenly appeared on the crab shell. Crack, crack, crack. Then the crack spread wildly on the crab shell. Boom! Finally, with an explosion, the entire crab shell of the 9-nether demon crab exploded. Crab meat and crab roe flew all over the sky. The huge body of the 9-nether demon crab also hit the ground heavily without a sound. In the distance, Zheng Tianchen flew up and was relieved when he saw that the person coming was Xikongjian. "Speaker, you're finally here. If you don't come, you will have to collect my corpse," Zheng Tianchen said helplessly. "Sorry, I was not in the imperial capital when I got the news. I am still late," Xikongjian said heavily. Looking at the ruins around him, he was furious. These were all fellow human beings, but so many of them died at this time. If he could find them, he could save a lot of people. "Speaker, this is not the time to talk about this. Let's clean up the other beasts first," Zheng Tianchen said hurriedly. "Okay, you clean up the beasts at the exit of the god's domain, and I will go to the deep part of the city to clean up. Clean up the 5th-level beasts as soon as possible." Xikongjian nodded hurriedly. There are more beasts in the deep part of the city. After all, the city near the exit of the god's domain has been almost destroyed. After speaking, he flew rapidly towards the deep part of the city. Zheng Tianchen also flew quickly towards the outside of the city, according to his instructions. He killed all the 5th-level beasts he encountered along the way. He soon cleared the exit of the god's domain. Coincidentally, a 5th-level lobster crawled out from inside. "Humph, evil beast, I'll use you as a drink tonight," Zheng Tianchen snorted coldly. After saying that, he turned into a thunder and flew towards the lobster that was dozens of meters tall. When he came to the sky above the lobster, he raised his hand and prepared to cut it down with a knife. Swish! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came instantly. An octopus leg that was thousands of meters long instantly shot out from the crack in the god's domain. What? This terrifying tentacle made Zheng Tianchen completely sluggish. Before he could react, the huge tentacle had already wrapped him up. "No, speaker, save me," Zheng Tianchen shouted in horror. The terrifying sound waves spread to the distance. The sound spread throughout the city in an instant. Xikongjian, who had just killed a 5th-level beast in the distance, and those martial masters heard the sound and looked towards the distance. However, the next moment, everyone's face changed drastically. "I saw a terrifying octopus with a head of hundreds of meters in diameter and tentacles of more than 2,000 meters crawling out of the crack in the divine domain. And Zheng Tianchen in his hand was directly thrown into the mouth under the body." Crack. The next moment, all the people who were video chatting with Zheng Tianchen heard a harsh chewing sound. The guardian of Shihai City, Zheng Tianchen of the 2nd level of Martial Master, died. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale. And Xikongjian looked at the octopus that slowly stood up for thousands of meters, and his face was extremely solemn. "Mr. Speaker, what level is this beast? Do we have a chance of winning?" At this time, Wang Sim came here. 6th level peak beast," Xikongjian said faintly. He didn't say much whether he had a chance of winning, but these few words already represented how strong this beast was. No chance of winning. This is not the realm of Wuzong Wu Huang, but Wu Zun. The gap between the two small realms is doubled. Therefore, the gap between Wu Zun's 1st and 10th levels is 512 times. Xikongjian's realm is Wu Zun's 4th level. That is also a difference of 64 times. Although Xikongjian has purple entries, the opponent's entries are definitely not inferior to blue. After all, the 5th and 6th level beast entries are blue. Even, the beast in front of him may have purple entries. Add to that the difference in strength, how to fight. It's impossible to fight at all. Quick, notify everyone to retreat. I will ask for help from the surrounding planets as soon as possible. Xikongjian didn't hesitate and shouted at the people present. But it will take at least a few days to wait for the arrival of other planets. After all, only a martial saint-level warrior has the strength to suppress this beast. Wang Xin's face was grim. In the next few days, I will gather all the council members to try to stop him. The evacuation of Shihai City is left to you. Xikongjian took a deep breath. Organization? What can be used to stop it? Of course, it's life. It can be predicted that after this disaster, many people will die on Blue Water Star. How many martial masters, but what can be done? Once he is released from Shihai City, it will be even more dangerous. After hearing Xikongjian's words, Wang Xin opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. But he also knew that this was the only way now. The martial masters present solemnly saluted Jin and then dispersed to start evacuation. And Jin directly opened the chat room of the Central Council. A 6th-level peak beast appeared in Shihai City, come to support quickly. After sending these words, he quickly contacted the Xiatian main star system. Send the message for help, and they will arrange for strong men to come as soon as possible. After doing all this, Jin took a deep breath. Called Shuayun's video call. The next moment, a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. He slowly put the boxing gloves on his hands. Old dang. What's wrong? The projection of Shuayun appeared in front of Jin. Can't I look at you if I'm fine? You damn girl. You have such a bad temper, be careful not to get married. Hearing what Shuayun said, Jin's mouth twitched, and he complained speechlessly. What's so good about me? And if I can't get married, I can't get married. Anyway, you support me. Shuayun said indifferently. Jin, who heard this, was silent. He glanced at the huge octopus that was already rushing towards him and smiled helplessly. Dad will die someday, Jin said with a smile. Shuayun on the other side was also stunned when he heard this. Wait, where are you, Dad? Why are there ruins all around? What are you doing? Shuayun finally found something wrong. It's nothing, just a little octopus. Okay, remember what Dad said and take good care of yourself. If Ling Feng likes you, why don't you marry him? Okay, I won't say anything more and hang up first. Jin said and hung up the phone without waiting for Shuayun on the other side to say more. Alas, this girl, I guess she really can't get married. Jin shook his head, and then his eyes suddenly became serious. Boom. Suddenly, his whole body burned with blood-red flames. Blue entry, crazy battle, outbreak. He turned into blood and rushed directly towards the giant octopus. Swish! The octopus did not make any sound, but a tentacle instantly fell towards Jin. And Jin punched through the air. Buzz. Instantly, endless shattering power spread out instantly. Boom. With a loud bang, the huge tentacle exploded. Moo. The next moment, a low roar broke out from the mouth of the octopus. Seeing that his attack worked, Jin's eyes lit up and he was ready to continue. However, the next moment, his face changed. Buzz. I saw that the tentacle that exploded actually emerged with a lot of blood-colored flames, and under the cover of this flame, the tentacle repaired rapidly. It only took a few seconds for the tentacles to recover as before. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 tentacles fell towards Jin at the same time. A repair beast? Jin's face became serious. No wonder he could break the opponent's tentacles. It turned out that the opponent was not a combat-type item. If it was a combat-type item, he might not even be able to break the defense with such a big gap in strength. However, the biggest disadvantage of the repair-type item is that the endurance is extremely strong. It is impossible for him to kill it alone. Break it up. Facing the 3 tentacles that fell down, Jin shouted angrily and punched the void. Boom boom boom. 3 more terrifying loud noises, the octopus tentacles were broken again. But soon the other tentacles fell rapidly towards Jin again. Jin quickly dodged. The following battle was not very dangerous. Jin spent the whole time breaking and dodging. As for the octopus, it attacked calmly. Its tentacles repaired very quickly. Therefore, after fighting for more than an hour, Jin's power was almost exhausted, but the octopus was unharmed. I don't know why, but Jin always felt something was wrong. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 more huge tentacles fell towards Jin. Jin punched without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud noises broke out instantly, but something happened that made Jin's face change. The 3 tentacles did not explode this time. They were just beaten back 100 meters and fell down again, and Jin's shattering power had not yet condensed back. It seemed that Jin was about to be beaten to death. Skyfire. Wind slash. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the side. Swish! The next moment, the sound of air tearing was heard, and a flame blade of hundreds of meters cut through the air and fell fiercely on these tentacles. Boom! As the blade light exploded instantly, The huge force directly knocked the tentacles off position. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 loud noises, the huge tentacles fell to the ground. Speaker, are you okay? The next moment, an old man with flames all over his body flew over quickly. I'm fine, Mr. Li, you came just in time. Sikongshin couldn't help but sigh. Haha, I came here as soon as I got the news from you. Qing Xuanzi and the others should be here too. Is this the peak beast of the 6th level? Mr. Li smiled heartily, and then he stood in the air with a long sword in his hand and frowned at the octopus not far away. The terms he controlled were the flame terms and the wind terms. The power of wind and fire combined together, it can unleash extremely powerful combat power. When he was young, Qianlong Tower was also a genius who could reach the 60th floor. However, now that he is only at the 3rd level of Wuzun, he is far from enough to face this octopus. His full-strength attack only opened the octopus's tentacles for dozens of meters. The scars from the cut were also instantly repaired. It's him, this beast is very strong, and he has been playing with me before. Sikongshin condensed, the other party's sudden explosion was naturally not because of a sudden increase in strength. He felt a little aggrieved when he thought that he was played like a toy by the other party for more than an hour. However, this also bought himself some time, otherwise even if he used Berserker, he would not survive until this time. Is that so? It is indeed a bit difficult. Octopuses are extremely intelligent creatures, and coupled with his powerful strength, their wisdom is definitely not inferior to ours. Perhaps he is not playing with you. Old Li also condensed. His words also made Sikongshin frown. He also guessed it. The other party's purpose is probably to wait for their reinforcements to arrive and then kill them all at once. But although they know the other party's purpose, they still have to wait for reinforcements, because if they don't wait for reinforcements, they are no match at all. Not to mention waiting for a few days. Perhaps we can talk to him. He is smart and should know that our powerful reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Old Li suddenly spoke. Well, that's the only way. Sikongshin was helpless. Then he flew forward directly. And the weird vertical pupils of the octopus also stared at Sikongshin calmly. And did not attack. Your Excellency is very powerful, but you may not know the power of our human race. Among our human race, there are not only martial saints and martial emperors, but even martial gods. You have slaughtered so many people, and when the strong people of our human race arrive, it will be your death. So, we can make a deal. Sikongshin said seriously. Moo. After hearing what Sikongshin said, the octopus also growled, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't want to make any so-called deal. Listen to me first. I can give you a lot of corpses of level 6 beasts and provide them every year. What you need to do is never leave the divine domain again. You should know that when the strong men of my human race come, it will be your death. Why not make a deal and live in peace? This will be good for you and us. Sikongshin said coldly. As soon as he said this, a trace of thinking appeared in the octopus's vertical pupils. It seemed to be considering the pros and cons. Human. Weak. Unworthy. Trade. However, soon, a not very standard Chinese language slowly came out from his huge body. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, huge tentacles suddenly burst out and rushed towards Sikongshin. Speaker, run. Old Li, who was not far away, saw the scene and his face changed drastically. Sikongshin's pupils also shrank, and the power of collapse burst out crazily. Boom, boom, boom. The power of collapse hit these tentacles, but this time, his power of collapse had no effect at all. Just when the huge tentacles were about to hit Sikongshin, 3 invisible big hands suddenly burst out from the void. 3 big hands grabbed the tentacles directly, and the terrifying force burst out, and the tentacles actually stayed in place. Seeing this scene, Sikongshin fled in a hurry. Bang, bang, bang. Just when he just fled, those telekinetic hands instantly shattered. The huge tentacles fell into the void. It's Qing Xuanzi. This old thing is finally here. Seeing this scene, Li Lao was overjoyed. Sikongshin also looked towards the sky as if he had sensed something, but saw a figure with a fairy-like appearance falling from the sky in front of the two. Are the 2 Taoist friends injured? Qing Xuanzi stroked his beard and said with a smile. Qing Xuanzi, why did you suddenly become so fierce that you can even block the attack of this 6th-level peak beast? Li Lao asked curiously. Fellow Daoist, you are joking. I have always been very strong. Qing Xuanzi smiled proudly. After saying this, he suddenly turned around, took out something from his sleeve, and wiped it on his face. He turned back a few seconds later. However, the bloodstains under his nostrils were not wiped clean. Obviously, the attack just now caused a lot of damage to his soul. Thank you for your help, brother Daoist. Sikongjin did not expose him, but thanked him and bowed. No problem. Qing Xuanzi waved his hands casually. Boom 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 boom. However, at this time, sonic booms were heard from the horizon. It was other martial masters who dared to come. Soon, more than a dozen martial masters gathered in Shihai City. Where are the others? Seeing that there were only a dozen, Sikongjin frowned. Old Wang and his men are still some distance away. As for Old Zhang and his men, they can't come because of something. A middle-aged martial master carrying a spear spoke calmly. He didn't explain, but everyone present knew that if they couldn't come, they didn't want to come. After all, it was a matter of suicide. Humph. A bunch of rats. Sikongjin snorted coldly, but he was too lazy to say more. Everyone, follow me to hold this beast back. In addition, be careful. This beast is very strong, much stronger than I thought. Sikongjin then said seriously to the people present. No need. I can deal with this beast alone. However, while he was thinking, Qing Xuanzi spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Although Qing Xuanzi was powerful, he was only at the 4th level of martial master. If they really fought, Sikongjin would be stronger than him. Still want to single-handedly fight against the peak 6th level beast? Daoyu, don't be careless. Now is not the time to show off. Sikongjin also said hurriedly. Yes, Lao Zhao, don't show off. There is still hope if we attack together. Old Li hurriedly persuaded. However, as soon as he said this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes suddenly widened. Daoyu's name is Qing Xuanzi, not Lao Zhao. And I said that one person should go up, and if I can't kill him, it's useless for you to go up. Qing Xuanzi hates it most when others call him by his real name. This is very dramatic, isn't it? Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, everyone present was confused. Could it be that Qing Xuanzi still had some trump cards? Then I'll trouble you, Daoyu. Is there anything you need our help with? Sikongjin had no choice but to ask. No, just watch. Qing Xuanzi flicked his sleeves and then flew straight into the sky on his sword. Soon he came to the sky above the octopus and looked down at the other party. The giant octopus also looked at Qing Xuanzi with its weird vertical pupils, not knowing what this old man was going to do. The next moment, Qing Xuanzi took out a porcelain bottle from his arms. Evil beast, I spent hundreds of years buying the soul-burning pill just for this moment today. Today, I will let you know what the power of a sword immortal is. Qing Xuanzi snorted coldly and swallowed the pill in the bottle in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, the soul power directly poured into the depths of Qing Xuanzi's sea of consciousness. At this moment, his soul power began to surge wildly. 5th level of martial arts master. 6th level. 7th level. The terrifying soul pressure instantly swept all the martial arts masters present. What a terrifying soul power. What did Lao Zhao do? Master Lu, please explain. When Mr. Li saw the scene, his face suddenly changed. And next to him was the 6th level alchemy master, Master Lu. Soul Burning Pill. It turned out to be the legendary 7th level pill Soul Burning Pill. Is Qing Xuanzi crazy? After taking this pill, the soul will suffer a severe blow. At the least, the realm will regress, and at the worst, the soul will be broken and become dementia. Master Lu's face also became solemn at this moment. As soon as he said this, Sikongjin and others all changed their faces. Qing Xuanzi was ready to trade his life for his own. He knew that if everyone attacked together, they would die. It would be better to die alone. Indeed, even if others tried their best, they could not harm the beast. Perhaps he could really do it. At this time, as his soul realm soared, Qing Xuanzi also felt severe pain, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Finally, his realm soared to the 8th heaven. He maintained his last sobriety, looking at the octopus below with cold eyes. The other party also felt the somewhat violent aura on Qing Xuanzi, and it, which had been playing, finally became alert. Moo! A low roar broke out from the mouth of the octopus. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, 5 or 6 huge tentacles lashed at Qing Xuanzi in the sky frantically. At the same time, water mist condensed on these tentacles. It was obvious that he had hidden his strength before and only exploded now. Humph. However, Qing Xuanzi just snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. In an instant, a telekinetic handprint with a diameter of 1 kilometer instantly flew down to the giant octopus. Boom, boom, boom. Several tentacles slammed hard on the telekinetic handprint, but they could not shake the handprint at all, but were directly suppressed back. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud bang, the handprint slammed hard on the octopus. The terrifying force directly smashed the octopus into the ground. The ground was also slapped with a terrifying handprint with a diameter of 1 kilometer. This terrifying power made everyone present gasp. With this move, they would all probably die together. However, they all knew that this move could not kill the octopus. Sure enough, the giant octopus finally got angry, and a thunderous roar broke out. His crushed body also began to repair quickly. Endless anger finally emerged in the pair of calm vertical pupils. Looking at Qing Xuanzi in the sky, he was full of murderous intent. The beast is the beast. It can only be incompetent and furious. Qing Xuanzi spoke coldly, but he also knew that he had to use that trick. Speaker, start the live broadcast. My next trick will be very handsome. Qing Xuanzi spoke proudly. The voice reached the speaker's ears. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. And Xikongjian did not hesitate and directly started the global live broadcast. This matter should have been known to everyone. Under the authority of Xikongjian, the speaker of Blue Water Star, his live broadcast started. At this moment, all the screens on the entire Blue Water Star that could display images began to broadcast the surrounding images. Global live broadcast is the highest authority of the speaker. Did something big happen? Fuck, isn't this Shihai City? I saw the Aotian Tower. Hiss, what's going on? Why is Shihai City in ruins? Fuck, what a big octopus. What level of beast is this? Beast tide, unprecedented beast tide. Look, the old man in the sky seems to be Senior King Xuanzi. Senior King Xuanzi is fighting this beast alone? Fuck, he is worthy of being the president of our cultivator guild. So fierce. Huh? There is such a guild. For a while, countless comments were swiped across the live broadcast room. And everyone who looked at the comments also roughly knew what was going on. But when they saw someone analyze that this 8-clawed beast might be a peak 6th level or even 7th level beast, everyone was shocked. Can anyone on Blue Water Star resist a beast of this level? Probably not, right? For a time, rumors of the end of Blue Water Planet began to spread. However, at this moment, Qing Xuanzi in the picture moved. He pinched his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible telekinesis burst out from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The telekinesis began to spread in all directions at a very fast speed. Under the blessing of his powerful realm, the telekinesis actually enveloped the entire Shihai city. Of course, no one felt it. Many warriors who were still evacuating suddenly felt something was wrong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands began to tremble wildly for no apparent reason. What's going on? Why did my weapon move? In an instant, many warriors' faces changed drastically. I thought I had encountered some strange creatures. Cling, cling, cling. However, at this moment, everyone's weapons suddenly flew out of their hands and soared into the sky. At the same time, the weapons of the dead warriors in the entire Shihai city all burst into sword sounds and then instantly soared into the sky. This scene was soon broadcast to everyone through the live broadcast. In the vast ruins, weapons rose up to the sky like raindrops. There were at least millions of these weapons, and this shocking scene made everyone watching the live broadcast open their mouths wide. Cool. So cool. How can this old thing be so cool? Even Mr. Li, who always likes to complain about Qing Xuanzi, was shocked by the scene. Seeing so many weapons rushing into the sky and turning into an endless torrent of weapons. Everyone stared at the torrent intently. The next moment, millions of flying swords and flying knives gathered into a giant flying sword. Evil beast, die with me. Qing Xuanzi shouted violently. The sword finger instantly pointed at the giant octopus below. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, the sound of swords and knives resounded through the world. The giant flying sword cut through the void and began to climb wildly at a speed, and the power it exuded was becoming more and more terrifying. Moo. As if it felt the threat of death, the giant octopus also roared. Feeling the power of this move, it did not choose to fight hard, but directly shrank into a ball to protect its head. Endless water power began to surge throughout his body. At the same time, his body instantly solidified and shrank several times, but his defense power increased significantly. Clang! Finally, with a shocking sword sound, the giant flying sword instantly hit the giant octopus that had shrunk into a ball. Boom 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 boom. All the weapons carried terrifying power and exploded directly on the outermost water barrier. The roar resounded through the world, and Jin and others in the distance couldn't help but cover their ears. Under the crazy bombardment of the weapons, the water barrier gradually dissipated. Finally, a hole was blasted in the barrier, and all the weapons were released on the octopus's bald tentacles. Puff 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 puff. The crazy bombardment of the weapon directly blasted the octopus's tentacles into dense small holes. And because there were too many of them, these small holes connected together to become large holes. Gradually, the tentacle layer was penetrated by the flying sword. The flying sword vented madly on the octopus's head. The octopus wriggled its tentacles painfully to protect its head, but it could not defend itself at all under the bombardment of the weapon. The tentacles would be blown to pieces as soon as they approached. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked and excited. Qing Xuanzi is going to win. You must know that at this time, the weapon has consumed less than 1/3. However, no one noticed that the blood in Qing Xuanzi's 7 orifices in the sky was getting more and more. At the same time, his eyes began to scatter, which was a sign that the soul had reached its limit. At this time, the octopus's head had been blown open. All weapons were bombarding his brain madly. Seeing this scene, everyone was sure that he would win. Puff. However, a strange change occurred, and Qing Xuanzi in the sky spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The terrifying soul fluctuations disappeared instantly. Although the speed of all the weapons that fell madly did not slow down, they had no effect when they bombarded the octopus, even if it was only the opponent's most vulnerable brain. The reason why these weapons can cause such powerful power is actually wrapped in Qing Xuanzi's telekinesis. The so-called weapon explosion is actually a telekinesis explosion. Otherwise, how could ordinary weapons hurt this level of beast? Not good. Qing Xuanzi's soul has reached the limit. Everyone together, kill the beast and don't let him recover. Jin's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly, and then everyone turned into streams of light and rushed towards the giant octopus. Moo! And the giant octopus that had just returned from death was completely furious at this moment. A strange and bizarre roar broke out. The next moment, the repair term burst out crazily, and its injuries were quickly repaired. The brain was protected again. Jin and others just rushed to the vicinity and saw the scene, and their faces changed. However, before they could react, the giant octopus moved, and its tentacles lashed towards them crazily. Break! Skyfire Wind Slash! Meteor Spear Art! All the martial masters quickly burst out their most powerful moves. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying attack directly hit these tentacles. However, the difference in strength was too terrifying, and their full-strength attack did not cause much damage to the giant tentacles. Moo! The octopus roared, and in an instant, endless water swords surged around it. Swish swish swish. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of water swords shot at the surrounding martial masters at a very fast speed. All the martial masters saw the scene and their pupils shrink. Without hesitation, all of them directly used the most powerful defensive martial arts. Boom boom boom. After an instant, one water sword after another hit all of them directly. The terrifying explosion instantly resounded throughout the world. One by one, the martial masters were blown away by these densely packed water swords. Boom boom boom. With loud noises, all the martial masters fell on the ground dozens of kilometers away. Some of the weaker ones were directly pierced through by the water sword and eventually nailed to the ground. Even the powerful Jin was hit by the ground, and the powerful impact shattered most of their bones. Puff! Jin spurted out a mouthful of blood and then struggled to get up from the ground. This beast actually learned this move from Qing Xuanzi's 10,000 swords returning to the origin. And with his powerful strength, the power of this move is naturally extremely terrifying. Mr. Li. Suddenly, Jin's face changed drastically. Mr. Li was lying in a deep pit not far from him, and his body was already riddled with holes. Si Kongjin rushed over and helped Mr. Li up. Cough, cough, cough. Speaker, it seems that I am really going to sacrifice this time. If you can survive, remember to choose a good place for me. Mr. Li coughed out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and said with a smile. However, after saying this, before Si Kongjin could say more, his eyes gradually became dull and he completely lost his vitality. Mr. Li. Si Kongjin roared in anger. And this roar was instantly broadcast across the entire planet through global live broadcast. All the residents of Blue Water Star were sad when they saw the scene. Li Yuan, the flame-mad blade, was a martial arts master who had made great achievements for Blue Water Star and a powerful warrior who was once regarded as an idol by countless young people. But now he died so miserably in the battle with the beast. However, it was not just Li Yuan. Si Kongjin slowly flew up holding Li Yuan's body and looked around. But he saw that all the martial arts masters who had just fought side by side with him in the deep pits were lying in the deep pits and lost their vitality. Even those who survived were struggling with serious injuries and had no ability to fight at all. Even Qing Xuanzi, who was like a god descending from heaven before, was now kneeling on the ground several kilometers in front of the octopus, supporting himself with his flying sword. Even though they were far away, because the live broadcast was extremely clear, everyone saw his face full of blood and his eyes that had lost consciousness. Everyone except Si Kongjin, no one had the ability to move. And this scene was also seen by everyone through the live broadcast. At this moment, everyone's mood was full of despair. Blue Mercury. It's over. Dad. In Kaiyun City, at the headquarters of the God's Chosen Alliance, Sikong Xueyun looked at Si Kongjin, who was covered in blood in the picture, and trembled and spoke. 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. Everyone behind her was watching the scene in silence. I don't know who slowly raised his right hand and saluted. Then everyone present straightened their bodies and raised their right hands. They looked at the live broadcast screen solemnly. At the same time, in every corner of the entire Blue Water Star, everyone raised their right hands spontaneously. In Shihai City, all those who were still evacuating stopped and turned to look in the direction of the battlefield. Under the leadership of a group of martial masters, everyone gradually raised their right hands. War. I don't know who started it. The sound of the grand word, war, gradually sounded. The sound became louder and louder. So much so that the sound gradually spread throughout Shihai City. The waves made the already seriously injured martial masters gradually open their eyes. War. 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 They couldn't help but whisper in their mouths. The history of the human race is tens of thousands of years, experienced countless life and death. These difficulties let them know that only by fighting can the human race continue to survive. Only unyielding fighting can protect the future of the human race. Moo. After hearing this sound, the giant octopus showed a trace of anger in its vertical pupils. It roared and looked around. Wanted to find out where the sound came from, but soon he found that the sound came from all directions. And the increasingly loud sound made him feel extremely irritated. Moo. The next moment, a low warning sound broke out instantly. The grand sound turned into a terrifying sound wave that spread in all directions. The sound wave set off waves of shock waves that swept in all directions. In an instant, the sound wave had spread to dozens of kilometers away. Everyone was swept by the sound wave. Puff, puff, puff. In just a moment, the eardrums of ordinary people with weaker strength were directly broken. My ears. Instantly, screams resounded throughout the entire Shihai City. The original roar also stopped at this moment. Moo. The giant octopus roared with disdain in its eyes. This scene was broadcast live, and many people watching the live broadcast closed their eyes in despair. In front of such a terrifying existence, their strength was too small. But the voice of an ordinary person makes you so agitated. Are you afraid? However, at this time, a mocking voice suddenly came from the sky. This cold and arrogant voice made the desperate people tremble all over in an instant. Everyone hurriedly looked at the live broadcast screen. At the same time, Si Kongjin, who heard the voice, also trembled all over. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that in the sky, under the dazzling sun, a figure stood proudly in the sky. The dazzling light made Si Kongjin squint his eyes. However, soon, his face suddenly changed. Wait, isn't the sun in the west now? This figure seems to be in the east. He quickly looked towards the west, and sure enough, there was another sun there. What was behind this figure? The same question also appeared in everyone's eyes, because they also saw two suns through Xikongjian's gaze shift. Moo. The octopus also discovered this. It roared, and its strange vertical pupils stared at the figure in the sky. Through the violent contraction of his pupils, he finally saw that under the dazzling sunlight, there was a human boy wearing black armor. The dazzling light gradually dissipated. Ling Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the person coming was Ling Feng, Xikongjian's face changed instantly. Ling Feng. It's this guy. What is he doing here? He exclaimed in disbelief. And this voice was instantly known to everyone through the live broadcast. Ling Feng. Who is that? He looks so young, only in his teens, right? You don't know Ling Feng? Didn't you see the latest official announcement from Imperial Capital University? He is the strongest genius who broke through the Qianlong Tower right after entering the university and is known as the first genius since the establishment of Blue Water Star. What? Break through the Qianlong Tower? How's that possible? Wait, so he is just a freshman? Why would a freshman come to join in the fun? But I have to say, this guy is really handsome, second only to me at my peak. The person above, I saw your avatar, how dare you say that? It's over, I thought some strong man came, but it turned out to be a middle school boy. The moment they learned that Ling Feng was a freshman, the Blue Water Star human race, who had originally had a glimmer of hope, despaired again. A freshman, so what even if he has a natural talent? Can he still compare to those martial arts masters who have practiced for hundreds of years? You're just my dog, why are you pretending at this time? Kaiyun City Women's Prison. Yan Xiyun, who was wearing a prison uniform, couldn't help but snorted when she saw the live broadcast. The prison guards and prisoners around were shocked when they heard her words. Such a genius is actually this girl's dog? However, when they saw that Yan Xiyun was just a little pretty, they immediately despised her. This woman must have a problem with her brain. How could such a genius like her? I'm afraid she would be disgusted even if she was stripped naked and sent to bed. Stinky Ling Feng. Damn Ling Feng, I'm just getting closer to you, Xiao. You actually do this to me. Do you think I don't know what you think? Don't you just want me to give in to you and agree to be your girlfriend? You wish it would be best if you were killed by this octopus directly. Yan Xiyun was very angry. Did she regret it? She regretted it a long time ago, since Ling Feng destroyed the Wang family. But she still felt that she couldn't bow her head, otherwise Ling Feng would definitely think that she was easy to control in the future. She had to wait until Ling Feng couldn't help it and came to her, and then she would choose to forgive him proudly. But she didn't expect that Ling Feng was so brave that he dared to provoke such a powerful beast. If he died, how could she get out of prison? Ling Feng, what are you doing here? Go away, you are not his opponent. Xikongjian also came back to his senses from the shock at this time, and he shouted anxiously. Puff. But just after saying this, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His figure almost fell from the sky. Speaker, leave the rest to me. Ling Feng glanced around and spoke calmly. Then, his cold eyes looked directly at the octopus in the distance. In an instant, a terrifying threat of death swept over the octopus. For some reason, seeing Ling Feng's eyes at this moment, it actually felt fear, the fear of death. However, he only felt the 5th level strength from Ling Feng. That must be wrong, how could a weak human have such a genius? Moo! The octopus roared. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, huge tentacles shot directly towards Ling Feng in the sky. However, seeing this scene, Ling Feng just closed his eyes slowly. The next moment, when he suddenly opened his eyes had turned blood red one. Boom! In an instant, violent killing aura burst out from his whole body. The blood-red flames directly enveloped his body. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the world within a radius of 100 kilometers. The creatures of the entire Shihai city felt the fear from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. All the people who were still evacuating fell to the ground under this overwhelming killing intent. The closer they were, the more fear they felt. Xikongjian's already pale face turned pale in an instant. He fell rapidly from the sky. The fear made him tremble all over. Not only him, but even the extremely powerful octopus had his eyes wide open at this moment, and the tentacles that were smashing towards Ling Feng were instantly fixed in the air. The people watching the live broadcast didn't know what was going on. Moo. However, the next moment, in the eyes of everyone's disbelief, the octopus actually retracted its tentacles, turned around, and ran away in panic. Because of its excessive fear, its tentacles were entangled several times, causing it to fall and roll on the ground. Run? Run. Where can you run to? Ling Feng looked at the scene, and there was no emotion in his tone. The next moment, he slowly raised his right hand and stretched out a finger. Da Huang. Prison Heaven Finger. Ling Feng spoke calmly. At the same time, his right hand slowly pointed at the octopus fleeing in the distance. Buzz. Instantly, a raging golden flame erupted, and the flame turned directly into a terrifying flame finger with a diameter of several thousand meters. The moment the flame finger appeared, the temperature of the entire world began to soar wildly. As the big finger fell towards the octopus at a very fast speed, the ground under the octopus's feet began to melt into magma crazily. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, his indestructible body actually made a series of charring sounds. Moo. The severe pain made the octopus roar in pain. However, he did not stop and fled madly. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful it was like an ant in the hands of Ling Feng, who had already activated the god of killing. The big finger instantly touched the octopus that was about to rush into the divine domain with a gesture of destroying everything. The terrifying power directly vaporized the body of the octopus. Moo. With a painful roar, the whole body of the octopus was instantly submerged in the golden flame big finger. And the terrifying big finger was directly pressed on the ground and exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a golden mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A shockwave that destroyed everything spread in all directions. Wherever it went, the ruins of Shihai City were instantly blasted into dust. The shockwave expanded wildly and instantly arrived in front of Jin and others. It's over. Jin hadn't recovered from the shock just now when he saw a terrifying shock wave up to 1,000 meters high sweeping towards him. He was seriously injured now and couldn't resist this move at all. Buzz. However, at this moment, an invisible wave instantly turned into a huge barrier that enveloped Jin and others. Boom. The shock wave instantly hit the barrier and couldn't shake it at all. At this time, Jin realized that the person who did it was still Ling Feng. He saw him stretch out his right hand to block the shock wave. And this shock wave spread for dozens of kilometers. Even those people who had evacuated outside the city were instantly blown away by a hurricane. Fortunately, the location where Ling Feng's Sun True Fire Big Finger exploded had already reached the coast outside Shihai City. Therefore, this force was much weaker when it reached them, otherwise, all the survivors in the entire Shihai City would be wiped out. This terrifying explosion lasted for a full few minutes before it gradually subsided. Of course, the explosion was over, but the area within hundreds of kilometers was covered by smoke and dust. Then the smoke and dust gradually became less, and the world outside the barrier also appeared in front of Jin. Just one glance made Jin completely dumbfounded. He looked horrified and incredible, staring blankly at the terrifying deep pit in front of him that was hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers in diameter, unable to say a word. This blow, I'm afraid even an ordinary Marshall Saint-level strongman can't make it. Not only him, all the people in Blue Water Star who were watching this live broadcast were stunned, trembling, and confused. Is this still a damage that a human can inflict? It was killed in seconds, and the octopus that beat Jin and others was killed in seconds with one move. In an instant, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. We won. However, some people in the crowd still reacted and exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. Instantly, everyone was instantly ignited. They won, they really won, they didn't have to leave their homes. At this moment, all the cities on Blue Water were covered with cheers. At the Blue Water Star spaceship port, some powerful martial masters had already boarded the departing spaceship with their families. Just watching the live broadcast, they were all silent. These martial masters were all people who fled from the battlefield. Some of them were upset, some were fortunate, and some were silent. Of course, there were also people who mocked. In their opinion, if they stayed, they would be killed instantly like those dead martial masters. This kind of fearless sacrifice is to die in vain, without the slightest value. Only by living can they kill more beasts and protect more human races. Of course, this is just a reason for them to comfort themselves. Escaped. Just escaped. Any reason, is not enough to cover up the fact that they escaped. This is why they have to leave. After all, even if they don't leave, the octopus will be killed by the human race in 2 days. The reason they left is because they know that they can no longer stay on Blue Water Star. The tragic and heroic deeds of these martial masters will form a sharp contrast with their escape. They will be spurned by the people of Blue Water Star forever. Looking at Ling Feng in the picture, these martial masters bowed deeply. Perhaps it was because of Ling Feng's appearance that they had less sins. Then they all boarded the spaceship without hesitation. We won. We won. President, we won. So strong. How could Ling Feng be so strong? Haha. A martial master level expert has appeared in my Kaiun City. More than a martial master, this octopus can only be killed by a martial saint level expert. Ling Feng has definitely reached the combat power of a martial saint level expert. Martial saint. A martial saint has appeared in my Kaiun City. At this time, a group of martial king level experts in the Kaiun City God-chosen alliance cheered excitedly. Sikong Xueyun also smiled at the proud Ling Feng in the picture. Thank you, Ling Feng, really thank you. Sikong Xueyun thanked with red eyes. Haha, win, Ling Feng win. However, at the same time, in the Kaiun City women's prison, Yan Shiyun also suddenly laughed wildly. Although the people around were also happy, they were also frightened by Yan Shiyun's sudden madness. 952B, what are you doing? Sit down quickly. Do you want to be put in solitary confinement? The prison guard next to him saw Yan Shiyun excitedly going up to the jumping up and down. He shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me, the future wife of the god of war? Do you know that I can make Ling Feng kneel down and lick me with just one word? Now, contact the people above immediately. I want to be released from prison and see Ling Feng. Tell him. Yan Shiyun was furious when she heard the prison guard's words. She stood on the chair and gave orders to the prison guards around her. Crazy, she's crazy. Damn bad luck, meeting such a lunatic during duty. The faces of several prison guards suddenly turned black. Then they quickly called the warden. Are you the warden? Quickly tell Ling Feng to pick me up and ask him to call all the martial masters to greet me, otherwise I won't go with him. Seeing the middle-aged female warden with a cold expression in front of her, Yan Shiyun spoke proudly. As soon as these words came out, the warden's face suddenly darkened. He was watching the live broadcast just now, and he was still excited when he heard his subordinates say that someone was crazy. Now it seems that he is very crazy. Moreover, she even dared to insult Ling Feng, the savior of Blue Water Star. She was simply looking for death. Contact the mental hospital quickly. This woman has severe paranoia and mania. In addition, you guys, go and tie her up and send her back to the cell first and treat her well. Let her know that even if she is crazy, she can't say anything. The warden said coldly. Several female prison guards who had long disliked Yan Shiyun came out and clamped Yan Shiyun and dragged her towards the prison. What are you doing? I am Ling Feng's girlfriend, the future wife of the god of war. How dare you do this to me? Let me go, let me go. I will let you die, let you die. Yan Shiyun cursed in horror and anger. Pa. However, a female prison guard couldn't stand it and slapped her several times, knocking out more than 10 of her teeth. These slaps did not make Yan Shiyun restrain herself. Instead, they made her extremely angry. Do you not understand human language? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yan Shiyun cursed. But before she could say anything more, she was picked up and thrown into the cell. Then the cell slowly closed, and several female prison guards slowly turned off the recorders on their bodies. Seeing this scene, Yan Shiyun's face finally changed. What are you doing? This is lynching, which is illegal. I will see you. I will see you to the central government, to the central government. Yan Shiyun screamed in fear. But soon her scream was replaced by screams. Sikong hadn't recovered from the shock just now when he saw a terrifying shock wave up to 1,000 meters high sweeping towards him. He was seriously injured now and couldn't resist this move at all. Buzz. However, at this moment, an invisible wave instantly turned into a huge barrier that enveloped Tong Shen and others. Boom! The shock wave instantly hit the barrier and couldn't shake it at all. At this time, Tong Shen realized that the person who did it was still Ling Feng. He saw him stretch out his right hand to block the shock wave. And this shock wave spread for dozens of kilometers. Even those people who had evacuated outside the city were instantly blown away by a hurricane. Fortunately, the location where Ling Feng's Sun True Fire Big Finger exploded had already reached the coast outside Shihai City. Therefore, this force was much weaker when it reached them, otherwise, all the survivors in the entire Shihai City would be wiped out. This terrifying explosion lasted for a full few minutes before it gradually subsided. Of course, the explosion was over, but the area within hundreds of kilometers was covered by smoke and dust. Then the smoke and dust gradually became less, and the world outside the barrier also appeared in front of Tong Shen. Just one glance made Tong Shen completely dumbfounded. He looked horrified and incredible, staring blankly at the terrifying deep pit in front of him that was hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers in diameter, unable to say a word. This blow, I'm afraid even an ordinary Marshal Saint-level strongman can't make it. Not only him, all the people in Blue Water Star who were watching this live broadcast were stunned, trembling, and confused. Is this still a damage that a human can inflict? It was killed in seconds, and the octopus that beat Tong Shen and others was killed in seconds with one move. In an instant, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. We won. However, some people in the crowd still reacted and exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! Instantly, everyone was instantly ignited. They won, they really won, they didn't have to leave their homes. At this moment, all the cities on Blue Water were covered with cheers. At the Blue Water Star spaceship port, some powerful martial masters had already boarded the departing spaceship with their families. Just watching the live broadcast, they were all silent. These martial masters were all people who fled from the battlefield. Some of them were upset, some were fortunate, and some were silent. Of course, there were also people who mocked. In their opinion, if they stayed, they would be killed instantly like those dead martial masters. This kind of fearless sacrifice is to die in vain, without the slightest value. Only by living can they kill more beasts and protect more human races. Of course, this is just a reason for them to comfort themselves. Escaped. Just escaped. Any reason, is not enough to cover up the fact that they escaped. This is why they have to leave. After all, even if they don't leave, the octopus will be killed by the human race in 2 days. The reason they left is because they know that they can no longer stay on Blue Water Star. The tragic and heroic deeds of these martial masters will form a sharp contrast with their escape. They will be spurned by the people of Blue Water Star forever. Looking at Ling Feng in the picture, these martial masters bowed deeply. Perhaps it was because of Ling Feng's appearance that they had less sins. Then they all boarded the spaceship without hesitation. We won. President, we won. So strong, how could Ling Feng be so strong? Haha, a martial master level expert has appeared in my Kaiyun City. More than a martial master, this octopus can only be killed by a martial saint level expert. Ling Feng has definitely reached the combat power of a martial saint level expert. Martial saint, a martial saint has appeared in my Kaiyun City. At this time, a group of martial king level experts in the Kaiyun City God-chosen alliance cheered excitedly. Sikong Xueyun also smiled at the proud Ling Feng in the picture. Thank you, Ling Feng, really thank you. Sikong Xueyun thanked with red eyes. Haha, win, Ling Feng win. However, at the same time, in the Kaiyun City women's prison, Yan Shiyun also suddenly laughed wildly. Although the people around were also happy, they were also frightened by Yan Shiyun's sudden madness. 952B, what are you doing? Sit down quickly, do you want to be put in solitary confinement? The prison guard next to him saw Yan Shiyun excitedly going up to the jumping up and down. He shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me, the future wife of the god of war? Do you know that I can make Ling Feng kneel down and lick me with just one word? Now, contact the people above immediately. I want to be released from prison and see Ling Feng. Tell him. Yan Shiyun was furious when she heard the prison guard's words. She stood on the chair and gave orders to the prison guards around her. Crazy, she's crazy. Damn bad luck, meeting such a lunatic during duty. The faces of several prison guards suddenly turned black. Then they quickly called the warden. Are you the warden? Quickly tell Ling Feng to pick me up and ask him to call all the martial masters to greet me, otherwise I won't go with him. Seeing the middle-aged female warden with a cold expression in front of her, Yan Shiyun spoke proudly. As soon as these words came out, the warden's face suddenly darkened. He was watching the live broadcast just now, and he was still excited when he heard his subordinates say that someone was crazy. Now it seems that he is very crazy. Moreover, she even dared to insult Ling Feng, the savior of Blue Water Star. She was simply looking for death. Contact the mental hospital quickly. This woman has severe paranoia and mania. In addition, you guys, go and tie her up and send her back to the cell first and treat her well. Let her know that even if she is crazy, she can't say anything, the warden said coldly. Several female prison guards who had long disliked Yan Shiyun came out and clamped Yan Shiyun and dragged her towards the prison. What are you doing? I am Ling Feng's girlfriend, the future wife of the god of war. How dare you do this to me? Let me go, let me go. I will let you die, let you die. Yan Shiyun cursed in horror and anger. Pa pa pa. However, a female prison guard couldn't stand it and slapped her several times, knocking out more than 10 of her teeth. These slaps did not make Yan Shiyun restrain herself. Instead, they made her extremely angry. Do you not understand human language? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yan Shiyun cursed. But before she could say anything more, she was picked up and thrown into the cell. Then the cell slowly closed, and several female prison guards slowly turned off the recorders on their bodies. Seeing this scene, Yan Shiyun's face finally changed. What are you doing? This is lynching, which is illegal. I will see you. I will see you to the central government, to the central government. Yan Shiyun screamed in fear. But soon her scream was replaced by screams. At this time, on the battlefield. Ling Feng in the sky slowly exhaled a breath of blood. The killing intent on his body gradually dissipated. He glanced at the terrifying effect he caused around him, and his pupils shrank slightly. This was much more terrifying than the attack he made in the land of Yazuan God. After all, he didn't use the god of killing before. If I turn on the special entry of kill kill kill, the entire Blue Water Star will be destroyed by me. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. No wonder one of the introductions of this entry is that the stronger the strength, the more cautious you should be when using this special entry. Because the stronger the combat power, the farther the distance you can see. When the strength reaches a certain level, you can even see the strong people of other planets from this planet. In this way, you may become a real machine that only knows how to kill. I don't know if there is a way to crack this entry. Otherwise, I dare not use this entry casually. Ling Feng was a little helpless. Then, he also fell directly from the sky and came to the front of Si Kongjin. Chairman, are you okay? Looking at Si Kongjin, who was covered in blood and almost useless, Ling Feng asked knowingly. Ahem, I said I'm fine, do you believe it? Si Kongjin was speechless. At the same time, he was more shocked by the moves Ling Feng used before, which seemed a bit like the entries of Shenwu, but the absolute level was one stronger than Shenwu. And what is that flame? The golden flame was as dazzling and terrifying as the sun. Of course, he was more curious about Ling Feng's current realm. What level has he reached? He couldn't see Ling Feng's realm at all. After all, he had hidden his realm in order to trouble Ling Feng. Of course, although there were so many doubts, he didn't ask, because everyone has privacy. Ling Feng didn't say it, which means he didn't want to say it. If he asked, it would be a bit rude. This is a healing pill. Take it first. I'll see if anyone is still alive around here. Ling Feng didn't say much. He took out a pill and handed it to Si Kongjin. This was the medicinal material he temporarily refined in his own small world when he came down from the sky by controlling the true fire of the sun. The medicinal materials were naturally those robbed from the treasury of the Goblin Kingdom. Is this a fine pill? Why does it look so crystal clear? When Si Kongjin saw the pill, he was shocked. He could tell that it was a 6th grade pill, the rejuvenation pill. But the quality of this pill is a bit too high, right? Of course, he didn't dare to think about the perfect pill. After all, no one in the entire human race could refine a perfect 6th grade pill. This thing is too precious. I won't die yet. I can just go back and buy the pill. How could Si Kongjin dare to accept it? Such a fine pill would cost at least tens of billions. Just take it, I have plenty here. After saying that, Ling Feng flicked the pill with his finger, and the pill instantly turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xikongjian. And a force directly opened Xikongjian's mouth, and the pill flew directly into his mouth. And the perfect pill melted in his mouth. A pure medicinal power directly poured into his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, Xikongjian could clearly feel that his body was repairing crazily. The repair speed was so fast that in just half a minute, most of the bones in his body had recovered. At this speed, in a few minutes, his whole body injuries would be almost recovered. This. What level of healing pill is this? Xikongjian was trembling with shock. It was the 6th level, right? Did he see it wrong? You know, the level of the pill is easy to see, because most pills will form pill patterns. A first-level elixir has 1 elixir pattern, a second-level elixir has 2, and so on. This elixir with 6 elixir patterns cannot be of other levels. However, such a terrifying repair speed is definitely not an ordinary elixir. Is it because of the extremely high quality? It is said that the higher the quality of the elixir, the less elixir poison it has, and the faster the effect of the medicine will take effect. Xikongjian began to think in his heart. He wanted to ask Ling Yan, but he opened his mouth but still couldn't ask. Speaker, take these elixirs and go save those martial masters who haven't sacrificed yet. I'll go see if teacher Qing Xuanzi is still alive. Ling Feng ignored Xikongjian's doubts and took out a handful of elixirs and stuffed them to Xikongjian. After that, he flew towards Qing Xuanzi. When Xikongjian took these elixirs and looked at them, he was trembling all over. Trembled. All of them were flawless pills. Now after he carefully looked at them, he was shocked to find that these pills were not fine products at all. Their perfection was far beyond fine products. Could it be that these pills are really the perfect pills in the legend? Xikong was shocked. But he also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He hurriedly took the pills and began to fly towards the surrounding ruins. After his search, only 5 of the 17 martial masters were still alive. And each of them was seriously injured. Only Master Lu seemed to have a little consciousness. Master Lu had taken a 6th-level healing pill, but because the quality was only excellent, it would take at least 1 or 2 days to completely repair the injury. This was already very good. After all, he was almost dead before. If he hadn't taken the best healing pill he could refine in advance, he would have died long ago at the 1st level of Martial Master. Chairman. Speaker, did we win? Or was I just dreaming? He struggled to sit up from the ground and said tremblingly, Well, I've won, but now is not the time to talk about this, Master. Take this pill quickly. Xikongjian quickly took out a perfect healing pill. However, as soon as the pill came out, Master Lu's eyes widened and he jumped up from the ground in an instant. This. Where did you get this thing from? Master Lu's face was ruddy as if he had a last burst of light and grabbed Xikongjian. It was given by classmate Ling Feng. I think it should be a pill of fine quality or above, right? Xikongjian confirmed his guess when he saw Master Lu so shocked. It should be a fart. This is a perfect pill. Classmate Ling Feng? Where is he? Master Lu said excitedly. Yes, it's over there. Xikongjian pointed at Ling Feng who was healing Qing Xuanzi in the distance. Master Lu was immediately excited when he saw it and was about to run over to ask Ling Feng where he got this elixir. However, the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Because Ling Feng, not far away, actually shot out a golden flame in the void. Ling Kong was refining the elixir. Ling Feng is here. Qing Xuanzi's move of returning 1,000,000 swords to the origin is really cool. No, I have to find a way to learn it from him. It's so cool to show off. Ling Feng thought so. When he came, he naturally saw the global live broadcast. It was because he saw him that he sped up. Otherwise, if he arrived at the same speed as before, Xikongjian would have been dead. Then he took out a pill he had refined and stuffed it into Qing Xuanzi's mouth. It is worth mentioning that his talent for value added is a bit fierce. Under the blessing of his powerful luck, he actually refined 11 pills in one furnace. Such a high output made him feel no pity for using it. Buzz. Although Qing Xuanzi was at the end of his strength, most of his injuries were soul injuries, and there were almost no injuries on his body. Therefore, after taking a pill, it was completely healed in less than half a minute. But he did not open his eyes. The soul is too broken, so I can only use soul-repairing pills. Unfortunately, I can only refine 4th-level pills with my current medicinal materials. Let's temporarily stabilize his soul and wait until I go back to Xikongjian and get some medicinal materials. Thinking of this, Ling Feng directly shot a flame out of the void. Then he took out a batch of materials and threw them all in to start refining. But in less than a minute, a furnace of pills appeared. He was deliberately showing off his ability to refine pills, so he didn't use the value-added function and directly refined pills of perfect quality. In this way, he didn't need to explain the source of the pills, and he could sell the pills at will. As for whether his strong talent would be coveted by others, what a joke. If it was said that Ling Feng before, he might have been afraid of being targeted and assassinated by alien strongmen, but after obtaining the Eternal Mind entry this time, he felt that he had reached a certain degree of immortality. Want to kill him? Almost impossible. In this case, there is no need to hide his talent, which is why he made such a high-profile move this time. After all, he can hide his figure. In this way, with his strength, even a martial saint cannot see his true identity. After refining the pill, he stuffed it directly into Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Although it is only a 3rd-level pill, the effect of a perfect quality pill is very good. It is estimated that it will not take long for Qing Xuanzi to wake up, but if he wants to recover completely, he still needs a 6th-level soul pill. Master, I finally found you, Master. However, at this moment, a surprise and miserable shout came. Ling Feng turned around in a daze and suddenly saw an old man rushing towards him. Fuck, what is that? Ling Feng's face suddenly changed, and he quickly dodged the old man. Old man, what are you doing? Looking at the crazy old man, Ling Feng was speechless. Master, please accept me as your apprentice. I am willing to be a medicine boy, Master. Master Lu, who almost fell down, turned around and knelt down towards Ling Feng, hugged Ling Feng's thighs and begged. You. Ling Feng was speechless. Why does this old man look familiar? Oh, by the way, isn't this Master Lu? Master Lu, what are you doing? Let Ling Feng go. How shameful. Xikongjian also hurried over and pulled Master Lu away. Speaker, aren't you familiar with Ling Feng? Please speak for me. Master Lu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pulled Xikongjian and said, Ling Feng, don't be angry. Master Lu has been obsessed with refining medicine all his life. He did this because he saw that you can refine a perfect quality pill. Xikongjian explained helplessly. I'm not asking you to say this. Talk about becoming a disciple, Master Lu quickly pulled Xikongjian's clothes and reminded him in a low voice. Forget about becoming a disciple. My theoretical knowledge may not be as strong as yours. The reason why I can refine this perfect grade elixir is just because I have the refining terms. If I didn't have this term, I guess I wouldn't be able to refine even a 1st-level elixir now. Ling Feng said with a smile. No, Master, you're wrong. Who in this world is not powerful because of the terms? Having powerful terms means having a more powerful understanding of elixirs. This is the key to your ability to refine powerful elixirs. After all, terms only improve your talents and will not let you learn alchemy out of thin air. You can refine perfect grade elixirs because you have enough theoretical knowledge and practical ability. If you say so, wouldn't all the alchemists in the world only rely on terms to have alchemy? Hearing Ling Feng's self-deprecating words, he immediately refuted with righteous words. This made Ling Feng stunned, and then he suddenly realized. Indeed, the alchemy entry only gave him a strong alchemy talent. But if you want to refine high-level elixirs, you need to learn and comprehend it yourself, and the speed of your comprehension and learning is only tens of thousands or even millions of times faster than those alchemists. Strictly speaking, my theory and practical skills are indeed far superior to the current Master Lu. But it still doesn't work. Suddenly, Ling Feng refused again. However, hearing this, Master Lu was completely stunned. Why, Master? You really can do it. You don't have to belittle yourself. Master Lu thought Ling Feng was afraid of misleading his students. You misunderstood. I just think that you are too untalented to learn such advanced alchemy knowledge. It takes a lot of time to teach. However, Ling Feng's next sentence made Xikongjian, who was standing beside him, almost burst out laughing. Master Lu opened his mouth wide and stammered for a few times before he could speak. Puff. Then he spit out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, so fragile. So angry that he vomited blood. This scared Ling Feng. It was not his fault. He really didn't have time. Ahem, that's not the case. He hasn't taken the pill you gave him yet. He just ran over here with all his strength. Jin explained awkwardly, and then quickly stuffed a pill into Master Lu's pocket. Sure enough, Master Lu's face looked much better after taking the pill. But he was still sitting on the ground in a sickly manner. Of course, it's no problem for me to teach you. If you don't understand something, you can ask me directly. Helpless, Ling Feng could only tell the truth. As soon as these words came out, Master Lu was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Master Lu stood up excitedly and saluted. Ling Feng was helpless, but he didn't say much. Anyway, he estimated that he would not be able to stay in Blue Water Star for a few days. Speaker, how many seniors survived? Ling Feng asked. As soon as these words came out, Jin's face darkened again. Except for the 3 of us, there are only 4 people. The remaining 10 have all died, Jin said in a sad tone. Ling Feng was silent as soon as he said this. At this moment, he deeply knew that reality was not a novel. There was no perfect plot where the protagonist arrived at the right time and could save everyone. He was able to arrive in time thanks to the global live broadcast that made him aware of the urgency of the matter. Of course, he did not blame himself for anything. There was no need to blame himself, after all. It was not him who released the beast. Why did these divine domains appear? Can't they be completely eradicated? At least, it should be possible to eradicate the divine domains of some weak planets, right? Ling Feng asked a question that silenced Jin and Master Lu. Although the human race could not clear the divine domains above the 10th level with their strength, it was not difficult to clear the divine domains below the 8th and 9th levels. But why didn't they do so? Alas, this is how the world is. The God's domain has existed since the emergence of the human race. It is impossible to eradicate it. This is not a question of strength or not. Jin sighed. What do you mean? Ling Feng was stunned. You have just grown up, so it is normal that you don't know some things. In the tens of thousands of years of civilization development of our human race, we have wanted to eliminate those low-level God's domains more than once to make the lower-level people live better. However, when we really did this, we found a big problem. For example, if you eradicate a 6th-level God's domain, 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5 new God's domains will appear in other human territories. It is even possible that a 7th-level God's domain will appear. Moreover, as the strength of the human race becomes stronger and stronger, the new God's domain will also become stronger and stronger. The most powerful God's domain always suppresses the strongest of the human race. This is like a rule that cannot be broken. Jin spoke heavily. As soon as he said this, Ling Feng's pupils shrank. Actually, there is such a thing? Doesn't this mean that the human race will never be able to obtain true peace? Unbreakable rules? Ling Feng sighed. Then aren't they, the evolvers, also bound by the rules? Okay, let's not talk about this. Thank you for your help this time, Ling Feng. Leave the rest to us. If you have nothing to do, you can go back to Imperial Capital University first. Jin also changed the subject at this time. Ling Feng glanced at the ruins around him and knew that he couldn't help much if he stayed, so he nodded. Teacher Qing Xuanzi's soul is seriously damaged. I just suppressed it temporarily. Imperial Capital University should have medicinal materials, right? I need to refine a 6th-level pill to repair his soul injury as soon as possible. Ling Feng said. Yes, I have given you the highest authority of the Federal Store on Blue Water Star. You can allocate all the supplies at will. Jin nodded quickly. If it weren't for Qing Xuanzi this time, they would have died before Ling Feng came. Okay, then I'll take him back first. The rest is up to you. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he said no more. He directly picked up the still unconscious Qing Xuanzi and soared into the sky, turning into a golden stream of light and flying towards the direction of the Imperial capital at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing Ling Feng completely disappear in the sky, Jin and Master Lu looked at each other in shock. Could this Ling Feng's entry be silver? Moreover, he may have more than one silver entry, at least 3. Jin couldn't help but take a breath. There is 1 flame entry, 1 alchemy entry, and 1 Shenwu all attribute enhancement entry used before. That's 3. Definitely more than 3. His realm has improved so fast. Now he is definitely above the martial honor. It is very likely that the devouring entry is also silver. Moreover, he must have awakened his entry a long time ago, but he has been hiding it from us. Master Lu said solemnly. These 4 silver terms are all extremely powerful. When combined together, they are even more terrifying than ordinary gold terms. As for why Ling Feng has been awakened for a long time, the reason is very simple. To become a martial master in such a short time, even a silver devouring term would not be able to do it, right? No matter what, Ling Feng is a genius of my blue water star, and he is also a man of national justice. Otherwise, he would not give such a precious elixir so easily. Sikongjin said seriously. With such strong strength, killing this octopus is just a matter of hand, 90%. After all, few people would refuse something that would make them stand out and not cause them any loss. But it was completely different to take out a perfect quality pill. Even if Ling Feng had a strong talent for refining pills, this was a perfect quality pill after all, and each pill was worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. It was much more expensive than an ordinary 7th-level pill. The pills Ling Feng took out at once could buy at least 1 trillion yuan. But he knew the value, but he still took it out. How could this not be something that only people with national justice could do? With such a genius in our human race, why worry about not prospering? Master Lu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Mr. Li and the others won't be able to see it. Sikongjin on the side spoke faintly. As soon as these words came out, both of them fell silent. Although they won this time, the loss was too great. Almost all of the Blue Water Star martial masters were wiped out, and those who did not come to participate in the battle probably fled. Who will protect Blue Water Star in the future? A few hours later. Imperial University. In the manner where Ling Feng was, Ling Feng shot out a golden flame in the void, and then put all the medicinal materials into the flame to start refining. On the side were Zhao Shuya, who was watching Ling Feng refining the medicine, and Zhou Lao, who was looking at Ling Feng with a look of satisfaction. Looking at Ling Feng, Zhao Shuya held her little face with a crazy look. She and Ling Feng almost grew up together. If it weren't for Wang Ongua, Ling Feng might not have been treated as a black face by Yan Shiyun for 3 years. After all, with Zhao Shuya's personality, Yan Shiyun would probably be beaten every 3 days and every 5 days. And soon, 11 azure transparent pills appeared in the flames. Because Ling Feng adjusted the color of the flame to be extremely dazzling and used the term of integration into heaven and earth to hide all the pills. Therefore, no one could see what was going on inside. Unless one's strength was dozens of times greater than Ling Feng's. Ling Feng put 10 pills into the storage space and then removed the flame. Soon, the pills appeared in front of him. He touched the pills casually. The pills, wrapped in the power of the soul, flew directly towards Qing Xuanzi, who was lying in the living room. The pill instantly entered Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Buzz. The next moment, blue light surged from Qing Xuanzi's body. Ling Feng could clearly feel his soul repairing rapidly. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying soul telekinesis burst out from Qing Xuanzi's body. Ling Feng frowned and directly burst out a stronger soul power to instantly confine the pressure within a radius of 3 meters where Qing Xuanzi was. However, the ground and furniture within 3 meters were still instantly crushed into dust by this powerful telekinesis. Ha ha ha. I am the Taoist. Suddenly, Qing Xuanzi suddenly opened his eyes, floated up from the ground and laughed at the sky. However, after laughing for a while, he was a little confused. Looking around, it seemed a little strange, and his laughter stopped instantly. For a moment, he reacted and realized that he was probably dreaming just now. Just now, he dreamed that he seemed to have traveled to the world of immortal cultivation and became a big boss in the world of immortal cultivation. Unfortunately, he woke up just when he had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to ascend. Isn't this Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya? Where am I? By the way, wasn't I fighting a beast just now? A little embarrassed, Qing Xuanzi quickly changed the subject and restored his immortal appearance. But he looked more like the leader of the beggars sect with his dusty face, disheveled hair and blood all over his body. Teacher Qing Xuanzi, this is Imperial Capital University. The 6th level peak beast has been killed by my fiancé Ling Feng. Zhao Shuya said proudly. Huh? What? Ling Feng killed it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qing Xuanzi shouted in disbelief when he heard Zhao Shuya's words. Just kidding, although Ling Feng's talent is extremely powerful, he is young. At this age, how can he kill the 6th level peak beast? Look what this is. Knowing that the other party would not believe it, Zhao Shuya directly showed the live video from the previous broadcast. However, when he saw Ling Feng pointed in the air and instantly cast a terrifying golden handprint, Qing Xuanzi widened his eyes in disbelief. This. He trembled as he looked at the screen with a look of horror on his face. He didn't believe it was real and thought it was photoshopped. He quickly opened his social account, but in an instant, all the wonderful clips of Ling Feng's battle appeared. That terrifying big finger appeared in front of him from various angles. At this moment, he had to believe this terrifying fact. The posture of an immortal. This is definitely the posture of an immortal. Qing Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaimed, at such a young age, he had such terrifying strength. What else could this be but an immortal? Are you willing to cultivate immortality with me, your teacher? Qing Xuanzi quickly came to Ling Feng and asked excitedly. His immortal cultivation guild was in need of such talents. Forget about cultivating immortals. But I would like to ask if there is any method to practice your Wanjian Guizhong. I am very interested in this move. Ling Feng said his purpose with a smile. Although he can simulate this move as long as he has telekinesis. But if there is a corresponding martial art, its power will increase greatly. Ling Feng does not want to learn a useless thing with only appearance, but no power. Yes, but you have to agree to join my Xiaoxin guild. My Wanjian Guizhong is a 6th level top-grade spiritualist martial art, which was improved by me personally. If ordinary people want to learn it without 1 billion or 8 billion, I will not teach it. Qing Xuanzi hurriedly praised himself. Of course, when he finished speaking, his old face blushed. Of course, it was not that his martial arts were weak, but that the 1 billion or 8 billion was completely his boast. In fact, he saw a spiritualist with good talent and begged the other party to learn. However, the other party gave up after knowing the terrifying difficulty of practicing this move. So until now, no one else can use this move. Wow, teacher, you are so shameless. If Ling Feng hadn't saved you, you would have died by now. You have to pay to learn one of your moves? Besides, he is your student. Even if it's not free, you can give him a 30% or 40% discount, right? Zhao Shuya on the side immediately complained angrily. No, you don't have to pay. You can learn for free as long as you join my Xiaoxin guild. As for our teacher-student relationship, haven't we just met? Let's put it in perspective. Qing Xuanzi said hurriedly, but after saying this, he also felt his cheeks getting hot. He seemed a little shameless to say such words. However, in order to get Ling Feng to join his Xiaoxin guild, he also hates a fight. This kind of immortal figure must not be missed. Well, this price is quite affordable. Ling Feng nodded. In that case, I'll give you the money. Suddenly Ling Feng spoke, and Qing Xuanzi was dumbfounded when he said that. No, Ling Feng, you can join my Immortal Cultivator Guild. As long as you join, I'll give it to you for free. You can save 1 billion. Qing Xuanzi said hurriedly. His own Immortal Cultivator Guild is not a dangerous place. Why would this kid rather spend money than join? Didn't he remember that the speaker once said that this kid was most in need of money? Is it because his offer was too low? It doesn't matter. I don't need that. Ling Feng laughed directly. Then let's settle the accounts first. Ling Feng said to Qing Xuanzi seriously. Settle the accounts? What accounts? Qing Xuanzi was dumbfounded. Of course it's the money I spent when I saved you. Ling Feng rolled his eyes at him. When these words came out, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. Oh my god, this is going to cost money. I'm also fighting for Blue Mercury. Qing Xuanzi was shocked. The fact that I killed the beast to save you doesn't count. I can't possibly earn even this little money. Don't worry. Fortunately, Ling Feng said slowly. But this made Qing Xuanzi confused. Besides this, what else did he owe Ling Feng? You used the soul-burning pill, and your soul was severely damaged. You should know this, right? Ling Feng asked back. It seems that there is such a thing. Qing Xuanzi nodded. He still remembered that before he lost consciousness, his soul was riddled with holes and was almost about to collapse. Repairing your soul is a big project. I spent a 4th level and a 6th level elixir to save you. Of course, your injury also cost a 6th level healing elixir, which is also included. That is 2 6th level elixirs and a 4th level one. This is the video, take a look for yourself. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he directly turned on his portable combat recorder. This kind of recorder is usually turned on by warriors at all times to prevent anything from being missed. In the picture, it was the scene of himself saving Qing Xuanzi on the battlefield and at home. Qing Xuanzi was dumbfounded. It really is like this. So you paid such a high price to save me, how much should I give you? Tell me the number, I will definitely not be vague. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand. Isn't it just a 6th level pill? He still has some savings. Besides, he can't let Ling Feng give it away for free, right? Well, then I'll let it go, a 4th level pill. Let it go. You and I are a teacher and student. I'll give it to you. I'm not like some people who just called themselves a teacher and then denied it in a blink of an eye. Ling Feng said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Qing Xuanzi's old face suddenly turned red with shame, and at the same time, looking at Zhao Shuya and Zhou Lao's somewhat contemptuous eyes, he dug his toes on the ground. If it weren't for the good quality of the shoes, with his strength, let alone 3 bedrooms and a living room, even a large villa would be a piece of cake. As for the 6th level elixirs, the healing ones are cheaper, so let's call it 100 billion. The soul repairing ones are more expensive, so I'll give you a 30% discount based on the market price, so that's 210 billion. A total of 310 billion. Let's forget about 10 billion. Let's call it 300 billion. Teacher, are you going to pay by card or cash? Ling Feng smiled and said the bill. As soon as these few words came out, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what the hell? 300 billion, Ling Feng, are you going to rob me? Ordinary 6th level elixirs cost at most 10 billion. Qing Xuanzi jumped up. He seriously suspected that Ling Feng was joking with him. Teacher, you're hurting my feelings by saying that. I have decided not to give a discount. The total is 400 billion. As for the pill problem, you can ask Master Lu directly. I sent you this video. Let him see how much the pills cost in the video. Ling Feng looked hurt and then sent the video directly to Qing Xuanzi. Seeing that Ling Feng didn't seem to be joking, Qing Xuanzi was shocked and quickly opened the chat interface with Master Lu. Qing Xuanzi, Mr. Lu, can you show me how much these 2 pills are worth? Master Lu? Aren't these Teacher Ling Feng's pills? Why are you asking this? Qing Xuanzi, what Teacher Ling Feng? Forget it. It's not important. Just tell me how much this pill costs. Qing Xuanzi was a little confused. What's going on with Teacher Ling Feng? Is Ling Feng a teacher at Imperial Capital University? Master Lu, this healing pill is a little cheaper. It should be sold for around 150 to 200 billion. As for the soul repair pill, this is the 9-turn soul gathering pill. Damn, you are worthy of being a teacher who can refine this. It's a pity that you ate this pill. Otherwise I would buy it even if I spent 500 billion to study it. Master Lu's message came soon. However, as soon as these words came out, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. Qing Xuanzi, fuck, old Lu, I call you old Lu and you take advantage of your age. Do you really think I am a sucker? Isn't this a 6th level pill? You can buy several 7th level pills with the price you gave me. Qing Xuanzi was furious. Master Lu, grandma in the city, do you know what kind of elixir this is? This is a perfect grade elixir, perfect grade. Do you know what this means? There are no more than 10 people in the entire human race who can refine a 6th level perfect grade elixir. The price I gave is the market price. If it is put on the auction house for those alchemists to grab, the price will at least increase by half. You know? You know a hammer, you know. As soon as Qing Xuanzi said this, he was greeted by Master Lu's cordial greetings. But the following words were too dirty, and the biological intelligent brain directly blocked them. And Qing Xuanzi was also stagnant in place. Perfect grade elixir. Is this thing the legendary perfect grade elixir? Teacher, how? Have you asked about the price? Our Ling Feng should not have cheated you, right? If he cheated you, you must tell me, don't keep it in your heart. Zhao Shuya looked at Qing Xuanzi's expression as if he had eaten shit and smiled triumphantly. Ahem, that teacher was wrong just now, teacher was joking with you. Isn't it just the cultivation method of Wanjian Guizhong? No one wants this thing even if you give it away. I'll send it to you right away. Hearing Zhao Shuya's words, Qing Xuanzi immediately put on a smile and said to Ling Feng flatteringly. Soon, the martial arts cultivation method was sent to Ling Feng. That classmate Ling Feng, you see, we are a teacher and student after all. That 400 billion I really can't take out. You want me to pay in installments? 120 installments for 10 years. Qing Xuanzi said a little embarrassedly. 300 billion is really too high. He is not like Master Lu, who is good at making money. It is too difficult for him to make money. Hey. Master Qing Xuanzi, teacher, what you said is not right. Although you and our Ling Feng are teacher and student, didn't you just meet? One thing is one thing. Zhao Shuya, who was standing aside, finally waited for this sentence and quickly responded to Qing Xuanzi. As soon as these words came out, Qing Xuanzi's old face stiffened. Well, the wheel of fate comes, and the boomerang he shot finally hit his head. Okay, girl. Don't embarrass the teacher. He was also injured for Lan Shuixing. In this case, Ling Feng also spoke at this time. As soon as these words came out, Qing Xuanzi was immediately excited. Sure enough, Ling Feng was still good. He could understand his difficulties. But Ling Feng's next sentence made him realize that he was too excited too early. In this case, then pay it in installments. For 100 billion, no more talk, then 300 billion. Well, it's settled. This is 100 billion. I gave you a lot cheaper. Your Wanjian Guizong counts as 100 billion. Teacher, you can go back and slowly raise the money. Just give it to me within 2 days. Ling Feng smiled slightly. After saying this, Qing Xuanzi was speechless, but looking at Zhao Shuya and Ling Feng, he still didn't have the face to say anything cheap. After another awkward smile, he walked away in disgrace. By the way, teacher Qing Xuanzi won't default on the debt, right? Zhao Shuya was a little worried. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can't take it out. I didn't intend to take the money, but I just can't stand other people's routines. Ling Feng smiled slightly. The other party was also injured for Lan Shuixing and didn't ask for his help, so he didn't intend to take the money. It can only be said that Qing Xuanzi misjudged Ling Feng. Although he was short of money, he was not the kind of person who would be tricked in order to spend less money. Moreover, he was short of big money, not the small money of 10 or 800 million. Although senior Qing Xuanzi is a little unreliable at ordinary times, he is not the kind of person who will default on his debts. Maybe he can really collect 300 billion. At this time, Mr. Zhou spoke slowly. Can you collect it? Then collect it anyway. My pills are worth the money. When Ling Feng heard it, although he didn't know how Qing Xuanzi would collect the money, he didn't care much. However, while Ling Feng was waiting to collect the money, Qing Xuanzi on the other side had a hard time. Huh? You want a loan of 300 billion? What are you going to do that costs so much money? Qing Xuanzi had already found Si Kongzhen, who had returned from the battlefield. Don't worry about it, I need the money. Just ask if I can get the loan. At worst, I'll make money in the divine realm every day. Qing Xuanzi's old face turned red. When he came, he had already asked other surviving martial masters. Good guy, except for himself who needed to pay, other martial masters Ling Feng didn't ask them for money. He even asked the speaker to tell them that they didn't have any burden, and those pills were Ling Feng's personal donations. At this moment, he knew that Ling Feng was just unhappy with his routine and asked him for money. And how could he have the face to say this? If he said this, he would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his decades. Hearing Qing Xuanzi's words, Si Kongzhen also frowned. You have a lot of money. 300 billion is not a small amount. But I guarantee you, you can still get the loan. As for the interest, just give 3 points. This level of loan interest is already the lowest. Si Kongzhen finally nodded. 3 points, that is 10 billion interest per year one. Although it hurts, Qing Xuanzi nodded quickly. After Si Kongzhen finished speaking, he directly contacted the high-level bank of Xiantian Galaxy on the biological intelligence brain. After explaining the situation, the other party said that Qing Xuanzi had made a third-class military merit, and according to the regulations, the interest was waived. At the same time, the money was quickly transferred to Qing Xuanzi's account. After Qing Xuanzi knew it, he quickly transferred the money directly to Ling Feng. No interest is already very good. Ding, personal account received. 300 billion yuan. However, at this moment, Ling Feng, who had returned to the room to take a rest, suddenly received a prompt sound from the biological intelligence brain. Oh my god, he raised the money so quickly? Or is Qing Xuanzi so rich? Ling Feng was also a little surprised. 300 billion is not a small amount of money. But thinking of Qing Xuanzi's strength, he was relieved. After all, he was a martial arts master, so he should not be short of money, right? However, he didn't know that Qing Xuanzi believed in freedom and did not value money. Besides, he had just used all his money to buy the soul-burning pill not long ago. Otherwise, with his strength, although hundreds of billions of assets would not be easy, it would not be a big deal. However, in this case, he would have to work to pay off his debts in the next few days. Selling pills is indeed profitable. In this case, I will sell all the pills in my hand in the Federal Store. In addition, I have to refine more. When Ling Feng thought of this, he did not hesitate and flashed into his own small world. At this time, there was already a continent on the ground of his small world. This was dug up on a plane when he came back. Although it was only 1,000 meters in diameter, it was not bad. A full 1,000,000 square meters of space was enough for him to do many things. Then Ling Feng slapped the air with his palm. Boom! In an instant, the violent flames turned directly into a huge pill furnace standing in the air between heaven and earth. He took out a portion of medicinal materials and threw them into his flame pill furnace. The next moment, a variety of medicine refining techniques were quickly used. Ling Feng did not increase the speed to the fastest because that would require extreme concentration and not a single slack. That feeling was not pleasant. Even if the speed was slowed down, the total time would not increase much. Therefore, there was no need to force himself, it was not urgent. Even if the speed was not increased to a very fast speed, all of Ling Feng's medicinal materials only lasted half an hour in his hands before they were all refined into 6th-level pills. As for those below the 6th level, there was no need. Because the value of 10 or even dozens of elixirs below the 6th level is only as high as one 6th-level one. There is no need to waste time. 5 furnaces of medicinal materials are still too few. It seems that I have to buy some more. Ling Feng thought about this and then opened the Federal Store. At the same time, he changed his location directly from Blue Mercury to Xiantian Galaxy. In this way, he can sell and buy in the entire Xiantian Galaxy, but the delivery time will take a long time. Even if it is faster, it will probably take a few days. Thinking of this, Ling Feng opened the recycling interface. Instantly, an advertisement popped up. With new weapons, where are the old weapons? Of course, it's a rotation. To recycle pills, equipment, and weapons, just go and turn around. Turn around and recycle, Miss Wu Zun will come to your door in person. The content of the advertisement immediately made Ling Feng's eyes go dark. Fuck, it's been tens of thousands of years, and this advertisement is still there, right? Don't they change the advertising slogans? Ling Feng was speechless for a moment. He quickly closed the advertisement and then posted all the pills he had refined and the remaining pills on the recycling network of the Federal Store. Of course, Ling Feng had already kept all the medicinal materials that could improve his strength, and he had never refined them into pills. After all, his devouring power even devoured pill poison, and if he refined it into a perfect pill, it would be a loss. Of course, it doesn't mean that waste pills are good for him. The reason why waste is that he has discharged most of the medicinal power and left the pill poison. Although Ling Feng can devour the pill poison, the value of medicinal power is naturally higher. Therefore, for Ling Feng, waste is still waste. And perfect-grade elixirs are the best, and better than perfect-grade elixirs are medicinal materials. Because medicinal materials contain all the elixir poison and all the medicinal power. Of course, he will put all these things on the official recycling channel for a lower price. But the advantage is that the selling speed is fast. As long as the evaluation is passed, you can come directly to pick up the goods and pay the moment the goods are received, which can save a lot of time. Welcome to the Federal Mall. It is detected that the elixir you are going to sell seems to be a 6th-level elixir above the boutique. The corresponding pharmacy identification master has been matched for you to evaluate the value. Please open the scanning program to scan all the elixirs. The prompt sound of the Federal Store came. Ling Feng also started scanning according to the prompt. Ding! After identification, the elixir is 9 turn soul gathering pill, 6th level top grade. Quality, perfect. Quantity, 10. Estimated value, 400 billion/piece. Recycling price, 300 billion. Ding! After identification, The elixir is Dao Rejuvenation Pill, 6th grade top grade. Quality, perfect. Quantity, 33. Estimated value, 150 billion per piece. Recycling price, 100 billion. Ding. After identification, the elixir is Blood Burst Pill, 6th grade top grade. Quality, perfect. Quantity, 11. Estimated value, 250 billion/piece. Recycling price, 200 billion. The introduction of each kind of elixir is displayed. The final estimated value is about 8 trillion. Looking at such a high price, Ling Feng suddenly felt that selling the Oracle Stone was not a good idea. You know, the high-level Oracle Stone is not cost-effective for him, but he can still use it in the future. But he can't use these recovery elixirs. Ling Feng directly chose to sell. Ding! The sale is completed. The estimated selling price, 8,500 billion. The recycling personnel will arrive at Blue Mercury within 3 days. Please keep in touch. In addition, you can spend half of the recycling price to buy the items you need. The recycling personnel will deliver them at that time. If the recycling fails due to your reasons, you will need to pay a certain shipping fee for the purchased items. The prompt sound came. Hearing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Half, that's 4 trillion. Then Ling Feng thought about it and decided to buy some oracle stones of spiritualists. After all, he was going to practice Wanjian Guizong. This spiritualist's entry, one green one, is 10 million. 200 billion directly spent 200 billion, but Ling Feng used this 200 billion on his own account. And it was purchased from the Blue Mercury Federation Mall. It is estimated that it will be delivered soon. There is another 100 billion, which can be purchased directly from the Federation Mall. Ling Feng thought about it and bought 5 of the worst entries and upgraded them to gold, or 2 or 3 good entries. Finally, after a round of looking, he selected 2 entries, one of which was naturally the luck entry. A total of 3 million is needed for a little luck, which only needs 60 billion. The other entry is the thunder entry. It just so happens that the price of Yudian is 2 million each, and it takes 20,000 pieces to upgrade to gold, which is 40 billion. 100 billion has just been used up. The main reason is that the green-level thunder-type entries are a bit useless. When they reach blue, the price will reach 400 to 500 million per entry. The price will naturally rise again at that time. It will probably be difficult to get gold-level entries in a short period of time. I may even need to kill monsters myself, so I will upgrade all the entries to gold first. 4 trillion is more than enough. Ling Feng thought of this, and then directly bought enough oracle stones to upgrade all the remaining silver entries to gold. After buying all of them, it only cost a few tens of billions. After all, there are only 3 physical entries left. All in all, there is almost no chance to spend the 4 trillion that he can spend. It just so happens that I can use all my 4 trillion to buy medicinal materials. When the recycling personnel arrive with the medicinal materials, I only need to let them wait for me for a few hours, and I can refine all the medicinal materials into pills. When the time comes, I can sell them directly to them and get the money on the spot. Ling Feng's eyes lit up immediately, and he felt like a genius one. This way, he can save a lot of time. Ling Feng did not hesitate and started to select medicinal materials directly. His money can buy a lot of 7th-level medicinal materials. Ling Feng thought about it and chose to buy 7th-level medicinal materials directly because it took him about the same time to refine 6th-level and 5th-level pills, and theoretically it took about the same time to refine 7th-level pills. However, if all these medicinal materials are used to refine 6th-level pills, the number will be at least more than 1,000. Although it is worth hundreds of trillions, it takes at least a dozen hours to refine. If others don't have time to wait for him, he still has to wait a few more days, but if it is a 7th-level pill, at most, only a few dozen pills need to be refined. In this way, the time consumed by oneself will be much less. 1 hour at most. As for whether he can refine it, it is definitely possible. The perfect 6th-level elixir allows him to do it with ease. There is almost no difficulty. The 7th level will not be difficult. As for the 8th-level elixir, there is no way. It is not a talent problem. It is a problem of strength. As we all know, the 8th-level alchemist is definitely a martial emperor-level powerhouse, but the martial emperor-level powerhouse is not necessarily an 8th-level alchemist. The biggest reason is that the 8th level elixir requires the strength to refine the 8th level medicinal materials, and this strength is the martial emperor. Obviously, Ling Feng does not have this strength. No matter how powerful he is, even if he uses the God of Slaughter entry, he can only reach the combat power of the martial saint level. In other words, he has to activate the God of Slaughter to refine the 7th level elixir. Don't mention the 8th level. Fortunately, only the 1st level of the martial saint is required. With the combat power of the day, he can refine the 7th level top-grade elixir, so it won't take too long. He bought a large amount of 7th level materials in one go. At the same time, Ling Feng also bought some 7th level beast's flesh and blood to devour. It must be said that Ling Feng began to regret it at this time. The body of the octopus is definitely an excellent devouring material, but he directly exploded it without leaving any dregs. What a loss. But now is not the time to regret. The energy of the earth and magma that I devoured from the Medicine Master's space before is estimated to be enough for me to refine for one day. It seems that I still can't rest. It will take at least 3 days to deliver the goods. 3 days is definitely enough for me to upgrade my realm to Martial Master. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he thought about this. It's just that the power consumed is more. It's impossible to spend money. The best way is to find a powerful divine domain to devour. And now, there are not many blue mercury in the 6th level divine domain. Ling Feng searched for information. Soon, he found that one of the divine domains was the most suitable for him. That was the Black Warrior divine domain. The divine domain that his father Ling Xian conquered back then. However, this divine domain is a place of inheritance, which is somewhat different from ordinary divine domains. The inheritance land is generally a divine domain formed by some lost ancient civilizations, alien civilizations, etc. Here, there are generally many tests, and passing the tests will obtain various materials and so on. This Black Warrior divine domain is one of them. So far, according to the information revealed, this inheritance land not only has a large number of assessment beasts, but also has good strength. It is definitely a 6th level inheritance land. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Black Warrior armor can also be exploded here, which can be used to upgrade his own Black Warrior armor master version. Ling Feng immediately decided to leave after he upgraded the 3 entries to gold. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to use all his strength to activate his Swallow the Sky entry 1. In an instant, endless power poured into his limbs and bones, and his chi and blood value also increased at a very fast speed. Time passed quickly, and 3 hours passed. In just 3 hours, through crazy devouring, Ling Feng's blood value has increased to over 80,000. That is, the realm has reached the 8th level of Wu Zone. At this speed, he can break through to Wu Zun today. Of course, after reaching Wu Zun, the cultivation speed may be slower. But compared with ordinary people, it is still very fast. Master, your delivery has arrived. At this moment, Zhou Lao's voice came from outside the door. Ling Feng also slowly opened his eyes and felt his own strength. He did not say much and walked out of the room directly. A few minutes later, Ling Feng had arrived at the warehouse. Ling Feng waved his hand and collected all the boxes in the warehouse into his own small world. Then Ling Feng disappeared directly on the spot. In the small world, Ling Feng picked up a green oracle stone and began to absorb it. The first entry was naturally the luck category. Still at the same speed as before, Ling Feng quickly drew. It is worth mentioning that this luck-related entry is very different from other entries. As we all know, the more important the entry is, the more expensive it is. However, the more expensive it is, the smaller the chance of drawing it. For example, there are only 5 lucky entries, but the chance of drawing it is not 1/5. These 5 entries are divided into 5 blocks by the round lottery plate. 4 of them are ordinary other entries, occupying 95% of the entry block. In other words, if you want to draw this lucky entry, the chance is only 5%, 1/20th. And this is only the green one. If it is the blue luck entry, the chance of drawing it is even more terrifying. Only 1%. In other words, while it is expensive, it is almost impossible for you to draw it. You know, even for purple items like giftedness, the probability of you drawing it is only about 1 in 20. Just like this, talent items are called one of the most difficult items to draw. And the blue luck item has only a 1% chance. and the purple one has only a 300th chance. This is why many people have found luck items, but no one knows how to open them. Everyone knows that luck items are amazing, because even blue luck items can make a person almost 100% likely to explode white oracle stones. You know, under normal circumstances, the explosion rate of white oracle stones is less than 1 in several tens. To draw these luck items, you need to have strong luck. Of course, the only exception is the white luck item, Love to Laugh. You can get one by drawing 4 or 5. But the effect is the same as having nothing. In other words, this luck type entry looks awesome, but even if you are given a golden oracle stone with golden luck type entries, no one will choose to open it. Instead, they choose to sell it. Of course, those who buy it are almost useless. The higher the level, the less it is. Because if you buy it, it is doomed to be a waste. And if you want to know how powerful this high-level luck entry is, you can only rely on innate awakening. Of course, Ling Feng, who has the golden luck entry, is different when drawing small luck. He is 100% determined to learn about it. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, he drew all 10,000 small luck entries. Ding! You draw the entry, small luck. Green, *20, 000. The entry is upgraded to luck is overwhelming. Gold, you have overwhelming luck. The introduction of this luck entry is still plain and simple, but those who have luck-type entries know how terrifying the effect of these simple few words is. Ding! Your entry luck is overwhelming. Gold triggers the special entry effect, Goddess's Favor. Gold. Effect, you have amazing luck and you are favored by the Goddess of Luck. When you encounter a risk that even overwhelming luck cannot avoid, you can choose to activate this effect, thereby temporarily increasing your luck 100 times. The effect needs to be charged. Each time it is used, you need to recharge a silver luck entry. Recharge value, 0%. However, when the luck effect appeared, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly shrank. Temporarily increase luck 100 times? And it is based on overwhelming luck? Good guy, this effect is a bit amazing. What is the concept? For example, if Ling Feng now obtains a super oracle stone, even if he uses the overwhelming luck, he only has a 1% chance of drawing an invincible entry. But as long as he uses with this special effect, you can draw 100%. Although this situation rarely occurs, who knows if there is a chance? If a similar situation really occurs, with 100 times the luck, Ling Feng will definitely be able to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Ling Feng also sighed. These special terms are not powerful in themselves, but if they are combined with the golden terms, the terrifying strength of the golden terms themselves can be directly increased by several levels. At this moment, Ling Feng is more and more suspicious whether he is the only one who has the special effect of this golden term. After all, if the golden term owners of the human race also have these special effects, why would they be suppressed by the 10th level and 9th level beasts of the same level with only silver terms? However, these are not important for Ling Feng now. When he comes into contact with the owner of the golden term in the future, he will know what the situation is. After more than 2 hours of unboxing, Ling Feng's blood value has reached 99,999 points. Advance first. Continue to open the box after the realm impact. Ling Feng felt it and thought that it would take him several more hours to break through the realm naturally. But is he the kind of person who can just wait? Immediately, he directly activated his heaven-devouring item and directly raised the item to the limit. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying energy contained in the devouring flame was instantly swallowed by Ling Feng's body. At this moment, a terrifying force that destroyed the world began to impact his limbs. Puff, puff, puff. And with the forced breakthrough, the last thing happened again. His body began to collapse at a very fast speed, cracks appeared on his body, and a lot of blood sprayed out of his body. However, this time is different from the last time. Ling Feng, who has the life creation item, has increased his repair speed by many times. These cracks in the body just appeared, and they were repaired directly in the next moment. As the entry was fully opened, Ling Feng's body stabilized directly. On the surface, there was no problem at all. If you slowed down the speed by 100 times, you would find that Ling Feng's body was still crazily breaking apart. It was repaired at the moment of the collapse. Because the speed was too fast, the naked eye could not capture the moment of the collapse, so it looked like there was no collapse. Boom. Finally, a terrifying pressure burst out from Ling Feng's body. His realm finally broke through to the martial honor realm. The blood value completely broke through to the powerful 100,000 mark. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the martial honor realm. The voice of the divine domain will sound it again. This abrupt figure made Ling Feng raise his eyebrows. The prompt sound of the divine domain is still scary. Continue. I wonder what special effects the remaining 2 entries can have. Ling Feng cleared his mind and started to draw entries directly. And next, naturally, he would open the Thunder entry first. It was also more than 2 hours later. The entry upgrade was completed. Ding! You drew the entry, Control Lightning. Blue, asterisk 20,000. The entry was upgraded to Heavenly Punishment. Gold, you control the Divine Thunder of Heavenly Punishment. The power of Thunder skills asterisk 4,000%. Ding! Your entry, Heavenly Punishment. Gold, triggers the special entry effect, Heavenly Judgment. Gold. Effect, summon the Eye of Heaven to judge all sinners. As long as they are guilty, the judgment of heavenly punishment can be brought down. It can cause 400% damage to them. A series of prompt sounds followed. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Judge the sinner? Sinful? How many people in this world do not have sins? I'm afraid there are none. Since there are sins, they can be judged, and this special entry does not need to be charged, which means it can be used at will. At this time, Ling Feng also summed up the rules. These special entries, if they are ordinary, such as this kind of 4-fold increase in combat power, or have huge side effects, such as star explosions that may kill themselves, or killing kill that will lose their minds, do not need to be charged. Those with powerful effects and no side effects need to be charged. For example, Epiphany. For example, the Goddess Favor. Of course, this charging is probably a side effect. After all, the cooling time is also one of the side effects. At this time, Ling Feng's Tianhua Shenxiaoju has also been upgraded to the strength of the 8th level extreme. Next is the last spiritual master entry. Ling Feng took a deep breath and then directly opened the white entry introduction of the spiritual master. Spiritual master. White can slightly control the soul power. But the strength is too low, it can only cause a quarter of the soul value. It is worthy of being a white entry, the effect is lame. 1/4, that is, 4 points of soul value can cause 1,000 kilograms of combat power. This effect seems to be stronger than the Soul Destroyer, but it is actually much weaker than the Soul Destroyer. After all, the Soul Destroyer directly damages the soul. Although the white entry is only 1/10, it can still kill some warriors of the same level with weak souls. However, this telekinesis can only bully opponents who are much weaker than oneself. Then Ling Feng did not hesitate and started to extract entries to upgrade. Spiritual Psychic Master. Green, can control soul telekinesis. Can cause a force equivalent to the soul value to attack the enemy remotely. Telekinesis range, soul value asterisk 1 meter. It is much better when it reaches green. Although it is only the same level of power, facing the power that suddenly appears around you, you may not be able to dodge even if you want to. As long as you are hit in the vitals, you will die even if you are several times stronger. So this entry is definitely not weaker than ordinary green. Spiritual Psychic Master. Blue, can control soul telekinesis. Can cause a force equivalent to soul value asterisk 500% to attack the enemy remotely. Telekinesis range, soul value asterisk 10 meters. The blue entry is almost the same as the ordinary entry, and then Ling Feng continued to extract. Finally, when the green and white entries were all consumed, the entry finally reached the gold level. Ding! You draw the entry, Spiritual Psychic Master. Green, asterisk 20,000. The entry is upgraded to Divine Psychic Master. Gold. The telekinesis is like substance, and the telekinesis is strengthened asterisk 4,000%. At the same time, the speed of perceiving the martial arts of the Spiritual Psychic Master is greatly improved. The range of spiritual psychic power equals soul value asterisk 10,000 meters. Special effect, Divine Psychic Dharma. Gold, the power of spiritual psychic power is completely condensed into substance. The spiritual psychic Dharma is transformed. The power of the Dharma is Spiritual psychic power asterisk 400%. As the level of the spiritual psychic master is upgraded to gold, the name of the entry has also changed. Although there is only one word missing, the name of the spiritual psychic master sounds much cooler. And the most important thing is, it was still this special effect. Divine Mind Dharma image, it sounds awesome. Ling Feng wanted to try out the power of this move. However, he found that his small world was a little small. What if it burst? How about going out and trying? But after thinking about it, forget it. After all, the pressure of the previous soul almost scared all the martial masters of the Imperial Capital University to death. If there is another Divine Mind Dharma image, wouldn't it be a big mess again? There are already enough things happening on Blue Water Star now. But then again, this Golden Soul Destroyer will be a God Destroyer after upgrading, and this Spiritual Mind Master will be a Divine Mind Master after reaching the Golden level. Is it so targeted? Must you destroy the other party? When Ling Feng saw this name, he immediately felt that it was not a coincidence. Of course, it should be the names that are similar. Then Ling Feng opened his attribute table. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, first level of martial honor. Blood, 100,000. Soul, 84,000. Profession, alchemist, 6th level ultimate, perfect. Martial arts, heavenly fire divine sky art, mastery, 8th level ultimate. 9-turn soul tempering sutra, 6th turn, 7th level ultimate. Martial arts, sky splitting, great perfection, 6th level ultimate. 10,000 soul blades, 124 soul blades, 6th level ultimate. Entries, infinite, unique level, infinite stacking and upgrading of the same entry, unlimited number of fusion entries. God Destroying Master. Gold, soul strength asterisk 4000%. Soul pressure. Divine Mind Master. Gold, mind power enhancement asterisk 4000%. Divine Mind Dharma. Gold asterisk 400%. Force breaking the sky. Gold, power asterisk 4000%. God of Slaughter. Gold, all attributes increased, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill, kill, kill. For 100%. Integrate into the world. Gold, people whose overall strength does not exceed 800% of yours will not be able to sense it. Shadow kill, 200%. Sun True Fire. Gold, flame asterisk 4001%. Star explosion. Swallow the sky. Gold, swallow everything to strengthen yourself. Swallowing flame. Heavenly punishment. Gold, thunder asterisk 4000%. Heavenly divine punishment. For 100%. Made of gold armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2000%. Elusive hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 100%. Ascension in broad daylight. Gold, practice speed asterisk 100,000. Sudden enlightenment. 1h/1000 times. Charging 0%. Endless life. Silver, stamina asterisk 2000%. Fortune. Gold, goddess's favor. 100 times. 0%. Spearmaster. Silver, spear power asterisk 2000%. Space storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-formed world, gold, 1,000 diameter. Life creation, gold, 100,000 times recovery speed. Eternal thoughts, gold, 1,000,000 kilometers, charging 100%. Alchemy master, gold, 12th level talent. Value added, gold, 110 pieces. At this time, Ling Feng's attributes have been greatly improved. At the same time, with the addition of a variety of powerful golden terms and special terms, if he fights hard, it is hard to imagine how much his strength can grow. Moreover, Ling Feng's ability to save his life is also extremely terrifying. At least if you don't have a realm that is several times or even dozens of times stronger than Ling Feng and can lock Ling Feng's position, it is almost impossible to kill Ling Feng. At this time, Ling Feng also walked out of the small world and then left the warehouse. At this time, the sky in the distance has gradually brightened. However, today's weather is a bit gloomy. At the same time, there is a drizzle in the sky. Dong! Suddenly, a long bell sounded throughout the imperial capital. The bell sound was extremely long, and the lingering sound spread outside the imperial capital. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this bell sound. He naturally recognized this bell sound. This is the bell sound of mourning after the sacrifice of a strong man of the human race. He flew up directly and hit his figure in the void. His trace disappeared from the world in an instant. Even the strongest warriors at the peak of the martial honor would not be able to sense any trace of him in front of Ling Feng. Ling Feng flew directly out of the Imperial Capital University and came to the sky above the Imperial Capital. He looked down and saw a large number of residents standing on both sides of the street to see off the martial honors and martial sects who died in this beast attack. At the same time, there were also a large number of coffins of martial emperors and martial kings following closely behind. Standing in the sky and watching the scene, Ling Feng was also full of thoughts. It has only been a few days since he obtained the infinite entries, but his strength has been extremely improved. However, if an 8th level or even 9th level beast suddenly attacks, perhaps he will become one of the sacrifices. You know, when he was still in Xianfeng City, the martial emperor was the most yearning strong man for these students. However, in this beast tide, not to mention the martial emperor, even the martial sect was slaughtered like an ant. As for the martial lord, he just held on for a few more moves. That was the beast that was playing at the beginning. If they were serious at the beginning, everyone would die. My strength is far from enough. Now I am still a long way from the top powerhouses of the human race. Not to mention those super beasts that can destroy the human race. At this moment, Ling Feng has never been more eager for power than now. Thinking of this, he just bowed in the air in the direction where the coffins of the martial lords and martial sects left, and then instantly turned into a stream of light and fled rapidly into the distance. The Black Martial God Realm is the most precious inheritance domain of Blue Water Star. Therefore, the entrance has long been heavily guarded by the military district. Of course, the military district is only guarding to prevent spies from sabotaging, and ordinary people can enter and exit at will as long as they pay a certain amount of money. Over time, a city was formed here, named Black Martial City. Of course, although you can enter and exit at will, if you want to make trouble, you have to see if you have the strength. After all, there are strong men of the martial master level guarding here. Ling Feng came to the sky above Black Martial City, and then he fell directly and came to a huge square. Here, a huge space crack towering into the sky stands on the square. In front of the crack is an energy barrier that covers the entire crack. This energy barrier not only protects the crack, but also prevents the beasts inside from escaping, and also prevents ordinary people from entering at will. Only those with the combat power of the martial master level can break this crack instantly. Ling Feng's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many people. Those who can fly in the air are at least strong men of the martial master level. In addition, his young appearance is also very attractive. Wait, this person seems to be Ling Feng. Fuck, it's really Ling Feng, the Ling Feng who killed the 6th level peak beast yesterday. I didn't expect to see him here. Is he here for the assessment? However, Ling Feng is now the most dazzling star in the entire Blue Water Star. After all, this era is an era of worshipping warriors. The strongest one is naturally the most famous. Moreover, Ling Feng's strength is not just a little bit stronger, but the strongest in the Blue Water Star. For a while, the whole square was in turmoil. The Wu Zong, who was responsible for the entry and exit registration at the entrance and exit of the energy barrier, was shocked when he saw Ling Feng and hurried over. Hello, Mr. Ling Feng. Are you here for training in the Black Martial God Realm? I am responsible for the entry and exit registration. You can just call me Xiao Wu. The middle-aged uncle smiled respectfully at Ling Feng. Well, I'm going to take the test. Please register. Do I need to queue? Ling Feng nodded. No. How could you need to queue with your identity? I'll take you there right away. Old Wu waved his hand quickly and then respectfully took Ling Feng to the entrance and exit. The people in the queue also made way, and no one thought it was inappropriate. After downloading a copy of the Black Martial God Domain Precautions and Introduction from Old Wu, Ling Feng crossed the space crack and disappeared on the spot. Buzz. After a burst of space fluctuations, Ling Feng's figure appeared on a very flat land. On the ground, it seemed that there were tiles inlaid with some material. Ling Feng suddenly tried hard with his feet and was surprised to find that the strength of this ground was beyond his expectation, and his foot did not produce any effect. Then he did not believe in evil and directly used all his strength to step on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise instantly spread around. However, except for the numbness of the soles of his feet, there was no damage to the ground. What is the material of this ground? It is so hard. He was a little shocked. But then he began to study the data he had just downloaded. Because the data had been downloaded to his mind, he only needed to think about it to remember it. Soon he knew that this Black Warrior Divine Domain seemed to be the ruins of a high-tech civilization. The entire space was surrounded by a very special and powerful alloy. A strong man at the level of Martial Saint had come to test it, but it did not damage the alloy at all. Originally, the top leaders of the Xiantian galaxy thought that a powerful inheritance secret realm of level 7 or even above level 7 had appeared, but after more than 10 years of research, they found that the best thing produced by this secret realm was the master version of the Black Warrior suit. Although this thing can be upgraded all the time, the number of Black Warrior armors that need to be devoured is too terrifying. If there are so many Black Warrior armors, if all are sold, it will be enough to buy better armors. Moreover, the strongest beast that has appeared in this inheritance secret realm is only level 6. Therefore, the level was set at level 6 and was abandoned by the top leaders of the Xiantian galaxy. The top leaders of Blue Water Star, who originally thought they could make a fortune by relying on this divine domain, were speechless. However, even so, this divine domain also created a huge GDP for Blue Water Star. As for the place of assessment, it was in the center of the entire divine domain. Ling Feng looked in that direction from a distance and immediately found a spherical metal fortress towering into the clouds. This fortress is extremely large, and the estimated diameter of the area is several hundred kilometers. Ling Feng did not hesitate, soared into the sky and flew quickly towards the spherical fortress. When he came to the vicinity of the fortress, he saw many people directly touching the wall of the fortress and then being sucked in. He also came to the front of the fortress and then pressed his hand on the fortress. Ding! Detected the assessor whether to enter the entrance assessment point of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, a prompt sound came. Enter. Ling Feng did not hesitate. Buzz. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he was sucked in by a huge force, which made him unable to resist. Buzz. As his eyes blurred, Ling Feng had already arrived on a huge metal arena. The arena was 10,000 meters in diameter and extremely huge. The surrounding area was full of powerful metals from the outside world. Black God Martial Arts Hall entry test? It turns out that this inheritance place is just a martial arts hall test for a lost technological civilization. Ling Feng suddenly realized. I just don't know how this black martial arts suit will come. Ding. Introduction. This venue is the entry test site of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Ding. After testing. Your realm is Martial Honor Level 1. Chi and Blood Value, 100,000. Soul Value, 84,000. Start matching you with a suitable beast. There are a total of 10 rounds of assessment. Pass 10 rounds and become a low-level student based on your performance. 2 prompt sounds appeared in the void, and Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. According to the records, there will be no reward after the 10 rounds, and if you can pass the 10 rounds, you can get the master set of the Black Warrior armor. But can't this only become a low-level student? There is no assessment for intermediate and advanced students. Ling Feng was a little helpless. According to Lan Shuixing's years of evaluation, the assessment of low-level students generally only needs to have silver combat power to pass. Of course, even so, there are very few people who can pass. At the same time, after passing 10 rounds, they all become low-level students, and it seems that there is no further assessment to become an advanced assessment for intermediate and advanced students. Moreover, it is said that at the beginning, there was no reward for the master set of the Black Warrior armor when passing the assessment, until this reward appeared after Ling Xian's assessment. As for why, perhaps only Ling Xian knows. Crack. However, at this moment, a space crack slowly opened in front of Ling Feng. Roar. Then a giant beast as tall as 100 meters came out of the space crack with a low roar. The realm of this giant beast is level 6 and 1 star. It is also an extremely powerful beast. Roar. The beast roared to the sky, and the next moment it roared and rushed towards Ling Feng. Seeing this, Ling Feng didn't waste any words. He stretched out his right hand and suddenly grasped the void. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion came, and the giant beast was instantly crushed into a blood mist by an invisible big hand. Buzz! Then the swallowing flame burst out again in Ling Feng's hand, and the swallowing flame turned into a huge mouth and swallowed all the blood mist into the mouth, and then turned into black light and returned to Ling Feng's body. Then a steady stream of power poured into Ling Feng's body. Buzz! And at this moment, a ray of light began to condense in the void. This is a blue oracle stone. However, what surprised Ling Feng was that a box appeared on the ground. Click! The box slowly opened, and inside was a set of nano-cores of the Black Warrior armor. Huh? Isn't this Black Warrior armor said to be very difficult? How come a set suddenly appeared? Ling Feng was a little confused. According to the introduction, these boxes usually contain some energy crystal cores and medicinal materials. The most precious thing is the Black Warrior armor, but it is not certain that a set of Black Warrior armor will appear even if hundreds of boxes are opened. Is this thing also a matter of luck? He stretched out his hand, and the blue oracle stone and the Black Warrior armor flew over. The entries of the blue oracle stone are not bad, 3 blue entries, 2 green entries. It is considered a top quality, and Ling Feng can use all the terms. So I saved them for upgrading the golden terms later. As for the black armor, it was integrated into the armor the moment it touched Ling Feng's armor. Soon, the strength of the armor became stronger. However, this armor is only a low-grade 5th level armor. If you want to upgrade it to the 6th level, you need hundreds of sets. There is a long way to go. The first round is past, and the second round begins. A prompt sound came from the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, waves of space fluctuations came from the surroundings one after another. Then 10 space cracks slowly split open. Roar! 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 The next moment, one after another, fierce beasts with blazing flames all over their bodies roared out from the space cracks on all sides. The strength is still 6th level 1 star, but such a large number does surprise Ling Feng 1. However, isn't it better to have more? Thinking of this, Ling Feng slowly raised his right hand. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The next moment, purple lightning burst out from Ling Feng's fingertips. The dazzling purple light instantly flashed the entire space into purple. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, 10 terrifying purple thunders burst out. The thunder turned into 10 thunder dragons and roared towards the 10 beasts around. Boom, boom, boom. With another loud noise, the 10 beasts were directly blown into charcoal all over the sky. Then the devouring flame broke out again. The powerful flame directly devoured all the charcoal. Then Ling Feng suddenly remembered something and rushed the devouring flame towards the ground to try to swallow the ground. However, when the flame spread over the entire earth, a violent energy poured into the devouring flame. In just a moment, the energy reserve of the devouring flame was completely full. Fuck, can it really devour? Ling Feng's pupils shrank when he saw this. He quickly recalled the devouring flame and saw that dozens of tiles around him were devoured to a depth of 1 centimeter. Good guy, just this little bit can make his devouring flame energy reserve full. You should know that his devouring flame energy reserve is 10 times that of Ling Feng's current attributes. In other words, as long as this energy is digested, Ling Feng's blood value can reach a full 1 million. According to the realm classification of the martial honor level, a blood value of 1 million can reach the 4th level of martial honor. At this moment, Ling Feng smiled. These dozens of floor tiles contain such a huge amount of energy in a depth of 1 centimeter. If I keep hiding here and practicing hard, I will devour the entire inheritance space. I am afraid that my strength can be improved by several major realms. But then Ling Feng was helpless again. Energy, in fact, I am not very short of it. After all, the energy contained in the 11 beasts I just hunted is enough for Ling Feng to raise his realm to the 3rd level of martial honor. The main thing is the refining speed. Fortunately, my devouring entry is that the stronger the strength, the faster the devouring speed, and the faster the strength improvement speed. Although the amount of chi and blood needed to reach the 1st level of martial saint from the 1st level of martial honor is 10,000 times more than the energy needed to reach the 1st level of martial saint from the 1st level of martial sect. However, as the strength increases, the speed of devouring increases. The time required for Ling Feng to reach the martial saint level will only increase by dozens of times at most. In other words, it will take at most 10 days to reach the Marshall Saint level. If the terms are upgraded, the efficiency will increase dramatically. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, a number of oracle stones were condensed in the distance. All 7 oracle stones were blue, and 3 of them were purple, which made Ling Feng happy. And they all contained fire attributes. He discovered that when it came to the gold terms, the effects of using blue oracle stones, purple oracle stones, and even silver oracle stones were similar. 1 purple oracle stone is equivalent to 10 blue ones. 1 silver oracle stone is equivalent to 10 purple ones. And so on. In other words, if you want to upgrade gold to a higher level, you need at least 400,000 blue oracle stones, but you only need 40,000 purple ones. Using silver only costs 4,000. What if using gold? I don't know about gold. Maybe 400. Calculated this way, it is naturally very uneconomical. After all, 1 purple can be exchanged for 100 blue ones, or even hundreds of them. If it is exchanged for money and then for oracle stones, only 2 or 3,000 purple oracle stones are enough. If it is a silver oracle stone, even a few pieces are needed to upgrade the gold item to surpass gold. Therefore, before the high-level oracle stone has reached the point where it must be used, the best way is to save it first. After all, if you want to make money, you have alchemy, so there is no need to sell pills in exchange. After all, you will be able to use high-quality oracle stones one day. If you sell it now, you will have to spend money to buy it later. And the speed of making money from alchemy is much faster than that of oracle stones. Of course, unless Ling Feng can explode an oracle stone above silver, that is another matter. The price of silver and above is so expensive, and you can't use it in a short time, it is definitely the most cost-effective to sell it directly. However, silver items are usually bred in the 9th and 10th level beasts. If Ling Feng encounters one now, he will be defeated in seconds. Unless he is extremely lucky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, 10 boxes rose from the ground. Then, all the boxes were opened. There were 10 nano armor cores inside. All of them were black armors. Wait, something is wrong. Does the explosion of this black armor really depend on luck? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. If this is true, wouldn't he be able to explode all the way? If so, the number of black armors he can explode by the end will be at least dozens. And as he absorbed all the nano cores of the black armor, his armor level directly reached the 5th level upper grade. Never mind, it's a good thing anyway, just keep hunting. Ling Feng didn't think much about it. After putting the things away, he started the 3rd round directly. And the opponent in the 3rd round was a full 106th level 1-star beasts. This made Ling Feng happy. It was like giving away oracle stones and armor. He killed all the beasts in seconds. This time, he obtained more than 30 purple oracle stones and more than 60 blue oracle stones. At the same time, the nano cores of a full 100 sets of black warrior armor directly made Ling Feng's armor level reach the 6th grade lower grade. For a while, the strength of the armor was 10 times stronger than before. Of course, if Ling Feng used all his strength, the armor would still break. This is why he has been using elemental attacks since he became stronger. His combat power is too strong, and the black warrior armor can't keep up with his strength. Soon, the 3rd round of assessment started. The 3rd round still had 100 beasts, but their strength had become level 6, 2 stars. It was still killed instantly. Because they could no longer swallow them, Ling Feng could only burn these corpses to ashes. The things obtained this time were similar to the last time. The only difference was that the proportion of purple oracle stones was a little higher. It reached about 40 pieces. It seems that when the opponent's level is upgraded to level 6, 7, or 8 stars, it should be possible to 100% explode purple oracle stones. Ling Feng also raised his eyebrows when he thought of this. Such a high explosion rate is also very good. Of course, these purple oracle stones are only the most rubbish oracle stones. There is only 1 purple entry and the rest are green. As for the silver oracle stones, unless Ling Feng can kill the level 8 beast, it really can't explode. 8th level, now you have to double your combat power to advance to a small realm, and 1,000 times to advance to a large realm. The gap between the 8th level and me is at least 1,000,000 times. Moreover, the 8th level beasts have more than 1 purple entry, and it is almost impossible to defeat them. Perhaps you can try the effect of the goddess's favor. Ling Feng thought about this and raised his eyebrows. Perhaps you can really give it a try. Of course, the cost of using the goddess's favor is not low. One silver entry can only be used once. Fortunately, Ling Feng can use white entries to charge, that is, 10,000 white entries or 1,000 green entries. It is estimated that it will not take much time to charge 1,000 green entries. Unfortunately, I don't have more oracle stones with luck entries here. It seems that I have to buy more oracle stones specifically for charging after I go back this time. Ling Feng thought about this and didn't bother about it anymore, but continued the assessment. 4th round. The opponent's strength has been upgraded to the 6th level 3 stars. The same 100 heads. 5th round. 6th level 3 star. The number has increased to 300. 6th round. 6th level 3 star. The number has reached 1,000. At this point, even if Ling Feng is stupid, he has discovered that his assessment seems to be different from that of ordinary people. According to records, the assessment content for each person is different. Those below the martial honor level usually upgrade 1 level per round. That is, the first round of the martial sect level 1 is level 5, 1 star, the second round is 2 stars, and the third round is 4 stars. Only the 10th round can reach the martial honor level 1. Generally, those with silver level combat power, or those who can reach the 70th floor of the Hidden Dragon Tower can pass. And those above the martial honor level have also challenged it. The gap between each level of the martial honor level is 2 times, so it is naturally impossible to upgrade 1 level every round. Otherwise, in the 10th round, you will have to face an opponent whose strength exceeds yours by 1,000 times, and it is also an opponent with purple terms. How can you beat it? Therefore, the number of opponents is generally increased. But the number does not seem to be as terrifying as yourself. It is said that at most 20 to 30 beasts appeared in 1 round. And there were hundreds of them at any time, but now 1,000 have appeared. Of course, for Ling Feng, this assessment is simply tailor-made for him. The more the better. Where else in the 6th level divine domain can there be so many 6th level beasts? It seems that this test is a trick. My strength should be detected. I just don't know how strong they have detected me to be. Ling Feng was a little curious. But since it's a good thing, let's continue. These 1,000 beasts are all thunder attributes. It seems that because I showed a thunder attribute beast at the beginning, they deliberately brought all the thunder attributes to me for the test. Ling Feng was naturally not polite. He slowly raised a finger with his right hand. Puff. The next moment, a flame laser shot up into the sky, thousands of meters straight into the sky. Then, Ling Feng looked at all the beasts rushing towards him from all directions and swept his right hand across. All the beasts were cut in half wherever the flame laser went. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the beasts fell to the ground and broke into 2 halves, and the cuts were all traces of high-temperature burns. Ling Feng waved his hand and collected all the corpses of the beasts. Although he couldn't use them now, it didn't mean he couldn't use them in the future, even if he sold them for money. These were 1,000 6th level beasts, and if they were all sold, they would be worth tens of trillions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, a number of oracle stones slowly condensed in the void. Seeing that 50% of these oracle stones were purple, he waved his hand and collected all the oracle stones. Then, a set of black warrior armor appeared. What was different was that one of these black warrior armors was actually the master version of the black warrior armor. The appearance of the master version stunned Ling Feng. Didn't they say that it would only be available at the end? Could it be that it could also explode under normal circumstances? Ling Feng was a little confused. But he didn't care, it was a good thing anyway, and then he absorbed all the 1,000 sets of black warrior armor, but when he touched the master version, the black warrior armor actually absorbed the master version as well. In an instant, Ling Feng felt that the material of the black warrior armor after absorbing the motherboard had been upgraded a lot compared to the previous one. His armor level directly reached the 6th grade upper grade. The material is dozens of times stronger than before. This motherboard can also absorb? Moreover, the improvement effect is comparable to 1,000 sets of ordinary black warrior armor. What a good thing. I don't know if this assessment can be repeated. If it can be done, the combat power of the black warrior armor will definitely explode if it is stacked to the 7th level or above. Ling Feng was also a little surprised. Ding! The 7th round is open. At this time, the prompt sound came again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, the next moment, a large number of space cracks appeared, and there were still 1,000 cracks. But this time, the opponent's strength has been upgraded to the 6th grade 4-star. The normal combat power of the 6th grade 4-star is already 8 times that of 1-star. In theory, the ordinary 10th round is also at this level. And the ordinary 10th round is only 1 head, this is 1,000 heads. This is not just surpassing, but far surpassing. This test seems to be much more difficult than ordinary people. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. However, the next moment his flame laser burst out again. All the beasts were cut in half again. The 8th round followed. However, the number of opponents in the 8th round plummeted. Only 300. It's just that the opponent's strength has been upgraded to the 6th level and 5 stars. This pressure is definitely more than twice as strong as the 7th round. Of course, it's still simple for Ling Feng. This time, there are actually 2 sets of master versions of the Black Warrior armor, which is equivalent to 2,000 sets of ordinary ones. The 9th round. Start quickly. There are only 100 beasts this time, but their strength has reached the 6th level and 6 stars. And after this time, the oracle stones that Ling Feng exploded were all purple one. It's a pity that the number is a little less. But the good thing is that the number of Black Warrior armor has reached 5 sets. Ling Feng is still very satisfied. Soon, the 10th round started. Buzz. A space wave came slowly. There is only one opponent this time? Is this 10th round so sloppy? Ling Feng frowned when he saw this. Buzz. As soon as Ling Feng's voice fell, a space crack hundreds of meters high directly split in the void. This space crack is much larger than any of the previous ones. Ong. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar broke out from the crack. Buzz. Then, a huge black dragon more than 300 meters high flew out of the crack. After the black dragon rushed out, its wings spread instantly. In an instant, the huge dragon wings that were 1,000 meters long covered the entire sky. Ding! The 10th round begins. Opponent, Dark-Winged Demon Dragon. Level, 6th level, 7 stars. Rating, purple. A loud prompt sound came from the void. As soon as this prompt sound came out, Ling Feng's eyebrows raised instantly. Let's not talk about the fact that this beast actually has a separate introduction. Let's talk about this evaluation. 6th level, 7 stars, purple evaluation? It should be purple entries, right? That's the entry level that only 7th level beasts have. Ling Feng also looked directly at the top of the opponent's head. Sure enough, a full 7 entries were displayed above his head. But as soon as these entries appeared, Ling Feng's mouth twitched. Dragon Clan. Purple, possessing a rare dragon bloodline. All physical attributes asterisk 200%. Dark power. Purple, control the power of darkness. Dark skill power asterisk 1200%. Born with divine power. Purple, strength asterisk 1500%. Indestructible. Purple, defense asterisk 1500%. Speed force. Purple, movement speed asterisk 1000%. Inexhaustible. Purple, stamina asterisk 1500%. Quick recovery. Purple, injury recovery speed is greatly increased. 7 of them are purple. Moreover, the dragon bloodline adds 200% to all attributes of the flesh, directly upgrading the 4 major flesh-type entries to the silver level. You call this thing purple? Ordinary silver-type beasts are not his opponents, right? No, they are definitely not his opponents. After all, the 3000% bonus after doubling is the top among the silver entries. This dragon entry should be a rare race entry. Humans seem to be able to use this entry, and the appearance will not change before use, and will only transform when it is activated. Therefore, these race entries are transformation entries for humans. This purple can double the combat power. If I can get it and upgrade it to gold. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he thought of this. I want it a little bit, what's the matter? Golden entry, not to mention the bonus, can transform into a dragon. What kind of dragon is the golden dragon? Is it a divine dragon? If it really is a dragon, it would be great. Let's go back and let's kill this beast first. But is this Black God martial arts school sick? How to beat such a powerful opponent? Even if you have several golden entries, I'm afraid you can't beat it. Unless you are like me, these entries can be superimposed on each other, plus burst entries to defeat it. Ling Feng was really speechless at this time. There is something wrong with this assessment. The level of this dragon is level 6, 5 stars, and the basic combat power alone is 16 times that of an ordinary level 6, 1 star. Plus a full 30 times of strength bonus, that is, you need a combat power bonus of 5,000 times to defeat this dragon. 5,000 times. What the hell is this concept? Even the current Ling Feng, without the special effects of special entries, through more than 10 times of martial arts and skills, plus 60 times of basic physical and gun proficiency bonus. Then, if the God of Slaughter entry is used, the combat power can be increased by more than 10,000 times. Is it difficult for ordinary people to collect these 3 golden entries and improve this martial arts to this level? The giant dragon is looking down at Ling Feng from a high position. There is unspeakable ridicule in his eyes. In his opinion, he is just a weak human race. Although he is not an adult, he can kill Ling Feng with a pee of dragon urine. Black dragon, you'd better show all your strength, otherwise, you may die miserably later. Ling Feng's mouth corners slightly raised as he looked at the black dragon. However, the black dragon was furious as soon as these words came out. Ling Feng is definitely looking for death. His great dark-winged demon dragon will judge this ant with endless dark dragon flames. Ong! Instantly, a deafening dragon roar broke out from the mouth of the dark-winged demon dragon. The next moment, endless dark power suddenly gathered towards his mouth. Boom! Then, a dark dragon flame with a diameter of tens of meters turned into a pillar of fire and shot towards Ling Feng. The speed of the flame was so fast that it arrived in front of Ling Feng in just an instant. Cling! Ling Feng did not hesitate at all. He grasped the void in his hand, and the black armor that had been upgraded to the 6th level top grade instantly transformed into a black spear. Boom! The next moment, endless purple thunder power burst out crazily, and the thunder power condensed crazily, and finally turned from purple to pure black. This is the power of heavenly punishment. Of course, Ling Feng did not use the judgment of heaven, and this black dragon was not qualified. Humph! The next moment, with Ling Feng's roar, he suddenly stepped on his feet, and the whole person rushed into the sky and shot directly towards the falling black flame. Split the sky. Then, with a low roar, Ling Feng moved. The long spear in his hand thrust out towards the sky. Cling! Instantly, the endless power of heavenly punishment gathered into a terrifying spear light that was 1,000 meters long and shot straight into the sky. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, the spear light of heavenly punishment had collided with the terrifying dark dragon flame. The dragon flame was instantly torn apart by the terrifying power carried by the spear. Roar! The dark-winged demon dragon in the sky saw the scene, and his face suddenly changed, and the power of the dragon flame in his mouth surged again. The power of this mouthful of dragon flame directly increased several times. In an instant, the spear light that tore the dragon flame and the dragon flame of the dark-winged demon dragon were both stagnant in the void. Neither side could produce any effect on the other. Hum! And Ling Feng burst out with terrifying spear intent again. In an instant, the dragon flame was torn apart in an instant. The spear light rushed straight into the sky and instantly hit the dark-winged dragon. Endless thunderbolts of heavenly punishment swept across its body, directly melting its whole body. Ong! The dark-winged dragon roared in pain and finally gradually disappeared in the spear light. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar that resounded throughout the world. The spear light slammed into the ceiling and exploded completely. The terrifying dark black thunder turned into tens of thousands of tiny thunderbolts that struck crazily throughout the space, and it was not until a few minutes later that the thunder gradually dissipated. This dark-winged dragon is really powerful. There is a 5-level difference between us. I have to use so many trump cards to defeat him. If someone else comes to the assessment of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, who can pass it? Is it possible that my father passed this assessment? It's a bit outrageous, right? With so many levels surpassed, I'm afraid I can't beat it with only a few golden entries. Ling Feng began to be curious. But all this is a mystery. I don't know what the reward is this time. Then Ling Feng was also looking forward to it. Ding! The 10th round passed. Start the battle scoring. Start the luck scoring. However, at this moment, a prompt sound came from the sky. This prompt sound made Ling Feng raise his eyebrows. Oh my god, luck scoring? What's going on? Luck can be scored? Could it be that the previous unboxing of the Black Warrior armor was a part of testing luck? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Yes, others opened energy stones, pills, medicinal materials, and other materials, but I opened all the Black Warrior armor, which is definitely not right. If you want to give it, just give it directly. Why put it in different boxes? Obviously, this assessment not only assesses the combat effectiveness of the academy, but also the luck. It is a relatively comprehensive assessment. How powerful was the Black God Martial Arts Hall before it was destroyed? But how did the civilization become extinct? Ling Feng also had many more questions in his mind at this time. Of course, these questions may not be answered in a lifetime. Ding. Comprehensive scoring is over. Candidate, Ling Feng. Realm, first level of martial honor. Health value, 110,000. Soul value, 92,000. Item analysis, thunder. Gold, physical. Gold, talent. Gold, swallowing. Gold. Combat power rating, gold middle grade. No full attribute amplification items, no bloodline items. No soul items. Luck analysis, 100% of blue items will be released at the same level. 30% of purple items will be released. Top quality treasure chest rewards will be released. 100%. Top quality rewards will be released. 5%. Luck rating, gold lower grade. However, at this moment, a series of analyses were reported. The contents of these reports immediately made Ling Feng couldn't help but admire, almost analyzing all the talents he could show. Sure enough, how strong a person's item talent is can be roughly measured in just one battle. Ling Feng nodded slightly. However, this combat power rating is a bit scary. His 4 items that can be stacked together can only be rated as a middle grade item. Doesn't this top grade item require all attribute enhancement items to be added? What about the best grade item? Bloodline items plus all attribute enhancement items? Fuck, then wouldn't I be a top grade item even if I burst out with all my strength now? Seeing this, Ling Feng took a breath of cold air. This fucking golden best grade rating is a bit scary. Similarly, if it is a purple item's best grade rating, do all these stackable items have to be stacked together? Then at the same level, even a golden item can't beat this kind of top grade purple rating owner, right? But then again, this seems to be normal. If all the stacking items can be stacked up, the combat power will definitely be off the charts. And it's crushing. It seems that we can't underestimate any low-level item owner. If we meet such a genius with a top-level score, we will definitely have the ability to kill the genius of high-level items. Ling Feng's eyes became serious at this moment. It seems that I have to get this bloodline item. Buzz. And at this moment, in the sky, a silver oracle stone slowly condensed where the black dragon died. Seeing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. One. Is the luck so good? Can you get the silver oracle stone? Then his eyes lit up. If he could get the silver dragon clan item, he could directly draw it. But he quickly rejected it. Not to mention that it would be too much of a loss to draw it directly. After all, the price of the oracle stone of such an item would definitely explode after it was sold. At least 10 trillion. With this money, I can sell it and buy oracle stones directly, and I can get hundreds of gold entries. Moreover, this is a silver oracle stone. Although my luck is strong, it is only gold. Can the gold luck specify silver? It is probably a bit mysterious. Very mysterious. After all, if it can be specified, as long as you have gold luck, can you stack all your other entries into superimposed entries? If you get a silver top-grade talent, the combat power can kill ordinary gold entry owners in seconds. Therefore, the probability of specifying a silver oracle stone entry is not high. Buzz. And this oracle stone also slowly fell into Ling Feng's hands. Ling Feng raised his right hand, and then the oracle stone slowly fell into his hand. Ling Feng looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Dragon Clan. Silver, possessing a rare dragon bloodline. All physical attributes * 300%. Dark power. Silver, control the power of darkness. Power of dark skills * 2400%. Born with divine power. Purple, strength * 1500%. Indestructible. Purple, defense * 1500%. Speed force. Purple, movement speed * 1000%. Inexhaustible. Purple, stamina * 1500%. Quick healing. Purple, injury recovery speed increased significantly. This entry is actually very good. 2 silver, 5 purple. Both silver are powerful combat entries. This Oracle Stone costs at least 40 trillion. Send it. When I go back, I have to put it on the federal store as soon as possible so that those who pick up the goods can take it away together. Ling Feng immediately decided that it would be too much of a loss to use it himself. Selling it is the most cost-effective. Ding! Are the candidates ready to supplement their own entries? If you don't supplement, your talent can be rated as an intermediate student. If you can supplement all attribute enhancement items or bloodline items and reach silver or above, you can be promoted to an advanced student. At this time, the sky came again, that empty reminder sound. Is there a difference between the rewards for intermediate and advanced students? Ling Feng was puzzled. Yes, intermediate students will be rewarded with a 7th grade lower grade Black God Armor *1. Advanced students will be rewarded with an 8th grade lower grade Black God Armor *1. A reminder sound came from the sky. Hearing this, Ling Feng's pupils shrank. Black God Armor? Wait, not Black Warrior Armor? That is to say, the so-called Black Warrior Armor Mother version is actually called Black God Armor. Additional, I have a gold-type full attribute enhancement entry. Ling Feng spoke directly. It is necessary to add it. The defense power of the 7th and 8th levels is 1,000 times different. It is estimated that 100 sets of 7th levels are not as expensive as the 8th level. Crack. However, at this moment, a stone tablet slowly rose from the ground. Please ask students to attack this stone tablet with all their strength under the blessing of the full attribute enhancement entry. The prompt sound came. Ling Feng did not hesitate and slowly closed his eyes. Boom. In an instant, endless killing energy burst out from his body. In an instant, the violent killing intent soared into the sky. The blood-colored flames rushed to the sky hundreds of meters high. The whole space turned blood red. And Ling Feng slowly raised the black spear condensed by the black armor. Split the sky. The next moment, with a low shout, he burst out with a shot. Cling. In an instant, a shocking gunshot tore the world apart. A huge blood-colored spear light turned into a terrifying stream of light and blasted towards the huge stone tablet. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud sound that shook the earth. The whole stone tablet trembled, but there was no damage at all. Test completed. All attribute enhancement items, God of Killing. Gold. Final score, Gold top grade. Final assessment result, Senior student. A prompt sounded in the sky instantly. Hearing this, Ling Feng also laughed. By the way, if I still have bloodline talent, can I still improve the score result? Suddenly, Ling Feng hurriedly asked after remembering something. In this assessment space, the highest level can only be assessed as a senior student. That is, the corresponding person with gold top grade talent, dark gold middle grade talent, and the corresponding person with silver top grade talent. Your assessment level has exceeded the assessment standard. Even if you pass the assessment, you can't get more rewards. Moreover, you who have the gold luck entry already have a talent that exceeds the gold upper grade talent. It's just that due to the limitations of this examination room, only the highest gold upper grade talent can be given. Of course, you can show it and the assessment space will make a more accurate score, but it's for reference only. The assessment space slowly spoke. Hearing this, you suddenly felt bored. Forget it, I don't have a bloodline entry. Ling Feng was speechless. He was still thinking that if he could get it, he would take a gamble. If the gamble is right, what if he gives the 9th level Black God armor? Unfortunately, there is no if. But then again, is the weight of the gold luck entry so high? Just a gold lower grade luck entry, that is, a luck entry that has just reached the gold level, can reach the gold top grade score. This surprised Ling Feng a little. But if you think about it, you will know that the difficulty of obtaining this luck-related entry far exceeds that of other entries, which indicates his extraordinariness. Ding! The assessment is over and the reward is issued. Seeing that Ling Feng did not take the assessment, the voice did not say much. Buzz. The next moment, a box rose from the ground. As the box rose from the ground, then the box opened, and a nano core appeared in front of Ling Feng. There was a mysterious logo on this nano core. Ling Feng walked to the core and picked it up. Ding! Soul binding is completed. Black God armor is at your service. And at this moment, a prompt sound came. Buzz. The next moment, this nano core began to spread wildly, directly covering Ling Feng's whole body. The original 6th level Black God armor slowly faded and turned into a nano core and fell to the ground. As the Black God armor covered Ling Feng's whole body, Ling Feng clearly felt that the speed at which he absorbed the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth had increased a lot. This armor can actually improve the training speed? Ling Feng was shocked, and the improvement was quite a lot. This absorption speed was equivalent to the absorption speed of a purple talent-type entry. This surprised Ling Feng. However, soon, something even more shocking happened. Several entries suddenly appeared on the armor. That's right, it was an entry. Indestructible. Purple. Armor defense asterisk 1000%. Abyss mouth. Purple. Can devour energy substances to improve the quality of armor. Can also slowly repair damaged armor. Martial arts prodigy. Purple. Practice speed asterisk 1000. Inexhaustible. Purple. Armor durability asterisk 1000%. Penetration. Purple. Defense of the attacked object divided by 200%. 5 purple entries. This directly shocked Ling Feng. How come there are still entries? Is this Black God suit alive? Ling Feng exclaimed. Ding. Glossary. Item entry. Item entry. It is a special item entry. Some extremely rare items have special entries. The elixirs, weapons, etc. made with these items will inherit these entries. All the 8th level inferior Black God suits are made of 5 fixed purple entry items. It has a series of abilities such as improving defense, automatic upgrade, improving attack power, and improving cultivation speed. And the 7th level inferior Black God suit is made of 4 blue entries. As for your original 4th level Black God suit, it is made of materials without entries. Because the items with entries are extremely precious, only the core of the martial arts hall are qualified to use them. The intelligent brain of the Black God Martial Arts Hall immediately stood up when he heard Ling Feng's words. Of course, if it was before, Ling Feng would not be able to say anything no matter how he asked, because Ling Feng is now a senior student. Fuck, there is such a thing. Why haven't I heard of it before? Ling Feng was shocked but quickly reacted. Even a person like himself with a top-grade gold talent can only have a set with purple entries. Then ordinary gold talents are probably nothing. And those gold talent owners of the human race are most likely the lowest grade gold talent owners. It is also extremely difficult for the human race to obtain entry items. Even entry items may be one of the top secrets of the human race. Ordinary strong people can't get in touch with it at all, let alone Ling Feng, who was just an ordinary person a few days ago. But this entry is really good. It can greatly increase the strength of the armor. And the Black God armor can also absorb energy items to upgrade. Instead of Huji just like the previous armor, it can only be upgraded by devouring the Black Warrior armor. The upgrade speed should not be slow in the future. Ling Feng was also very satisfied. Ding. Detected that the item has the same entry as your own entry. Do you want to consume your own entry energy to upgrade it? However, at this moment, another prompt sound came and directly made Ling Feng numb. Wait, what the hell? Consume my entry energy to upgrade these entries? Are you kidding? Ling Feng was shocked and asked the God's will in the depths of his consciousness. But the God's will naturally would not answer Ling Feng. Ling Feng was a little speechless, but since it can be upgraded, why not give it a try? Ling Feng thought again and finally gritted his teeth and directly chose to extract his own fine gold armor entry to test the water. After all, he still has a lot of defensive oracle stones that have not been extracted. If the level is lowered, it's no big deal to upgrade it back. Defense entries are definitely the most. Ding. Select the entry, withdraw indestructible. Purple, start charging and upgrading. Charging progress, 1001%. Charging progress, 1002%. Charging progress, 1003%. Sure enough, the indestructible bonus of the Black God suit began to soar wildly. At the same time, the adamantine armor attribute that had reached 2005% began to slowly decrease. The ratio is exactly 10 to 1. Seeing that it can be recharged, Ling Feng immediately turned off the charging. Sure enough, it can be upgraded. What if I upgrade all 5 attributes to gold? Then the strength of this Black God suit will be off the charts? And it can also devour everything to increase the level of the armor. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It's just a few items upgraded to gold, and he doesn't need to spend many oracle stones. The armor with gold items, this power, who knows how strong it can be. At least, the human race today can't find a set. Even in the next few 100,000 years, it may not be able to make a set. By the way, do you know Ling Xian? He should have been here 20 years ago. Ling Feng suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. Ding. Ling Xian. Intermediate student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. He passed the intermediate student assessment 20 years ago and finally opened the low-level authority of this trial field. After hearing Ling Feng's words, a prompt came from the void. Intermediate student? Does he also have golden entries? And he is more than one. Ling Feng asked hurriedly. Ding. No, Ling Xian's entries are all purple, which is a purple top-grade talent. Therefore, he has the qualification of an intermediate student. However, the prompt of the intelligent brain made Ling Feng's pupils shrink. Top-grade purple talent? Damn. Doesn't that mean he has bloodline, all-attribute amplification, and weapons, etc.? This comprehensive combat power is definitely not inferior to that of ordinary golden intermediate talent owners. No, it's not inferior, but it may even surpass. The only shortcoming may be that because the entry level is low, the bonus to cultivation talent is insufficient. As mentioned before, high-level entries can improve cultivation talent, and the cultivation talent bonus of golden entries is equivalent to the bonus of purple talent. In other words, if a purple top-grade talent owner has a purple cultivation talent, in a sense, his talent and combat power are definitely not less than those of the gold medium-quality talent. Of course, some people may say that if that's the case, why don't those gold item owners stack purple items? If a gold item plus a purple all-attribute enhancement item plus a purple bloodline item, his talent is definitely far beyond that of the purple top-quality talent owner. Just kidding. The number of talent items a person has is limited. For example, if you have 10 item slots, this is already a very talented existence. If you have 10 item slots and you want a gold medium quality talent, you only need 2 gold items that can be stacked in the 10 items. For example, a strength enhancement and a weapon item. These 2 items are the most common, and the probability of extracting them is not high. But compared with other gold items, the probability of extracting them is several times or even dozens of times. However, if you want to go the purple top quality talent route with 10 item slots, that requires a purple power enhancement and a purple weapon type entry, an all-attribute amplification entry, a bloodline entry. It is extremely difficult to extract all-attribute amplification and bloodline type entries, and the probability of extracting a purple entry is close to that of a common gold entry. You also need to get 2 other corresponding entries. Once one is missing, the combat effectiveness plummets. There are only 10 chances, and 1 wrong draw will reduce it. In other words, as long as you have money, the gold middle grade talent is definitely the best solution. And the purple type entry Tian talent can only be risked by those who don't have much money. Of course, if you have a gold luck type entry, it will be different. You can almost specify all purple entries. This is why the evaluation of a gold luck type entry can reach the gold top grade. Because even if you only specify a purple top grade talent, it is much stronger than the ordinary gold middle grade talent. Although it is not as good as the gold top grade, it is more than enough to become a genius. If he dared to take a chance, he might even get a set of silver grade talents, which would be comparable to gold grade talents. This is why gold luck is so precious. Thinking about this, it is enough to see how lucky Ling Xian is. There is probably no other purple grade talent in the entire human race. By the way, can I continue the assessment? That is, continue to hunt those 6th level beasts. Ling Feng ignored Ling Xian's affairs. In fact, it doesn't matter if he can't find the other party. Anyway, the other party disappeared not long after he was born, and there is no emotion. The most important thing is that his talent is strong. Ding. Yes, but the treasure chest reward will not be triggered again. This assessment can be opened at any time. Do you still open the advanced student assessment? The intelligent brain answered directly. By the way, can I specify the beasts of specific entries? Ling Feng asked hurriedly. Ding. Advanced students have the right to specify, but only ordinary entries, such as some rare entries, cannot be specified. For example, luck, destiny, talent, space, and other rare entries. Of course, if it's just white and green, it's fine, but blue and above are not. Intelligent brain answer. That's not necessary. I just need some ordinary purple entries. You assign me defense entries first. After I collect 400 purple oracle stones, assign me 400 physical strength entries. Then 400 devouring entries. Then 500 penetration entries. 200 speed entries. By the way, if there are more fierce beasts, it would be the best, okay? Ling Feng said directly that the so-called treasure chest rewards were of little use to him now, and as for those low-level rare items, it would not cost much to buy them. All that could be exploded here were purple oracle stones, so there was no need to waste money here. Ding! Accept the designated content. Assessment restarted. The first round is about to begin. The intelligent brain answered instantly. Buzz, 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 buzz. The next moment, space cracks suddenly appeared around. There were 10 space cracks in the first round. Then, 10 pangolin-like beasts rushed out of this space. Roar! 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 Amidst the roars, all the pangolins rushed towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng didn't waste any words and killed all the pangolins in seconds. The number of beasts in the second, third, and fourth rounds increased. Finally, the number of beasts increased to 1,000 and stopped increasing, but fortunately, purple oracle stones could be exploded in the later stages. In addition, with Ling Feng's advance reminder, there were 1,000 beasts until the 9th round, and the number did not decrease after the 8th round like before. This time, the strength of the beasts in the 10th round was still the same as the previous Black Dragon. Ling Feng didn't have time to waste words with the opponent and directly exploded the God of Killing and killed the opponent in one shot. Unfortunately, this time the luck was not so good, and only a purple oracle stone with all purple entries was exploded. Of course, the price of this kind of oracle stone with all purple entries is also extremely expensive, at least worth more than 1 trillion. After all, this means that you will get 100% of purple entries after using it. Many big guys are willing to spend money to cultivate their offspring. At this time, Ling Feng has collected 400 purple diamond indestructible, endless, penetration, and abyss giant mouth entries. Purple entries are indeed high-level entries. One entry can increase the bonus of silver entries by 10%. In other words, to upgrade to gold entries, only 200 pieces are needed. The reason why it was 400 was mainly because he was going to upgrade his Black God armor. All my entries can be used freely in front of this intelligent brain. After all, the golden top-grade entry seems to be just an ordinary talent in the eyes of the other party. But the only thing that must not be exposed is this infinite extraction entry. Thinking of this, Ling Feng directly put all the entries into his own small world. Of course, to outsiders, it is no different from the portable space that stores entries in the space. The only difference is that Ling Feng can probe his divine thoughts into the small world and extract entries without anyone noticing. Ding! Congratulations, extracting entries. Vajra indestructible. Purple. Ding! Congratulations, extracting entries. Vajra indestructible. Purple. Ding! Congratulations, extracting entries. Vajra indestructible. Purple. The prompt sound resounded through Ling Feng's mind. This extraction speed is simply off the charts. After all, Ling Feng can extract almost 100 entries in 1 minute, and it only takes a few minutes to stack a golden entry. Ding! Congratulations, you have extracted the entry. Indestructible. Purple. Asterisk 200. The entry is upgraded to Absolute Defense. Gold, Defense Asterisk 4000%. Special physical entries require the collection of 4 physical golden entries to trigger. Ding! Congratulations, you have extracted the entry. Inexhaustible. Purple. Asterisk 200. The entry is upgraded to Perpetual Motion Machine. Gold, Physical Strength Asterisk 4000%. Ding! Congratulations, you have extracted the entry, Speed Force. Purple, asterisk 200. The entry is upgraded to God of Speed. Gold, Speed asterisk 4000%. Finally, in less than 10 minutes, Ling Feng has stacked almost all the entries. At this moment, Ling Feng took a deep breath. Special entries are finally here. Ding! Detected. You have successfully collected the 4 golden physical entries. Physical mythical entry, Law of Heaven and Earth. Gold is activated. Law of Heaven and Earth. The supreme ancient magical power. a powerful magical power that consumes a lot of oracle energy and is activated instantly. After use, the body will surge to the height of blood value *1 meter. All attributes *1000%. This entry is very expensive to use. It requires the instant consumption of one of the 4 golden physical entries. However, when the entry of Law of Heaven and Earth appeared, Ling Feng's eyes contracted violently. Law of Heaven and Earth. Damn, blood value *1 meter? I have 100,000 blood now, so doesn't that mean that after using it, the body will reach a height of 100,000 meters? And all attributes are increased tenfold? If the god of slaughter and kill are added, a planet can be blown up with one punch. Ling Feng immediately took a breath of cold air. No wonder it takes 4 golden entries to condense a special entry. This effect is more terrifying than killing, and there is no negative effect. As for the cost of using it, compared with its terrifying effect, this price is indeed great for a reason. 1 golden entry for each of the 4 major entries? That means 200 purple entries can be used once. Although it is a lot, it is still okay. Now you can brush the entry here, and Ling Feng can also fill this entry directly. Even in the outside world, it can be filled once with 80 billion oracle stones. 80 billion in exchange for a terrifying effect of 10 times combat power bonus, which is completely worth it. Of course, the ultimate effect of this thing is to fight desperately. When it comes to fighting desperately, the strength bonus of several % is terrifying, let alone 10 times. Therefore, this effect is absolutely worth the money. This kind of good thing must be charged and filled. It is completely used for turning the tables in battle. Thinking of this, Ling Feng asked the intelligent brain of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, intelligent brain, do you know special entries? Special entries that can be opened by golden entries. Ling Feng asked hurriedly. He had never come into contact with the golden entry owners of the human race. Naturally, he didn't know whether they had golden entries. But from the words of the intelligent brain before, Ling Feng didn't seem to have heard anything about special entries. Is it possible that the other party doesn't know special entries either? Ding. Searching the database. However, what surprised Ling Feng was that the other party didn't answer directly. This made Ling Feng raise his eyebrows. If he didn't answer directly, it means that it is possible that this special entry is not common and is much rarer than ordinary golden entries. After all, in the eyes of the other party, dark golden entries that surpass golden entries seem to be commonplace. But rare entries actually need to be searched, which is naturally not the public goods. Could it be that I am the only one who has this thing? It should be impossible. The probability that I am the only one who has it is extremely low. I am not the protagonist of a novel. How could I be the only one who has it? Ding. Search successful. Glossary. Special entry. Description. Super rare supplementary entry that appears in conjunction with gold and above entries. Only a very small number of people will awaken, and the probability of such supplementary entries will not be increased due to the influence of luck-related entries. Completely random. According to the proportion, there is a possibility that 1 special entry will appear among every trillion gold entry owners. Each special entry is extremely powerful and can at least increase the level of the entry by 1 level. Even some special entries that require a huge price to use can increase the level of the entry by several levels. According to the highest regulations of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, once the owner of a special entry is found, he will directly become the supreme student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. May I ask if you have a special entry? The tone of the intelligent brain at this moment has become cautious. This confused Ling Feng. Wait, only 1 special entry may appear among 1 trillion golden entry owners. This is the owner, not the entry. A golden entry owner may have 2, 3, or even 3 or 4 golden entries. And among so many people, there is only 1 special entry owner. But I seem to be 100% triggered. This thing cannot be awakened by the luck entry, and it is many times more precious than the luck entry. Oh my god, what's going on? Is it because of the infinite entries? After thinking about it, Ling Feng could only think of this possibility. However, this seems to be a good thing. What's the use of the supreme student? Ling Feng was immediately curious. Ding. The supreme student is the top student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Possess the highest authority of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. However, I can't contact the headquarters of the martial arts hall now, so I can't authenticate you. The smart brain explained. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's mouth twitched. There was no way they could be connected. Your civilization has probably been extinct for who knows how many years. P.S. Thank you all readers for your love. I keep my word, and here is today's extra chapter. In addition, thank you to Yawan for giving flowers. Forget it, I don't have any special entries. Ling Feng said with a lack of interest. Afterwards, Ling Feng continued to extract penetration and devouring entries. 200 devouring entries were extracted. 200 only increased the bonus by 20%. He recharged all the 20 into his Black God suit. Ding! The devouring entry of the Black God suit is upgraded. Swallow the Sky. Gold can devour everything to improve the armor level and can also quickly repair damaged armor through devouring. A black light flashed on the Black God suit. The devouring entry of the Black God suit was directly upgraded to gold. Of course, as long as Ling Feng did not choose to display the entry, no one could see that the entry of the Black God suit had been upgraded. At the same time, Ling Feng found that although the Black God suit did not have the devouring flame, his devouring flame could directly supply energy to it. This made Ling Feng's eyes light up. I just can't use up so much energy, so it's best to let Black God devour it. After being connected to the devouring flame, the Black God armor instantly turned into a glutton and began to absorb the energy in the devouring flame crazily. In just a moment, the energy just accumulated was completely drained. But the armor did not change at all. Good guy, you can eat so much? Let's see how much you can eat. Ling Feng's mouth twitched, and then he stepped directly. Buzz. The black devouring flame spread directly to the ground. In an instant, the tiles on the ground began to be devoured crazily, and the converted energy was transmitted to the Black God armor. In an instant, the black streamer on the Black God armor flashed crazily. Ding ding ding. Special entry, Devouring Flame, detected. The user is a senior student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Student news will be reported soon. Alarm, unable to report, alarm. Unable to report. However, Ling Feng's action instantly caused the Black God Martial Arts Hall's intelligent brain to frantically alarm. I said, didn't I use it before? Why is it alarming now? Ling Feng was confused. But then he remembered that the intelligent brain didn't seem to know about special entries before, and it seemed that the corresponding information was retrieved after searching. Now that he had the information, he naturally recognized the devouring flame at a glance. Anyway, I can't report it. It's up to you. Ling Feng didn't care, and then he began to extract the penetration entry. Ding. Congratulations. Extract the entry. Penetration. Purple. Asterisk 225. The entry is upgraded to Piercing the Sky. Gold. The defense of the attacked object divided by 800%. This effect has to be said to be very strong. The defense power is reduced by 8 times, that is, it originally took 100 kilograms of force to break the defense, but now it only takes 12.5 kilograms. That's just like paper. In disguise, it is equivalent to increasing the combat power 8 times. This will definitely greatly increase Ling Feng's lethality. Ding. Piercing the Sky. Gold. Special entry trigger. Real damage. Gold is activated. Real damage. During the activation of the entry, all damage becomes real damage, ignoring any defense of the target whose strength does not exceed 100 times that of the user. Duration, 5 seconds. Only usable once a year. A silver entry can be charged to refresh the cooldown. And the moment the special entry appeared this time, Ling Feng also raised his eyebrows. Real damage. And it's a target with 100 times the combat power. Good guy, if this move is used, even the Emperor Wu will be injured. Even if you are not careful, you may die. Of course, once the opponent finds you, you will definitely not be able to catch him if you run. 100 times the strength difference, the speed must also be 100 times. But it's really a bit abstract that someone who is 100 times stronger than you can only run when being chased. As for why he didn't kill Ling Feng in return? Are you kidding? Ling Feng now has the profession of a god killer. Once he gets close, he will be killed. If he gets close, he will die. What else can he do if he doesn't run? The terms are getting more and more terrifying. No, I have to get more terms to charge. At this time, Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Intelligent brain, reopen the assessment for me. Just like before, I need beasts with these terms. Ling Feng gave the order directly. Unable to report, try to reconnect. Connection failed. Try to reconnect. Connection failed. However, what made Ling Feng speechless was that the intelligent brain was actually frozen. Buzz. But fortunately, although the answer mechanism seemed to be frozen, the command was still being executed. Soon, a new round of assessment began. Time was also passing by in the assessment. Each round of assessment usually lasts for 6 or 7 hours. Ling Feng took 7 or 8 assessments in 2 days. After charging up those ordinary terms, Ling Feng was stacking the purple terms of Soul Destroyer. This term is the best purple term that can be obtained in this assessment space. If the purple terms are used to upgrade the gold terms, 10 of them can increase the strength by 1%. In other words, at least 40,000 purple terms are required to upgrade to dark gold terms. This value is terrifying. 40,000 purple terms, if you rely on pure purchase, it will cost at least 10 trillion. Of course, although this price looks terrifying, it is actually far from buying a gold oracle stone. Fortunately, Ling Feng can get more than 5,000 purple oracle stones in each round. In these 2 days, Ling Feng got 35,000 pieces. At the same time, the enhancement value of his Soul Destroyer has reached a terrifying 7,500%. The only thing left to upgrade the gold entry is this last stack. Continue to draw. Looking at the last 5,000 purple oracle stones he had just obtained, Ling Feng took a deep breath and started drawing directly. Ding. Congratulations, draw the entry, Soul Destroyer. Purple. 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 The entry, God Destroyer. Gold bonus is increased to 8,000%. However, when the upgrade was over, Ling Feng did not hear the upgrade prompt sound of the God Destroyer. No upgrade? No way. What is the bonus of this dark gold entry? Ling Feng was a little confused. Intelligent brain, how many times is the bonus of the dark gold God Destroyer entry? Ling Feng asked quickly. This is a bit too much. Isn't 8,000% bonus enough? Ding. Dark Gold Destroyer's attribute bonus, 100x 200x. The intelligent brain answered instantly. Try to reconnect. Connection failed. Try to reconnect. Connection failed. However, after answering, the intelligent brain crashed again. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's mouth twitched 100 times. 10,000%? That means there is still a difference of 20 times? Well, we have come this far, so we can only continue? Ling Feng was speechless. Intelligent brain, open 4 more rounds for me. All opponents must be Soul Destroyers. Ling Feng spoke directly. Buzz. The next moment, a new round began again. It must be said that no one knows how many fierce beasts there are in the trial field of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. I have hunted tens of thousands of them, but there are still some. Soon, 10 soul beasts were teleported out from the surroundings. The moment these fierce beasts came out, they all burst out with an extremely terrifying aura. The terrifying soul blades swept towards Ling Feng frantically. With this strength, if he faced other warriors, even if they were strong in combat, as long as they were not soul destroyers or spiritualists of the same level, they would definitely die. Unfortunately, they were facing a more powerful Ling Feng. In order to save time, Ling Feng instantly exploded with thousands of soul blades. In an instant, thousands of soul blades swept towards these beasts like a flood. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the soul blades went, the souls of these beasts were instantly decomposed. The next moment, the devouring flame erupted, directly devouring the bodies and soul fragments of the soul beasts one by one. The power transformed from the soul beasts' bodies just poured into the devouring flame and was instantly absorbed by the Black God armor on their bodies. Of course, some energy was left for Ling Feng to continue devouring. In the past 2 days and 3 days, Ling Feng has devoured this assessment space into pieces. Not only did the floor reveal the ground, but the ceiling was also swallowed up, and outside the ceiling of this space was the floor of another assessment space. Fortunately, no one was taking the assessment, otherwise they would be confused by Ling Feng's operation. The first round is over and the second round is coming. Ling Feng smiled slightly. There were only 10 soul beasts in the first round. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Try to reconnect. Connection failed. Try to reconnect. Connecting. The prompt tone of the Black God Martial Arts Hall's intelligent brain suddenly changed. This made Ling Feng's pupils shrink. Connection successful. Connected to the Black God Martial Arts Hall's main network. All information about senior student Ling Feng has been reported. The Milky Way has been reported. Xiantian Galaxy, Blue Mercury Sky Coordinates. Waiting for a reply. Waiting for a reply. The next sentence of the intelligent brain directly made Ling Feng's head explode. Fuck, it's connected. Are you kidding me? Ling Feng widened his eyes. Isn't this Black God Martial Arts School an ancient technological civilization that has been lost? Fuck, who spread this news? A guy who gave birth to a son without an asshole. Ling Feng couldn't help but complain. Ding. This message is, intermediate student, Ling Xian spread it. In case the high-level human race comes to study the information of the Black God Martial Arts School, which eventually leads to the leakage of the Milky Way coordinates. After testing, you're the son of Ling Xian. You have an asshole, please don't belittle yourself. You are the future honorable supreme student of the Black God Martial Arts School. The brain answered Ling Feng respectfully. After these words, Ling Feng was silent. God, I have an asshole. Has the Black God Martial Arts School sent back any news? Ling Feng took a deep breath. No news has been received yet. According to estimates, it will take at least 1 day to receive the news. The Black God brain answered. If they receive the news, how will they deal with my affairs? Ling Feng frowned. Ding. Generally, there are 2 ways to deal with the owner of a special entry. The first is to send a strong man to wipe it out. Wipe out the civilization of the galaxy directly. The Black God brain slowly spoke. Fuck, are you kidding me? Ling Feng cursed as soon as he heard it. Ding. Of course, this is the treatment only geniuses of the hostile forces can get. Because you are already a student of the Black God Martial Arts School, this is naturally impossible. The Black God Martial Arts School will send a strong man to take you to the Black God Martial Arts School headquarters for training, and send a strong man to protect your civilization. The Black God brain continued to speak hurriedly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng was relieved. Well, this is more reasonable. You should say it all at once in the future, don't breathe heavily. By the way, if they send someone to come, how long will it take? Ling Feng said speechlessly. Ding. According to speculation, the Black God Martial Arts School headquarters is 48 billion light-years away from the Milky Way's Blue Mercury. The fastest way to get there is usually within a month. Of course, your situation is special and may require multiple rounds of negotiation, so you can definitely get there within a year. Black God Brain explained. 1 month at the fastest? Ling Feng frowned when he heard it. Such a long distance, but it can be reached in 1 month. What kind of technology is this? According to the most advanced spacecraft of mankind, it will take at least several decades. The technological level of this Black God Martial Arts Hall is really high. In this case, then improve your strength as soon as possible and continue to send me fierce beasts. Ling Feng took a deep breath and gave the order directly. Ding. Accepted the order. The assessment continues. The next moment, with the answer of the Black God Brain, the second round of soul beasts continued to appear. In the next day, Ling Feng passed 4 rounds back and forth. And while killing fierce beasts, he drew and finally successfully upgraded the entry level of the God Destroyer to Dark Gold. Ding! Congratulations, the entry, God Destroyer, level has been successfully upgraded to Dark Gold. The bonus is increased to 10,000%. Ding! Congratulations, the special entry, Soul Pressure, has been upgraded to Dark Gold. Use the power of the soul to suppress others. Cause the enemy's all attributes to decrease by 75%. The prompt sound came. Looking at this prompt, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Has the special entry been upgraded? Moreover, the power is still terrifying. Directly reduce the enemy's combat power by 4 times. In this way, coupled with the enhancement of my other entries, it is equivalent to the enemy becoming weaker, but I am stronger. Even if the gap between this rise and fall is huge, it can be pulled back. However, in this comparison, the bonus of Fa Tian Xiang Di is a bit terrifying. It is worthy of being a terrifying special entry that consumes 4 gold entries when used once. The tenfold bonus is more terrifying than this Dark Gold, Soul Pressure. It is worthy of being an entry derived from ancient magical powers. Ding. Received the message from the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Dear Supreme Student, do you want to read it? However, at this moment, the voice of the intelligent computer suddenly came. Read. Ling Feng nodded. What is coming will come eventually. Reading. Dear Supreme Student, this is the headquarters of the Black God Martial Arts School. I am the general manager of the current martial arts school assessment point. We have received all your messages. My Black God Martial Arts School is very honored to invite you to join. My Black God Martial Arts School will send a strong man to escort you to the Black God Martial Arts School as soon as possible. Please wait for our arrival within the Milky Way. Reading completed. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows at the voice of the intelligent brain. Are the owners of this special entry treated so well? Do you have to be so respectful to the general manager of an assessment point? However, it is still an advanced civilization outside the Milky Way. My current talent is estimated to have surpassed all the geniuses in the Milky Way. It is inevitable that I will be bored in the future. It is also a matter of time to go to the universe in the future. It is not a bad thing to have the guidance of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. At least with the backing, it should be much safer. Ling Feng thought about it and didn't care too much. Intelligent brain, continue to get me some fierce beasts. This time I need 4 basic attributes. Ling Feng thought about it and spoke directly. He was going to upgrade the law of heaven and earth to dark gold. Dear Supreme Member, at present, the reserve of the 6th level fierce beasts in the entire assessment point is only 25,000. It has reached the minimum standard for maintaining the operation of the test point. Of course, if you need it, you can continue the assessment. It's just that after these fierce beasts are exhausted, this test point will not be able to undertake the assessment of 6th level warriors in a short time. However, at this moment, the prompt sound of the intelligent brain came. Ling Feng frowned at this. Is that all? It's so little, not enough to upgrade an entry by yourself. Yes, the reserve of beast embryos for each basic test point is fixed at 100,000, and they will be artificially cultivated after consumption. But you consumed more than 70,000 in 3 days. The cultivation speed is far behind the consumption speed. The intelligent brain answered. This made Ling Feng speechless. However, a total of 100,000 6th level beasts is already extremely terrifying. There are only so many 6th level beasts in the ordinary 8th level divine domain, right? By the way, what about the 5th level beasts? How many? Then Ling Feng asked hurriedly. A total of 1 million 5th level beasts. Reserve of 4th level beasts, 10 million. However, there are more people taking the 5th level beast assessment, so there are only about 500,000 left. There are only more than 3 million 4th level beasts left. As soon as this data came out, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and began to think. I can explode 100% of the blue entries of the 5th level beast. That is 500,000. For the 4th level, I can only explode green entries and a small number of blue entries. In other words, if all are added up, the number of blue entries I can explode may reach 1 million. Ling Feng frowned when he thought about this. Suddenly, he thought of something very wrong. Wait. I hunted more than 70,000 soul beasts, almost all of which were soul beasts with soul destroyer entries. Could it be that all the beasts you stored are soul destroyer entries? Ling Feng asked in confusion. Ding. Not really. What we store here are all beast embryos. Although these beasts are all adults, they are not activated. To activate them, you need to inject a large amount of soul source liquid, which is only extracted from the soul. There are 2 sources of souls. One is the dead souls of those who came to participate in the assessment. The other is the low-level beasts bred in the ecological cultivation cabin with low assessment. The number of these beasts is huge, but they will not be used for assessment. As long as a beast dies, their souls will be collected and automatically refined into soul source liquid, and finally injected into the beast embryos to activate these beasts. Only the activated beasts will awaken the corresponding entries. There are a lot of embryos, and there are more than 100,000 6th level embryos of almost every entry. A total of more than 1 million. Of course, the souls of the beasts killed in the assessment will also be recovered. Only a very small number of assessors like you who swallowed their souls together will not be recovered. The Black God Brain explained slowly. Hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly realized. This is equivalent to killing a low-level beast and transforming its soul into a high-level beast? In other words, as long as there is enough soul source liquid, these beast embryos can be activated. Then if I kill the remaining 20,000 beasts, do not refine their souls, and let you recover them, how many other beasts can be activated? Ling Feng suddenly realized, and then asked hurriedly. Ding! Because it is mechanically refined, the refining ratio is extremely low, and only 1/5 can be converted into soul source liquid. And these soul source liquids need to be cultivated for a year to form soul crystal cores. When forming soul crystals, half of the soul power will be consumed. This soul crystal core can only be injected into the embryo to activate 2,500 new beasts. The Black God Brain answered. Ling Feng was completely speechless when this was said. This conversion ratio is that I am a 6th-level perfect alchemist, so I can naturally increase the conversion rate, and it can reach 100%. Although the formation of soul crystals will consume half, but 50%, right? As long as I hunt down some of the 5th and 4th level beasts, I can save enough soul source liquid to activate at least hundreds of thousands of beasts. But the problem is that the soul crystal condensation period of this year is also a bit speechless. In other words, the assessment space now reserves 25,000 soul crystal cores, not beasts. Of course, this speed is too slow for Ling Feng, but it is definitely enough in this assessment space. After all, the assessment space is incubating all the time, and there are new ones when they die, and there is almost a lot of free time. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have lost so much. Forget it, you use 20,000 of the remaining 25,000 soul crystals to activate fire beasts. In addition, you also activate 90% of the 5th and 4th level beasts and send them all to me in this assessment space. After thinking about it, Ling Feng gave the order directly. Leave 10% for the assessment space to assess slowly. The rest I took away. Although it was only green and blue oracle stones, even if I didn't open them, I could still swallow them and convert them into pure energy for use. Okay, respected Supreme Member, your request will be executed immediately. Sure enough, senior members are awesome, and the Black Divine Brain didn't hesitate at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, all the teleportation arrays were activated. Of course, there were only 1,000 teleportation arrays, but they were always transmitting, 1,000 in each batch, and almost 4 or 5 batches were transmitted every minute. Buzz. And Ling Feng also looked at the densely packed beasts that suddenly appeared without any hesitation, and directly expanded the telekinesis to the extreme. In an instant, the telekinesis enveloped the entire space. Boom. The next moment, a huge telekinesis hammer fell heavily on the entire space. All the beasts that had just been sent out were smashed into meat paste. But a few minutes later, tens of thousands of beasts were teleported out again. Boom. Of course, the result was still the same. All the beasts were smashed into pulp. The reason for this is naturally to preserve all the energy of these beasts. At this time, the entire space has been covered by thick meat paste. Ling Feng's devouring flame naturally cannot store so many beasts. Even though Ling Feng's blood value has reached more than 500,000 in the past few days, which is the realm of the 3rd level of Wuzun, so much meat paste is still a bit too much. But Ling Feng naturally has his own ideas. Buzz. Suddenly, the true fire of the sun came out from his body. The flame instantly enveloped the entire space. Under the instant gathering of the flame, all the meat paste turned into a huge meatball with a diameter of thousands of meters and flew into the air. Then, under the crazy calcination of the power of the flame, the essence of the meat paste began to concentrate crazily. The huge meatball of thousands of meters was quickly condensed into 2 balls. One is a blue basketball-sized sphere, and the other is a blood-red transparent solution. The other is a pure black sphere. They are the solution made from the souls and flesh of these fierce beasts, as well as impurities. These impurities are the most numerous. If they are mixed into the elixir, they will be pure elixir poison, but they're a great tonic for Ling Feng. Of course, it has not been refined yet. After all, the real refining of the elixir has not yet begun. Boom, boom, boom. Then, a series of earth-shaking noises resounded throughout the space. Almost every few minutes, a large number of fierce beasts were killed. After each batch of fierce beasts were killed, their flesh and souls would be sent to the raging golden flames in the sky to begin refining. The roar lasted for more than 10 hours before gradually stopping. And the 3 spheres in the sky have turned into a diameter of 100 meters. This is still a rough refinement, otherwise I am afraid that the entire assessment space cannot hold it. It's time to start refining. Ling Feng took a deep breath, then waved his hand, and the raging golden flames were directly gathered. Finally, the flames turned into a huge elixir furnace that was 1,000 meters high and appeared in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, Ling Feng made a series of handprints for refining medicine. All these handprints were injected into the flames and finally sank into 3 huge spheres. In an instant, the mass of the 3 huge pills began to rise rapidly. At the same time, the diameter of the pills also shrank rapidly. Finally, the liquid gradually solidified. At this time, the volume was only the size of a basketball. However, this is naturally not over yet. The flames burst out with a strong pressure that enveloped the 3 pills, and the diameters of the 3 pills began to shrink wildly. In the end, the pills were compressed to the size of normal pills. Then Ling Feng waved his hand. The flames went out instantly. Then Ling Feng directly threw all 3 pills into his own small world. Buzz. And at the moment when all the pills fell into the small world, Ling Feng's entry, value added, burst into a dazzling golden light. Under the cover of the golden light, the 3 pills actually began to fission. 1 pill became 2, 2 pills became 4, and 4 pills became 8. Finally, 33 pills appeared in the flames. Oh, this value added, so this is how it works. Ling Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this. Yes, he had forgotten about the increase. This is almost a rule-based entry that can increase the number of pills out of thin air. The original energy becomes 11. This is simply a conceptual skill that creates friends out of nothing. And even pill poison can increase value, which is a bit too much. But this pill poison seems to be a kind of pill. In any case, it seems that Ling Feng can refine all the fierce beasts he kills into pills in the future. In this way, the energy he can use will be directly increased tenfold after the value added. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully refined the 7th level top grade pill, 10,000 Beast Blood Pill *11. 10,000 Beast Soul Pill *11. 10,000 Beast Pill Poison *11. Alchemist level is upgraded to 7th level top grade. At this time, the prompt sound of the will of the God Realm came. Hearing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. This pill is only a 7th grade top grade. Oh, by the way, the highest grade of the raw materials of these pills is only 6th grade 7-star. The total energy contained in 1,000 6th grade 7-star beasts is still much worse than that of a 7th grade 7-star beast. And to refine a 7th grade top grade blood pill, it generally requires the blood and flesh energy of at least several 7th grade 10-star beasts. Therefore, this pill can reach the 7th grade top grade, probably because Ling Feng's energy utilization rate is too high. How much energy does this pill contain? Ling Feng was a little curious. Then he took out a Wansho pill poison and directly threw it into the devouring flame. Boom! Instantly, violent energy surged. The devouring flame was instantly refilled with energy that had just been drained by the Black God armor. And the entire pill did not show any changes at all. The energy contained in this pill is probably enough to raise my chi and blood value to the late stage of martial saint, right? Seeing this, Ling Feng could not help but take a breath. Now he has just reached the 3rd level of martial honor. There is no way to use it up. As for his Black God armor, after a few days of devouring, it barely raised its level to the 8th level and 2 stars. The main reason is that the devouring flame is swallowing too slowly now. The 8th level is equivalent to the level of Martial Emperor, which is 2 major realms higher than Ling Feng, which is 1,000,000 times the difference. His swallowing speed is definitely not comparable to the devouring flame. After going out, use the Black God armor to try to swallow these pills to increase the promotion speed. Ling Feng suddenly remembered this. Although the Black God armor now has the sky devouring entry, he still shouldn't expose himself in front of the Black God brain. He was so shocked by a special entry that he froze. If he was exposed, he and the entire Milky Way would be an annihilation. By the way, where did the civilizations in these gods' domains come from? How did the assessment space of your Black God martial arts hall appear here? Suddenly, Ling Feng remembered this and asked hurriedly. Could it be that these drop? Even the Black God martial arts hall doesn't know where all the gods' domains came from. It only knows that these gods' domains have existed since the birth of the universe. Some people analyze that the civilizations in the gods' domains might be projections from other worlds and other planes. Of course, this assessment space is not. As one of the most powerful forces in the Task Star region, the Black God Martial Arts Hall has certain performance requirements under the requirements of the Task royal family. It needs to assist some low-level remote civilizations, such as the development of your galaxy human race. So when the number of life planets controlled by the human race reached 100 million, 100 trial sites were launched. P.S. Thank you for the Great God certification of Yawan. I will add a chapter today. In addition, I would like to ask for another wave of love power generation. Just watch an advertisement. Thank you very much, and I was sent here as the assessment point of Xiantian Galaxy. In the end, I chose Blue Mercury as my base and occupied the divine domain of this fierce beast. Because the location of Blue Mercury is the center of Xiantian Galaxy. According to the development of interstellar civilization, the central location will generally be developed as a galaxy or the core area of civilization. I just don't know why the people in your galaxy have always guarded the main star of Xiantian as the core. Therefore, Blue Mercury did not harvest the first intermediate student until 20 years ago. Open the low-level authority. And your appearance now has opened the intermediate authority. Those who come to participate in the assessment in the future will have the opportunity to obtain a higher level of Black Warrior armor as a reward. It is even possible to obtain the 7th level Black God armor. Of course, the main function of this trial place is to assist the development of civilization, so the highest level is only the 6th level. The Black God brain slowly explained. When this came out, Ling Feng was speechless. The life planets of human civilization reached 100 million, which was thousands of years ago. At that time, Blue Water Star had just been established not long ago, right? No wonder it was said before that the Black Warrior armor appeared only after Ling Xian, that is to say, before that, this trial ground was considered to be in a state of abandonment. Good things are not used properly, which is indeed a waste of natural resources. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although this trial ground is only level 6, in fact, if it is used properly, getting more level 6 and level 7 Black God armor from it will definitely be a huge help to the development of the human race. After all, this is equipment with entries. This thing is probably extremely precious in the Xiantian Galaxy. And here, those golden entry owners only need to take an assessment to get it for free. It's simply free. Can I take all the Black God armor? Ling Feng asked a little embarrassedly. As soon as he said this, the Black God brain paused for a few seconds. I'm really sorry. Honorable Supreme Student. Your authority is very high, but this is a strategic cooperation, so I can't let you take these armors without authorization. The Black God brain apologized. His tone was extremely trembling, as if he was afraid because he couldn't satisfy you. I'm kidding, those armors are useless to me. But Ling Feng spoke again soon. Of course, he didn't have a guilty conscience. He just said so because he saw the Black God brain's tone of being scared to death. If he could really take it away, he wouldn't leave any. Just kidding, although staying can make the Xiantian Galaxy develop, but at the previous development speed, I'm afraid that the things in this divine domain will not be valued in hundreds of thousands of years. It's better to take it out and exchange it for money, and then exchange it for oracle stones. But now Ling Feng has already emptied the entire assessment space. Naturally, there is no need to stay. It's impossible to swallow up the entire space, right? I'm leaving. If the people from the Black God Martial Arts Hall come, they should be able to find me, right? Ling Feng asked. Ding. Yes, as long as you are in the Milky Way and not in the God's domain, you can be found. Intelligent brain answered one. But his words made Ling Feng raise his eyebrows. Wait, they can't find me when I go to the God's domain? Ling Feng was puzzled. Yes, the space in the God's domain is blocked by spatial energy. As long as there is no physical information transmission tower as a connection, it is impossible to detect the situation in the God's domain one. For example, you can use biological intelligent brains to connect to the outside world in the God's domain. It is mainly because the human race uses network cables to connect the two worlds and places base stations at the exit. Only in this way can we communicate. Only a purely physical connection can detect you. And I can explore the outside world only by invading the devices of those who died in the assessment to search for information from the outside world. Hearing your words, the intelligent brain also hurriedly explained. However, This explanation made your pupils shrink slightly. He suddenly remembered that his biological intelligence brain might also be hacked. What if someone found out through the biological intelligence brain that he had extracted a large number of oracle stones? Would that cause problems? Damn it, I said that technology is unreliable. Ling Feng was speechless when he thought of this. Fortunately, he has learned his lesson now and directly put the things in this small world to extract them, so that even the biological intelligence brain cannot detect them. As for the memories that were once stored in the biological intelligence brain, sizzle. Suddenly, a burst of snowflakes flashed before Ling Feng's eyes. Then he put his hand directly into the eyeball and took it out. From inside. He forcibly pulled out a transparent retinal chip. Of course, at this moment, his eyes were directly scrapped. However, with the powerful repairability, his eyeballs recovered in a moment. As for the biological intelligent brain chip that was once implanted in the brain, it was directly burned by the powerful soul power. Although the intelligent brain didn't know why you did this, it didn't dare to ask. Okay, send me out. Ling Feng really didn't want to stay here anymore. In front of such a high-tech civilization, I really don't know what the other party can do to me. Of course, he was a little overthinking. As for the biological intelligent brain, the human brain is used as the host from the factory. Whether it is storage, thinking, or behavior, it is based on the consciousness of this person as an instruction. If you want to hack in, you must be dead. This is why the Black God intelligent brain can only invade the biological intelligent brains of those who have died. After all, forced invasion is equivalent to taking over the body of the immortal world. It must be a big noise. Even ordinary people can feel something is wrong. Not to mention that Ling Feng is a powerful soul destroyer. If the Black Divine Brain invades, it will be detected and blocked instantly. Of course, for safety reasons, Ling Feng is still prepared not to use the so-called biological brain in the future. After all, its use is not great for Ling Feng now. Buzz. With a wave of space fluctuations, Ling Feng's figure was sent out of the assessment space. At this time, Ling Feng looked at the ground under his feet and realized that under this ground, there was a huge ecological space. In other words, it was the real space of this divine domain. This assessment space just covered the entire divine domain. Technology, it's awesome. I don't know when the technology of the human race will reach this level in the future. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he soared into the sky, turned into a golden flame, and fled to the distance at a very fast speed. At this time, his Sun True Fire has also been strengthened to 6,500%. The power is terrifying. At the same time, all entries have been upgraded to gold, except for gun skills. After all, you can't expect a ferocious beast to use a gun, right? Of course, in addition to the gold terms introduced before, there is only one gold term that has not been introduced. Ding! Congratulations, draw the term, Phantom Hand. Purple, asterisk 200. The term is upgraded to 1,000 hands. Gold, attack speed asterisk 2,000%. Ding! 1,000 hands. Gold, special term trigger, fission. Gold is activated. The term is activated. The attack can be instantly fissioned into 10. The attack speed term itself is terrifying. If the number of attacks is increased to 10, it will be even more terrifying. Moreover, this effect of his is actually without cooling. In other words, it can be used all the time. This is a bit terrifying. Ling Feng used it in his own small world. Sure enough, his telekinesis directly increased from 1 to 10 at the moment the term was activated. His more than 1,000 soul blades directly soared to more than 10,000. This is equivalent to the number of soul blades when the level of thousands of soul blades is upgraded to the level of great perfection. Of course, this is just an ordinary attack. If Ling Feng is at full power at this moment, and even uses the method of heaven and earth, he can directly deal 10 times the damage with one move, then the power will definitely explode. However, the lethality caused by 10 times the damage is naturally far lower than 10 times the damage, but this is a rare item that can be superimposed on the strongest combat power. And it is used without consumption. The cost performance is full. Buzz. Soon, Ling Feng rushed out of the Black Warrior God realm. He did not say a word to the people around him and directly soared into the sky and disappeared above the Black Warrior city. He opened his attribute table while flying at high speed. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial honor 3rd heaven. Blood, 540,000. Soul, 480,000. Profession, alchemist, 7th grade, perfect. Skills, heavenly fire, divine sky art, mastery, 8th grade, 9-turn soul tempering sutra, 7th turn, 7th grade. Martial arts, sky splitting, great perfection, 6th grade, 10,000 soul blades, 1544 soul blades, 6th grade. 10,000 swords return to the origin, 6th grade. Entries, infinite, unique level, infinite stacking and upgrading of the same entry, unlimited number of fusion entries. God-destroying master. Dark gold, soul strength asterisk 100 times. Soul pressure, dash 75%. Divine mind master. Gold, mind power enhancement asterisk 4,000%. Divine mind dharma. Gold asterisk 400%. God of slaughter. Gold, all attributes increased, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill, kill, kill. For 100%. Integrate into the world. Gold, people whose overall strength does not exceed 800% of yours will not be able to sense it. Shadow kill, 200%. Sun true fire. Gold, flame asterisk 4001%. Star explosion. Swallow the sky. Gold, swallow everything to strengthen yourself. Swallowing flame. Heavenly punishment. Gold, thunder asterisk 4000%. Heavenly divine punishment. For 100%. Absolute defense. Gold, defense asterisk 4000%. Strength break the sky. Gold, strength asterisk 4000%. Law of heaven and earth. Gold, charge 4/4. 1000%. Perpetual motion machine. Gold, stamina asterisk 4000%. God of speed. Gold, speed asterisk 4000%. Thousand hands. Gold, attack speed asterisk 2000%. Vision asterisk 10 Dao. Ascension in broad daylight. Gold, practice speed asterisk 100,000. Epiphany. 1H/1000 times. Charging 0%. Fortune. Gold, goddess's favor. 100 times. 0%. Spearmaster. Silver, spearmanship power asterisk 2000%. Space storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-created world, gold, 1,000 diameter. Life creation, gold, 100,000 times the recovery speed. Eternal thought, gold, 1,000,000 kilometers, 100% charge. Alchemy supreme, gold, 12th level talent. Value added, gold, 110 pieces. Pierce the sky. Gold, defense divided by 800%. True damage. 100 times. 100%. Looking at his pile of golden entries, Ling Feng felt dazzled. But if I want to upgrade the dark gold terms later, the cost will be a bit high. Each dark gold term will probably cost hundreds of trillions. Ling Feng was a little helpless. In addition, he just remembered that his goods seemed to have been delivered today. The blue oracle stones I bought before were wasted. But it's only a few hundred billion, a small amount of money. Ling Feng comforted himself. He was ready to give up using the blue oracle stones to upgrade the gold terms. It was too time-consuming. However, he soon remembered that if he returned the goods, he would only have to pay for the shipping fee, and you don't even have to go out. After all, the other party has to go back too. I've bought so many things. It's okay to return some of the goods, right? Half an hour later. Ling Feng, who was leisurely, finally returned to Imperial University. However, just when he arrived here, he saw a 10,000-meter-long spaceship docked above his manor. The manor was surrounded by people, looking inside curiously. Ling Feng took a look at the logo of the spaceship and recognized it. This is the spaceship of the Federal Store. Moreover, the level is not low, it looks like it should be level 7. In other words, the delivery person this time should be a Marshall Saint-level strongman. But think about it, the value of the elixir he sold is as high as 8 trillion. Ordinary martial masters don't have so much savings in hundreds of years. Naturally, it needs to be escorted by a Marshall Saint-level person. It looks like it should have just arrived, otherwise I would have received the news a long time ago. Thinking of this, Ling Feng also flew directly in. It's Ling Feng, he's back. Did he buy something? It must be. A Marshall Saint-level strongman is escorting it. This is a treatment only for things worth trillions of dollars. I don't know what it is. Could it be the silver oracle stone? It's possible. Ling Feng's strength is extremely strong. If he gets the silver entry, he will take off directly. The appearance of Ling Feng caused a large number of students from the Imperial Capital University to discuss. And Ling Feng had already felt a strong breath in his manner, so he did not go to the spaceship but went directly back to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Si Kongjin sitting respectfully on the sofa and chatting with an old man. As soon as you came in, the two looked over. Ling Feng, you're back. This is Mr. Wu from the Federal Store. Si Kongjin hurriedly introduced. Mr. Wu, nice to meet you. Ling Feng also smiled. He felt that the old man had at least the strength of the third or fourth level of the martial saint. Haha, you must be Ling Feng, right? I just watched the video of you fighting against a level 7 peak beast. Your strength is no less than that of an ordinary martial saint. If I'm not mistaken, your attributes should be able to be stacked on top of each other, right? And there are also silver attributes that increase all attributes. Old Wu looked at Ling Feng and smiled. As soon as these words came out, Si Kongjin beside him was shocked. Silver entry? Ling Feng really has a silver entry. Old Wu has a keen eye, it's true. Ling Feng didn't plan to hide it anymore. After all, he was going to Xiantian Galaxy. By then, even the owners of gold entries would be able to see it, and silver entries would become popular. You are not simple. All attribute amplification entries plus the entries that can be superimposed with it, your combat power is stronger than that of ordinary gold entry owners. Moreover, there are devouring entries, and your future achievements are limitless. Old Wu couldn't help but sigh. This small place actually has such a genius, and this kind of genius is considered top even in Xiantian Galaxy. Look at me, I forgot the business. The medicinal materials you want are here, and the oracle stone and beast meat are all in the warehouse. Do you want to take a look? Suddenly, old Wu, who remembered the business, pointed to a dozen password boxes beside him. Fortunately, the living room is big enough. No, the things in the Federal Mall are useless. This is the pill I sell. Please take a look, senior. Ling Feng smiled slightly, and then waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, porcelain bottles appeared on the ground. Huh? Space storage items? You even have such items. Seeing this scene, old Wu was surprised. After all, few combatants would open such items. No way, I accidentally opened a blue item when I opened a purple oracle stone. I can't refuse it. Ling Feng pretended to be helpless and said, Haha, then you are lucky, unlike me, who accidentally opened a garbage blue item when I opened a silver item. I haven't used it many times until now. When old Wu heard it, he smiled bitterly. Then he picked up the porcelain bottle and checked it carefully. Sure enough, dozens of pills are perfect grade pills of the 6th grade. This made old Wu couldn't help but marvel. He had only seen this kind of good stuff a few times. He carefully opened a password box beside him and put the things away. By the way, senior, do you have time to wait for me? I have some things to sell. It may take more than 2 hours. Ling Feng also hurriedly told his original plan. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of time. Since I retired, I have been traveling around by delivering goods. It just so happens that I asked Sikong to take me around Blue Water Star. Old Wu smiled and nodded when he heard Ling Feng's words. Thank you, senior. Ling Feng also smiled after hearing it. Then Si Kongjin took old Wu away. As for Ling Feng, he put all the things into the small world, and then his mind sank into his own small world. Boom! As the sun's true fire exploded, a pill furnace appeared instantly. The next moment, the flames swept all the password boxes and burned them directly into nothingness, leaving only a large number of rare medicinal materials. They are all of the 7th grade middle grade. Why not buy the top grade? The best grade? The top grade is 3 times the price, and the best grade is 10 times. I can afford it, but Ling Feng is still very slow to refine it even if he opens the God of Slaughter. So he had no choice but to choose the middle grade. Anyway, the final price is about the same, and more quantity can save time. I have to say that the price of these medicinal materials is not cheap. It is 100 billion per plant at most. For trillion medicinal materials can only refine a dozen of the 7th grade, middle grade pills at most. Of course, the price of the 7th grade pill is hundreds of billions for a qualified quality pill. And there is a probability of failure in refining pills, and it is extremely mentally exhausting. Generally, alchemists have to rest for a long time to refine one. Almost all of it is earned from hard work. There is no way to be too greedy. But Ling Feng is different. His physical strength is 40 times, and he can recover his physical strength crazily with the devouring entry, so he has almost unlimited power. To be honest, if it weren't for the physical strength entry required to open the law of heaven and earth, he wouldn't bother to upgrade. But speaking of this, Ling Feng felt a little annoyed. If I turned on the kill, wouldn't I have to kill until the sky was dark? Either I would be killed, or everyone around me would be killed. Otherwise, I would definitely be a perpetual motion machine with the Devour entry. And if I want to kill myself, that's hard. With all the life-saving entries, it's hard to die. This kill is really as described in his introduction. The stronger you are, the more cautious you have to be. And this is because my current strength is not very strong. If I can reach the level where I can see people billions of light years away, the entire universe will be killed. Ling Feng shuddered when he thought of that scene. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Making money is the kingly way. This time, he added 10 times the value-added quantity, and the perfect quality price is also more than 10 times or even dozens of times. The profit is directly more than 100 times. Wait, if I turn on fission, can I also refine 10 furnaces of elixirs at the same time? Suddenly, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. If so, it will save 10 times the time. Do it as soon as you say it. Ling Feng directly turned on fission, and it worked. The elixir furnace instantly cracked wildly and turned directly into 10 flame elixir furnaces. But soon he found the problem. Refining medicine is different from attacking. The properties of each medicinal material change completely. Even if it is to refine the same elixir, it requires 2 completely different sets of refining techniques. And fission will only split the same technique, and it is impossible to refine 10 kinds of elixirs at the same time. However, this matter also inspired Ling Feng. Since this kind of technical thing can't be done 10 times, can mechanical things be done at the same time? For example, opening the Oracle Stone. No matter how fast he is, he can only open 2 Oracle Stones per second. This is the activation time of the Oracle Stone, not Ling Feng's speed. If this fission can really be done, what does it mean? It means that Ling Feng can completely use the same time to open 10 times the number of Oracle Stones, that is to say. If he now uses blue Oracle Stones to upgrade the gold entries, he needs a full 600,000 pieces. The value is roughly between 60 trillion and 600 trillion. According to 10,000 pieces, it takes nearly 2 hours. That's 120 hours. 5 full days. And he has more than 10 gold entries. It will take 60 or 70 days to open them all. This is why Ling Feng almost wanted to give up using the blue Oracle Stone. 2 months is too long. But if you use the purple Oracle Stone, although it can save 10 times the time, but the overall price is 10 times more expensive. Even dozens of times. That means a dark gold entry would cost between 100 trillion and 100 trillion. The price is too scary. However, if he uses fission, it will save 10 times the time. Moreover, if he upgraded the 1,000 hands first, and the 1,000 hands reached the dark gold level, the number of fissions would probably increase dramatically. It would take much less time to upgrade other entries at that time. As long as there were enough blue Oracle Stones, he might even be able to upgrade all the entries to dark gold within 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. In this way, he saved 10 times the money. And saving money takes time, which means he saved 10 times the time, right? Then he quickly took out 10 blue Oracle Stones from the storage space and experimented. He covered the 10 Oracle Stones with his telekinesis and then chose to open one. He had tried it before. Even if he used 10 soul powers to lock 10 Oracle Stones, or even chose to open 2 Oracle Stones, he would only open 1 Oracle Stone locked by the main consciousness. But this time it was different. With his selection, all the Oracle Stones burst into dazzling light at the same time. The next moment, the light gradually faded away. 10 entries poured into Ling Feng's body at the same time. It's done. Ha ha ha, it works. Sure enough. To deal with rule-based things, you have to use rules to break them. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help laughing. It seems that the blue ones I bought don't need to be returned. Ling Feng smiled. Then he began to refine the pills. Making money is the kingly way. As he refined, Furnaces of perfect grade elixir of the 7th grade came out. And, because of the appreciation, the number has increased tenfold. Ling Feng returned to reality with more than 100 pills. Suddenly, he was confused. His biological brain was broken. How can he sell it? It's over. I forgot to buy a smartwatch. Ling Feng was instantly upset. Only a very few people like smartwatches. After all, they are easy to break in battle. But there are more functions. After all, it has a physical body, and it can carry a lot more hardware. Fortunately, the school has an internal mall, and this kind of thing is not expensive. Ling Feng flew to the mall at high speed, bought something and came back, and it was so fast that it took less than 10 minutes. The smartwatch fits the shape of the arm perfectly, and can even be hidden and invisible. And it is made of nanomaterial, which can be changed at will. When Ling Feng is not using it, he can also directly store it in the storage space, so that even if he opens the Oracle Stone in reality, he does not have to worry about being exposed. Ding! The Black God armor detects the low-level intelligent brain and starts to analyze and merge. Suddenly, a prompt sound came. The gloves transformed by the Black God armor in his hand suddenly swallowed the entire smartwatch. Analysis completed. The Black God armor super-intelligent brain is turned on. Then another prompt sound came. A projection appeared instantly. This is the projection interface of a normal smartwatch, but Ling Feng looked at the memory and running speed one. Wow! The memory has reached 700 billion times that of a smartwatch. As for the running speed, it is also hundreds of billions times. Fuck, this intelligent brain is pretty cool. Ling Feng was shocked. This thing is probably not much worse than the top super intelligent brain of the human race. Moreover, it should be able to upgrade with the level of the armor. At the same time, if you want to block it, just take it off together with the Black God armor and throw it into the storage space. The Black God armor is really good. It actually has so many functions. It's a pity that there are too few entries. If there are 7, 8, or 10 entries, it will be more powerful if all are upgraded. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Soon he logged into the Federal Store and opened the recycling mall. Then he hung all the 7th level mid-grade perfect level elixirs on it. With this high-level smartwatch, the scanning speed is much faster than before. In just a moment, the scanning results came out. Ding! After testing by the Federal Store, all elixirs are 7th level mid-grade perfect level elixirs. The recycling price is between 10 trillion and 35 trillion. Total quantity, 154 pieces. The total recycling price is 2,840 trillion. Do you want to recycle now? If you do, the nearest delivery person will take it back. The payment will be transferred to your account as soon as possible. The reminder sound of the Federal Store came instantly. Hearing this, Ling Feng was also surprised. He didn't expect the recycling price this time to be so high. It was much higher than what he expected, which might be tens of millions. Is it because the perfect grade elixirs above the 7th level are too scarce? But it is true that there are not many people in the entire human race who can refine the perfect grade elixirs of the 6th level. The 7th level is naturally the same. Thinking of this, Ling Feng directly chose to recycle. Ding! The nearest Marshall Saint level deliveryman has been notified. Please wait. News came from the mall. Ling Feng originally planned to sell the 2 silver oracle stones that exploded this time, but now it seems that they are no longer needed. Although those silver oracle stones are precious, each one is only worth 100 trillion. It is of little use to him now. Sure enough, before Ling Feng had waited for a few minutes, Jin, who had been out for more than an hour, came back quickly with Old Wu. Old Wu is back so soon. Don't you want to go around more? Ling Feng asked curiously. Hearing his words, Old Wu was speechless. It's all because of you, kid. I thought you only sold a few 100 billion or a few trillion at most. You sold such a valuable thing at once, and the mall urged me to send it back as soon as possible, and has already sent a Martial Emperor-level strongman to meet you. Old Wu said helplessly. With Jin next to him, he couldn't reveal the information about his employer's goods. As soon as these words came out, Jin on the side was shocked. Actually, he had to trouble a Martial Emperor-level strongman to come to help. What valuable things did Ling Feng sell? Could it be the legendary Golden Oracle Stone? I see. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wu. Ling Feng was also suddenly enlightened when he heard it. Yes, more than 280 billion. The total wealth accumulated by ordinary martial emperors over thousands of years is only this much, right? Of course, he had to treat it seriously. Then, he took out bottles of pills and handed them to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu glanced at Si Kongjin on the side. Then I'll leave. Si Kongjin was a little embarrassed. No, just a few pills. Mr. Wu, you can just check the goods. Ling Feng said with a smile. Then I'll start. Mr. Wu nodded, then poured out a pill, and then carefully picked up his smartwatch to start scanning. Si Kongjin standing by was amazed when he saw this perfect quality 7th grade, middle grade elixir. Where on earth did Ling Feng get so many perfect grade elixirs? Oh, he just went to the Black Martial Divine Realm and came back. Did he get them there? No, he had 6th grade, top grade, perfect grade elixirs before he went to the Black Martial Divine Realm. Could it be in the Medicine Master Divine Realm? I said those goblins must have some hidden treasures. Si Kongjin was thinking a lot. As for the pills being made by Ling Feng, how is that possible? How old is he? Even if he started learning from the womb, even if he had the Silver Alchemist entry, it would be impossible to make a perfect grade pill of the 7th grade middle grade. This level of perfect grade pills can only be produced in those divine domains. All the pills are fine. TSK, I really don't know where you got such a great opportunity to get so many perfect grade pills. By the way, do you have anything else? If you do, I'll take them all away, so you don't have to sell them again and again. Old Wu was also shocked at this time, and at the same time smiled and joked at Ling Feng. No, for now, let's talk about it later. Ling Feng said with a smile. But this made Old Wu confused. He just asked, do you really have it? After chatting for a few minutes, Old Wu left in a hurry. Of course, in fact, Wu Lao and his level of strong men are not qualified to escort this level of pills, but this time it was just on the way. Moreover, in the entire Milky Way, it is estimated that no one dares to attack the delivery man of the Federal Store. The controller of this Federal Store is the strongest of the human race. At the same time, those martial gods of the human race have all invested in it. Once their things are touched, even the other major civilizations will have to pay a huge price. This is called being fearless. At the same time, Ling Feng also directly received more than 200 trillion in payment for goods. If all this money is exchanged for blue oracle stones, it is estimated that it will be enough for me to upgrade most of the entries to dark gold, right? Ling Feng calculated that the most common blue oracle stone is 100 million each. If it requires 600,000, that is 60 trillion. And the best one requires about 1 billion. That is 600 trillion, but there are only 3 types of such entries. One is a spiritualist, one is a soul destroyer, and the other is a talent type entry. These 3 will cost 180 trillion. 1 quadrillion is probably not enough for the remaining entries, but it should be enough. Ling Feng, we should be leaving for Xiantian Galaxy soon. Soon after Wu Lao left, Si Kongjin suddenly spoke to Ling Feng. Huh? Xiantian Divine Domain selection will start so soon. Ling Feng was stunned. It hasn't been 10 days since he enrolled? There are still a few days, but our spaceship has to fly for at least 5 days, and it will take 5 days to reach Xiantian Divine Domain. Then we will be sent to Xiantian Divine Domain after the selection. He was not worried about whether Ling Feng could pass the assessment. Ling Feng's strength was top-notch in other classes, unless he encountered the classes with golden entries. Otherwise, Ling Feng would definitely take the top spot. Yes, I forgot the flight time of the spaceship. Ling Feng only remembered this when he heard it. When do we leave? Ling Feng asked curiously. As soon as possible. When do you have time? Si Kongjin said. I'm fine with that, tomorrow morning. I'm going to buy some things first. Ling Feng thought for a moment, then said directly. Okay, then I'll come to you tomorrow and I'll bring the students from Daida University who will be attending with you. If you have time, give them some pointers. Si Kongjin also laughed when he heard it. Ling Feng was speechless when he heard it. I just beat them last time and now I'm asking him to give pointers. It's embarrassing, isn't it? But he didn't care, just nodded. After Si Kongjin left, Ling Feng directly opened the Federal Store of Blue Water Star. Since we're all leaving, let's see if we can clear all the blue oracle stones in Blue Water Star first. Ling Feng thought of this and directly opened the Oracle Stone interface and then entered all the blue Oracle Stones he needed. I have to say that this inventory is indeed not small. There are at least thousands of each. Then he opened the Military Store. Similarly, There are thousands of each in stock, which means that he can get at least 15,000 oracle stones of each blue item, and even 70,000 or 80,000. Looking at these blue oracle stones, Ling Feng suddenly fell into thought. Other oracle stones may be a little difficult to deal with, but there are a lot of blue oracle stones for the 4 basic physical items. Almost every blue oracle stone contains one of these. First, charge all the items that can be charged. Charging only requires green oracle stones. And now there are 10 times speed. 100 entries can be fully charged in 2 hours. After all, except for the law of heaven and earth, other golden entries only need 1 silver entry to use a special entry. Then buy all the blue oracle stones. The cheap ones can be used to upgrade the 4 basic entries, and the expensive ones can be opened slowly on the spaceship. After all, I have plenty of time. At that time, even if I encounter an unmatched strongman, I can directly open the law of heaven and earth. It is absolutely right to charge more. Thinking of this, Ling Feng did not hesitate and placed orders frantically. At this moment, he no longer had any worries. He was almost immortal, so even if someone discovered that he had stacked items to upgrade, he did not need to worry. If someone wanted to do something bad to him, he would fight if he could, and run away if he couldn't, and come back when he was stronger. Anyway, no one could kill him. With his crazy orders, a full 80 trillion yuan of funds were spent. What a concept! The GDP of the entire Blue Mercury is only 30 to 50 trillion yuan a year. And he now, after buying several years of Blue Water Star's turnover in one go. At this moment, the military and the federal store began to pack up frantically, and all the staff were called up to work. As for whether buying so many things would leave other people in Blue Water Star with nothing to buy, that was of course impossible. The military and the federal store usually coordinate the goods. He has bought it now, and it will be delivered from other planets in 10 days or half a month. There is no need to worry about this at all. Alas, Blue Water Star is still too small. I have to earn more when I arrive in the Xietian galaxy, and then buy more to madly improve my strength. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. But the coward took a lot of time, and Ling Feng had to say goodbye to Uncle Zhao first. After leaving this time, I don't know when I will come back. Master, are you going to leave tomorrow? After walking out of the living room, Zhou Lao also flew over. Yes, it's almost time to go to Xiantian Divine Realm. After all, it is the most powerful divine realm in the entire Xiantian galaxy. Let's go and see if there is anything to gain. Ling Feng nodded and said. The main purpose of his going to Xiantian Divine Realm was actually to hear about the extremely powerful things in Xiantian Divine Realm. As for finding Ling Xian, that was just a side job. It doesn't matter whether he can find him or not. P.S. Thanks to the book friends. Bet again. User 35972259's reward. Also thanks to all the book friends who voted for the power of love for their support. In that case, I won't go with you. You know, my strength is useless. Old Zhou said helplessly. Logically, as a guardian and housekeeper, he should go with you. But with Ling Feng's strength, how can he be used? And Ling Feng is in seclusion every day, so he, as a housekeeper, is not as useful as the waiters on the spaceship. Well, that's fine. By the way, where did Zhao Shuya go? Why don't you see her for a day? Ling Feng nodded, and then asked curiously. I haven't seen her since I came back today. Miss Zhao went to challenge the Hidden Dragon list early in the morning. She said that she would break through the Hidden Dragon list this time and go to Xiantian Divine Realm with you. Old Zhou said. Speaking of this, he was also a little curious. Although Zhao Shuya was careless, she was not the kind of person who liked to boast. Is she really capable? Well, did she really say that? Hearing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's what he said. Mr. Zhou nodded. This girl, does she really have some powerful hidden entries as I guessed? Ling Feng was puzzled, and then, without thinking too much, he walked out of the villa and soared into the sky and flew towards the huge Qianlong Tower in the distance. Fuck, it's the 90th floor. Zhao Shuya has reached the 90th floor. Hiss. How come the freshmen of this class are stronger than each other? Before, Lord Ling Feng broke through the 100th floor, and his girlfriend is so powerful. It's the 91st floor, so fast, her speed is a little slower than Lord Ling Feng, but it's not much different. Sounds of surprise came from all directions. At this time, the Qianlong Tower was surrounded by a large number of students. They were all witnessing history. The history of the Qianlong Tower being broken through. On the Qianlong Tower, Zhao Shuya's speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, after a few minutes, 100th floor. Broken. Announcement, announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya, successfully broke through the 100th floor of the Qianlong list. Announcement, announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya, successfully broke through the 100th floor of the Qianlong list. Announcement, announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya, successfully broke through the 100th floor of the Qianlong list. At this moment, a loud reminder sound resounded throughout the Imperial Capital University. Ling Feng, who was only halfway through the flight, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He actually broke through. Then he increased his speed, and his speed instantly soared to hundreds of times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Qianlong Tower. Buzz. At this moment, a girl with a ruddy face dragging a big sword was teleported out of the Qianlong Tower. The aura on Zhao Shuya gradually dissipated. However, Ling Feng in the sky still felt her realm instantly. Wu Zong First Heaven. At the same time, he also keenly discovered that Zhao Shuya seemed to have the aura of using the full attribute amplification item, but it was different from his killing power. This is also normal. Any kind of item under the same level, there are actually many different items. For example, the blue amplification item is not only Shenwu. There are also Berserk and Aeration. 8 Gates Duanjia and other different items are all full attribute amplification, but the descriptions are slightly different. Ling Feng's Golden Killing God uses the killing power to amplify his combat power. But some use the Kingly Aura, the Imperial Aura, and some more abstract ones can enhance themselves with the power of Yandra. 9 out of 10 people with such items can become mentally ill. However, for Ling Feng, who has unlimited entries, as long as it is a blue amplification entry, no matter what it is, it can be used to upgrade his God of Slaughter entry. This girl is hiding something, and it seems that it is not that simple. Ling Feng smiled and then slowly fell from the sky. Little lunatic, here, here. When Zhao Shuya on the ground saw Ling Feng, her eyes lit up and she waved her hands excitedly. Girl, if you want to go to Xiantian Divine Realm, just say it. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Ling Feng helplessly tapped her brow. Hee, I'm just afraid that the instructor will think that my strength is not good enough. Zhao Shuya smiled embarrassedly. Qing Xuanzi, who was not far away, heard it and immediately had a black line on his head. He thinks she is not strong enough? Does he dare? He was pulled by the beard and came here. Before he could say anything, the girl rushed into the Qianlong Tower and took the Qianlong Tower. The Dragon Tower was broken through. Ahem, Zhao Shuya, you are indeed very strong. I have reported it to the speaker. He means that if you want to go, just go with Ling Feng tomorrow morning. In addition, you have a strong talent. Are you interested in cultivating immortals with me? Qing Xuanzi coughed, then put his hands behind his back and stroked his beard. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Shuya expectantly. No interest, not at all. Zhao Shuya shook her head quickly. Alas, the pearls and jade are covered in dust. The pearls and jade are covered in dust. Qing Xuanzi sighed in disappointment, then jumped and flew away on the sword. Well, if you want to go, you should go and tell Uncle Zhao. Otherwise, he will probably scold me to death if he knows that I took you so far away. Ling Feng said with a helpless smile. How could he scold you? If you really took me away, he would be so happy. Zhao Shuya said indifferently. Then she put the big sword behind her back and opened her arms as if she wanted to hug. What are you doing? Ling Feng was speechless. I can't fly yet, are you going to let me run back? Zhao Shuya said as a matter of course. Ling Feng rolled his eyes when he said this. Wu Zong, you can't fly? Who are you kidding? But he still spread his hands helplessly. Zhao Shuya smiled happily and jumped up and hung on Ling Feng's neck. The huge thing on her chest was directly on Ling Feng's chest, which made the younger brother want to protest. However, the big sword behind her directly hit Ling Feng's face. He could only take the big sword off and wave it casually. Buzz. In an instant, the big sword disappeared from the spot. Your weapon is too low level. Come down first, I'll give you a new set of equipment. Ling Feng had no choice but to put Zhao Shuya first. Then a nano core of the 7th level Black God armor appeared in his right hand. This is what he asked for from the Black God brain, although he couldn't give him all the Black God armors in the Black God trial ground. But this set of level 7 armor is still okay. After all, it dared not refuse the request of the Supreme Student. And Ling Feng also upgraded the terms of this armor to purple. As for the devouring term, it was upgraded to silver. In this way, Zhao Shuya can use it for a long time. Isn't this the Black Warrior armor? I have it too, but I feel that the level is too low. The weapon transformed is too light, and the feel is not good at all. Zhao Shuya said helplessly. Otherwise, she would not have sold the Black Warrior armor in exchange for this 5th-level medium-quality sword. It must be said that the price of the Black Warrior armor is indeed expensive, much more expensive than ordinary 5th-level weapons. But this is a complete set of armor. It is normal to be expensive. This is not the Black Warrior armor, it is the Black God armor, which is what you call the master version. You will know if you try it. You can adjust any weapon you want. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he directly pressed the nano core on Zhao Shuya's arm. Ding! Soul binding is successful. Black God armor, at your service. A prompt sound came instantly. The next moment, a set of streamlined nano armor wrapped Zhao Shuya. This armor directly showed her curvy figure, which was completely different from when Ling Feng wore it. It seems that this thing will change the appearance according to men and women. Zhao Shuya curiously grasped the void. Buzz. Instantly, a black and purple giant sword appeared in her hand. It's a bit light. Zhao Shuya was a little helpless. The Black God armor will match the corresponding weight of the weapon you use at this level based on your realm. You just need to tell him how many times the weight it is. Ling Feng explained. Oh, then 10 times first? Zhao Shuya said curiously. Buzz. Instantly, the weight increased 10 times. Zhao Shuya's hand just sank slightly and was not pressed down. This scene made Ling Feng raise his eyebrows. 10 times the weight requires 10 times the strength to lift it. Zhao Shuya's strength entry is indeed purple. It's still a bit light than 70 times. Zhao Shuya said uncertainly. Buzz. However, the next moment, the weight of the giant sword soared to 80 times the original weight. The terrifying weight directly crushed her hand. The tip of the giant sword hit the ground hard, creating a huge deep pit. Zhao Shuya also used all her strength to hold the handle. Forget it, 40 times is enough. Zhao Shuya said hurriedly. The next moment, the weight of the giant sword was reduced a lot. Then she slowly raised the giant sword and swung it twice. Then it became more and more convenient. This is much more convenient than the giant sword just now. Zhao Shuya was surprised. Of course, this scene made Ling Feng's pupils shrink. This girl can swing 40 times the weight? Could her strength term be golden? Ling Feng was shocked. The weight of the spear he used was only 40 times, and the weight would only increase when the trump card was released. Hee, are you scared, little lunatic? I'll tell you a secret. My power is only silver, not gold. Seemingly seeing Ling Feng's shock, Zhao Shuya took a sneak peek around, and after finding no one around, she said to Ling Feng carefully. Silver? Then how did you wave it so easily? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. This girl really has a silver entry. Hee, I won't tell you. Unless you call me Yaya, baby. Suddenly, Zhao Shuya smiled slyly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's eyes rolled up. Forget it, this is your secret, and I'm not that curious. Let's go, my Yaya baby. Ling Feng smiled and said, and directly picked up Zhao Shuya in a princess hug and soared into the sky amid her exclamation. In the sky, Ling Feng used his telekinesis to transform a streamlined shield around him and flew at an extremely fast speed, so fast that it directly exceeded 1,000 times the speed of sound. This speed has reached 300,000 meters per second. That is 300 kilometers per second. Of course, if Ling Feng bursts out with all his strength, this speed can be increased by at least 10 times or even dozens of times. And 1 minute later, he has crossed a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived above Xianfeng City. We're here now? You are so fast. Zhao Shuya was a little shocked. Ling Feng's speed was really too fast. But this made Ling Feng's mouth twitch. Remember, girl, don't say a man is fast. It hurts people. Ling Feng said seriously. Zhao Shuya reacted immediately after hearing it, and her little face flushed immediately. I don't know whether it is fast or not. Why don't you try it with me? She muttered. Ling Feng pretended not to hear it. The girl's words were getting more and more serious. Then Ling Feng quickly fell towards Xianfeng City. The Zhao family's villa in Xianfeng City has always been there, and they often hire people to clean it. So when Ling Feng asked Zhao Wu to come back, Zhao Wu did not hesitate for long and moved back almost the next day. In the living room of the Zhao family, a group of martial king-level warriors were chatting and bragging with Zhao Wu. "Brother Zhao, you don't know, my kid is very annoying. He says every day that he will become a great benefactor who saves the entire Blue Water Star like Ling Feng in the future. I told him that you still don't practice." Guess what he said to me? A bearded man was speechless. What did he say? A big man nearby asked. That little bastard actually said that if practice was useful, I would have become the strongest in Blue Water Star, so he was going to sleep and dreaming about everything. I was so angry that I threw him to a divine land to train. I don't know if he is dead now, the bearded man said with gnashing teeth. As soon as this was said, the martial kings present were speechless. Throwing his son to the divine land? Is this something a father can do? What if he is torn apart by a powerful beast? Ahem, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here to tell you. Now Xianfeng City needs people. I wonder if you are interested in coming back. I also know that you have suffered because of Wang Angua in those years. But now everything is stable and those bad apples have been cleared out. But the development of Xianfeng City needs people. At this time, Zhao Wu also spoke hurriedly. The main purpose of his gathering these people today is to gather the former subordinates of Ling Xian to return. As soon as these words came out, the people present looked at each other and were silent. They all knew what Zhao Wu meant and naturally asked them to guard Xianfeng City. After all, the pests died, but these pests were all strong, and their death made Xianfeng City lose its power to protect. It's just that they were all forced to leave, and it's impossible to say that they have no resentment in their hearts. Moreover, they already have their own connections and a certain status in other cities, and some have even directly become the military captains of the city. If they come back, all their efforts will be in vain. Brother Zhao, I am willing to come back. If it weren't for the Grand Commander, I would have died. Old Zhao, you know my situation. I have just been promoted to captain for less than 2 years. The Grand Commander of our city has been very kind to me. I would feel sorry for him if I left. I will come back when I find a successor. Alas, me too. I am now the principal of a high school martial arts school and cannot leave casually. For a while, some agreed to come back, while others really had no choice. However, Zhao Wu was already very happy to hear that half of the people were willing to come back. I know everyone has their own difficulties. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't come back for the time being. Xianfeng City has always been your home. Come back if you can in the future. Zhao Wu smiled heartily. Everyone present was grateful when they heard it. Zhao Wu just understood them. Oh? It's so lively. It turns out that Uncle Wang, you are all back. Where's Xiao Wang? Didn't he come back? Isn't this brotherly? How come I haven't seen him for 10 years and he has aged so much? Do you go to comfort the fallen girls every day? However, at this moment, a laugh came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes and looked towards the door in disbelief. Sure enough, the person who came in was Ling Feng, who brought Zhao Xie in. In the early years, Ling Feng lived in the homes of these men in turn. But later, they were all forced to move away. In the end, Ling Feng was left alone in Xianfeng City. Although they came to visit from time to time, they had not visited for a long time. The feelings had faded a little. However, when they met again, Ling Feng had become the strongest man in Blue Water Star. And looking at Ling Feng who came in, they seemed to see the high-spirited and invincible commander Ling Xian. For a moment, everyone's eyes were red. The scene of the bloody battle for Xianfeng City gradually emerged in their minds. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that the only thought of each of them when they left was that they would come back again. But now that they really have a chance, they actually hesitated and wanted to give up. Old Zhao, I thought about it. There are so many martial kings in my city. One more martial king is not much, one less is not much. It doesn't matter if I am not the captain. I will move tomorrow. Suddenly, Old Wang smiled and turned back to Zhao Wu. As soon as he said this, everyone else present raised their eyebrows. By the way, the vice principal of my school is always thinking about how to usurp the throne. Since he wants to be the principal so much, let him be the principal. I will move tomorrow too. You are all back. If I don't come back, won't I be isolated by you? No, I want to come back too. Then, several other warriors spoke with a smile. Seeing that each of his brothers was ready to come back, Zhao Wu was moved. These people put down all the achievements they had made in their struggle for more than 10 years and came back just for the dream of protecting Xianfeng City together. Welcome home. Zhao Wu just smiled and spoke slowly. With the return of Ling Feng, the whole Zhao family suddenly became lively. Everyone was reminiscing about the days when they gathered and fought together. As for Zhao Shuya, she went to a corner to gossip with the wives of the warriors. I have to say that the little fat boy has now become the strongest man on Blue Water Star. I told my son before that I knew Ling Feng, but he didn't believe me. He even said how could I know such a strong man, which made me angry. Ha ha, let alone your son. My daughter also looks at Ling Feng with admiration, and she even said that she wants to marry Ling Feng when she grows up. Then your daughter has to line up, ha ha. No way, who made me handsome? Oh, the little fat boy back then actually had the nerve to say that he was handsome. That's right, I still have the photo of you picking your nose when you were a kid. When I expose it, I'll see if you still have the nerve to say you're handsome. Fuck, brother Zheng, if you dare to post it, I'll dare to post the photo of you getting drunk and falling into the toilet. What? How come I don't know? Show me the photo. No, didn't I buy you out with 3 lollipops? You're cheating on me. The happiness of a group of grown men is always built on the pain of others. In their eyes, Ling Feng seemed not to be the strongest person on Blue Mercury who was invincible, but still the little fat man in their eyes. Some people even told Ling Feng's embarrassing childhood stories. Some people even took out the video of Ling Feng bringing Zhao Shuya to Lao Zhao to propose marriage. That day, Ling Feng was almost socially dead. However, it must be said that this night was the happiest day for Ling Feng in recent years. He has almost no memory of his parents, and the most profound memory is the scene that only exists in the video. On the contrary, he was very kind to these uncles, because it was under their care that he had a complete childhood. Unfortunately, his childhood companions were all in college or at work and had no time to come. Only some of the younger ones were still in their cradles when Ling Feng saw them last time. Of course, these little brats naturally admired Ling Feng and surrounded him to ask questions. Suddenly, Ling Feng remembered something and called a group of children ranging from 2 or 3 years old to teenagers who were already 17 or 18 years old. Since we are meeting today, I will give you some gifts. Who wants them? Ling Feng said with a smile. I want them, I want them. I want them too. Brother Ling Feng, just give me an autographed photo. I'll show it to my goddess. She will definitely worship me to death. You dead licker, at this time you only want to pick up girls with autographed photos. If I were to sell them, it would cost at least tens of millions, haha. Of course, those unreliable teenagers were immediately scolded by their father. Ling Feng smiled and took out a bunch of purple oracle stones. In an instant, everyone present was shocked to see so many purple oracle stones. There were too many, probably hundreds of them, right? Pick whatever you want. By the way, Uncle Zhao, you guys should pick a few too. Ling Feng spoke directly. Ling Feng, this thing is too expensive, put it away quickly. Yeah, how can we take your things? That's right, aren't you slapping us in the face? A group of uncles were still watching with a smile, but their faces changed when they saw the scene. Purple oracle stones, one is worth tens of billions, and good ones are even hundreds of billions. Although Ling Feng is powerful and rich, they are too embarrassed to take it. Uncles, I have treated you as my family since childhood. Your safety is very important to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. In addition, it depends on you to protect Xianfeng City. The stronger you are, the safer Xianfeng City will be. Ling Feng looked at the group of uncles and said with a smile. These oracle stones are the best quality ones, he exploded. The bottom line is that you can get blue entries. For Ling Feng, these oracle stones are no different from ordinary purple oracle stones with only one purple entry. When the people present heard this, they were moved, but still didn't want to take them. After all, they were too precious. Of course. If you don't want them, I will sell them all and use the money to hire bodyguards for you. The effect is the same anyway. Ling Feng suddenly laughed, and after speaking, he directly opened the federal store and directly chose the warrior bodyguard service. It has to be said that there are all kinds of services in this era. Seeing this, everyone present was anxious. How can this be? How many years can this money protect? Besides, if we go out to hunt fierce beasts with a bodyguard, we are afraid that people will laugh to death. Yeah, it's better for us to protect ourselves after using it. You have always liked to find this kind of choice that we can't refuse since you were a child. A group of martial kings couldn't help but sigh. Okay, come and choose quickly. Take whatever entry you like. Ling Feng interrupted everyone and spoke directly. After hearing his words, these people no longer hesitated and directly brought their wives and children to pick. However, many people were shocked after opening these entries and seeing the guaranteed blue entry. This kind of purple oracle stone is probably rare in the entire Blue Mercury, and Ling Feng actually has so many in his hand. However, since Ling Feng has already taken it out, they will no longer be pretentious. By the way, it is best to choose an oracle stone with a blue entry for all attribute enhancement and a physical enhancement entry. If both can be opened, your talent will be no less than ordinary silver talent. Ling Feng also reminded. The blue one for all attribute enhancement here is a rare entry after all, and the Black God Martial Arts Hall generally does not have beasts with this entry. After all, those beasts are assessment beasts and they don't need two powerful all-attribute enhancement entries, otherwise how can the person being assessed fight? It's impossible to beat it, right? As soon as this was said, everyone present nodded repeatedly. Although the possibility of them opening it is extremely low, if they do, the improvement in strength will definitely be huge. Of course, many of them have already filled the number of entries, so they only choose for their children. After all, many of the children are not yet adults. When they reach adulthood, they can at least become martial king level warriors with blue entries. If they can open a purple entry, they may become martial masters or even martial masters in the future. Soon, everyone took two. This was given to them by Ling Feng. Otherwise, each person would only take one at most. Those who still had entry grids opened them on the spot. I don't know if it was because Ling Feng was still there, but two purple entries were opened among the 4 people with entries. Instantly, everyone present was envious. Those who opened the entries early were even more thumping their chests. However, Ling Feng also gave them a set of ordinary black martial arts suits each. He had too many of these things. There were tens of thousands of sets. As for the motherboard, forget it. There are too many other suits that need to be devoured. If it is not devoured, it will be no different from an ordinary black martial arts suit. After the things were almost delivered, the people present also said goodbye one after another. After all, they also knew that Ling Feng would go to Xiantian Divine Realm tomorrow. This time he came back, he should have a lot to say to Zhao Wu. These guys, after so many years, are still as unreliable as before. Zhao Wu smiled. Uncle Zhao, you shouldn't have opened all the entries yet? Suddenly Ling Feng spoke. After these words came out, Zhao Wu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Just when he was about to open it, he was stopped by Ling Feng. Well, there is one last one. I was just going to try to see if this divine martial arts entry can be exploded. Uncle Zhao said with a smile. I have an oracle stone here that is more suitable for you. Try it. Suddenly, Ling Feng grasped the void. The next moment, a silver oracle stone appeared in his hand. This oracle stone was exactly what he had exploded from the dark-winged dragon. Hiss! Silver oracle stone? Where did you get this thing? Zhao Wu immediately took a breath of cold air. Of course, if he saw the entries of this oracle stone, he would probably be even more shocked. After all, the 2 silver ones are all purple entries, which is simply the best among the best. Of course, the best ones are naturally all silver entries, but the price of that kind of oracle stone is much more expensive than the ordinary golden oracle stone. Of course it exploded, and it happened that I didn't have much use for it. I also asked Yair when she came, and she said she didn't need it. Ling Feng explained. Then you sold it. If you gave it to me, wouldn't it be a waste of such a precious silver oracle stone? It would cost at least 1 trillion. With this money, you can buy a lot of resources for cultivation. Zhao Wu said hurriedly. Look at my balance. Ling Feng said nothing more and directly showed his balance of more than 200 trillion. Seeing a series of zeros, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a closer look. Balance: 25654871574425565.35 federal coins. Wow, 16 digits. More than 200 trillion. This can buy a few blue water planets, right? Ah, this. Zhao Wu was stunned. Wow, this can buy a lot of delicious food, right? Little lunatic, you have to support me. Zhao Xuya leaned over and her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly. Boom. But Zhao Wu's head exploded as soon as he said this. You little girl is looking for a man to support you in front of your father. Is your father dead? Zhao Wu was speechless. Do you have money with a little lunatic? Zhao Xuya said as a matter of course. Sure enough, Zhao Wu choked and couldn't say a word as soon as he said this. Okay, Uncle Zhao, don't think about it. Use it as soon as possible. I have some pills specially made for you. Take them all. Only then can Yair and I feel at ease when we leave. Ling Feng stuffed the oracle stone into Zhao Wu's hands, then took out a safe and opened it directly. Boxes of pills were placed in front of him, with the time to eat marked on them. No, so many? Zhao Wu was confused. So many pills? How long will he have to eat them? You kid won't take my daughter away and never come back, right? Zhao Wu was very suspicious of Ling Feng. After all, so many pills would probably be enough for him to eat for several years. It's not that he won't come back, but it might be many years before he comes back again. It's not easy to come back once you enter Xiantian Divine Realm. Ling Feng explained. Of course, what he meant by not being able to come back temporarily was that he might be taken away by the Black God Martial Arts Hall, and then he would naturally not be able to come back for a long time. Yes, I heard from the Taoist teacher that it usually takes 7 or 8 years to come back after going. Zhao Xia nodded. What? It takes so long. Zhao Wu was shocked. At the same time, he was also a little reluctant. After his wife died, he and Zhao Xuya depended on each other for life. As an old father, he naturally couldn't bear to see her for so many years. Allah, the little madman is so talented that he may be able to come back in a few months. When the time comes, I will ask him to take me back. If I don't go, if he is treated as a croaker by others again, what should I do? Zhao Xuya hurriedly smiled and comforted. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's head was full of black lines. If not talking about his black history, they are still good friends. Yes, this kid really has a bad vision. Who knew that? Zhao Wu also nodded in agreement. I say, you guys are talking, is it necessary to attack me personally? Am I not possessed by a ghost? Ling Feng hurriedly protested. Okay, I won't talk about you anymore, then I won't be polite. Zhao Wu also laughed heartily, then changed the subject, picked up the silver oracle stone and chose to open it directly. However, the moment a series of powerful entries appeared, Zhao Wu's eyes widened. 2 silver, a series of silver entries? Buzz. Before he could come to his senses, the pointer landed directly on a silver entry. Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of silver light burst out from the oracle stone and poured into Zhao Wu's body. Seeing this, Zhao Xia and Ling Feng's eyes lit up. They were so lucky. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying breath burst out from Zhao Wu's body. Feeling this familiar breath, Ling Feng's pupils shrank immediately. Is this entry? Ling Feng quickly grabbed Zhao Wu, who was covered in silver light, and rushed out of the villa. Zhao Xia quickly chased him out. But she found Ling Feng standing alone at the door of the villa. Where's Lao Zhao? Zhao Xuya asked hurriedly. He's in the sky. Ling Feng pointed to the sky. Zhao Xuya looked up and immediately found that Zhao Wu was soaring into the sky at a very fast speed. It was obvious that he was thrown up by someone. Ong! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar broke out from Zhao Wu. Boom! The next moment, Zhao Wu's body began to expand and change wildly. A silver dragon several meters in size appeared in the sky. And the silver dragon began to expand wildly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Soon, Zhao Wu's body soared to a height of 50 meters. And the wingspan reached 100 meters. Ong! The dragon roared to the sky, and waves of terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The powerful dragon power directly enveloped the entire Xianfeng city. Woo! Then, an air defense alarm sounded throughout Xianfeng city. The next moment, a beam of fire shot up from the headquarters of the Xianfeng City God-Chosen Alliance. Chiu! The flames turned into a fire phoenix and appeared in front of the silver dragon. Dragon, it's actually dragon blood. Sikong Xueyun's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into endless horror after seeing this silver dragon. The dragon clan, the lowest quality is the purple talent owner. The strength is generally above level 7-1. How could such a terrifying existence appear in Xianfeng City, but this silver dragon seems to be just a cub? The aura is only about the first level of the Martial Emperor, but the aura revealed has surpassed Xikong Xueyun. No matter what, this dragon can't be allowed to harm Xianfeng City, Xikong Xueyun's eyes became serious, and then she clenched her hand, and a flaming sword appeared in her hand. Die! Xikong Xueyun shouted, and then turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards Zhao Wu. President Xikong, don't do it, I am Zhao Wu. However, at this moment, Zhao Wu, who finally reacted by flapping his wings, spoke quickly. Then, his body began to shrink and change madly. Soon, Zhao Wu regained his human form. Fortunately, Ling Feng had given him the black warrior armor a long time ago, so Zhao Wu wore a black warrior armor after recovery and did not show his body. You're Zhao Wu? What did you just say was a bloodline entry? Xikong Xueyun was shocked. Bloodline entries, that is an extremely rare type of entry. And the bloodline of the dragon clan is even rarer among the rare. After all, compared to turning into those other animals, this domineering and powerful dragon is what many people want. Therefore, an oracle stone of a dragon entry is when it appears, it is almost killed in seconds. It is difficult to have stock. Now Zhao Wu actually has it, and he has successfully integrated the entry. Yes, Ling Feng came back last night and insisted on giving it to me. I had to give it up. Zhao Wu said with a helpless smile. Of course, there was some pride in his words. Sure enough, when this was said, Xikong Xueyun was speechless. This kind of good thing was actually given to him by others. People are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya flew up. Uncle Zhao, this entry is very good, right? Ling Feng smiled. The silver dragon was indeed very strong. Mainly because Zhao Wu's speed entry is the most powerful, so after the transformation, it is also a silver dragon representing speed. That's really great. Moreover, even if I am not in the dragon form now, all my attributes have a considerable bonus. Zhao Wu said quickly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Wait, can it be enhanced even if it is not a dragon form? Then what about Zhao Shuya? He glanced at Zhao Shuya. Don't you want to know? If you call me Yaya baby again, I will tell you. Zhao Shuya smiled proudly. Suddenly, you understand, this girl really has bloodline entries, weight, so to speak, plus this girl had all attribute enhancement entries before. In other words, this girl is likely to have a purple top-grade talent, or even a silver top-grade talent. Hiss, this girl, she is very well hidden. Ling Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, Ling Feng also got a bloodline entry this time. When we get on the spaceship, we will make it a golden entry, and then we will see how powerful this entry is. Okay, baby Yaya, are you ashamed? Go home. Zhao Wu couldn't listen anymore and urged Ling Feng and the others to go back. President, I'm sorry for what happened tonight. I'll explain it tomorrow. Zhao Wu said to Xikong Xueyun with a smile. It's okay. Uncle Zhao, your strength has become stronger, which is a great thing for Xianfeng City. Xikong Xueyun also smiled. President, we'll take our leave then. I'll come back to you next time I come back from Xiantian Divine Realm to reminisce about the past. Ling Feng also smiled slightly. Let's go, my baby Yaya. After saying that, he directly pulled Zhao Shuya up and quickly fell down. Wait for me. Zhao Wu followed him speechlessly. Xikong Xueyun didn't come back to his senses for a long time when he saw Ling Feng pulling Zhao Shuya away. The next morning, Ling Feng didn't leave directly. Instead, he returned to the next door of Ling's house. Grandpa Wu, I'm Ling Feng. Ling Feng rang the doorbell. Click. Soon, the door slowly opened. Ling Feng walked in, and immediately an energetic old man walked out of the villa. The old man walked like a dragon and a tiger, and his blood was strong. He was a warrior with good strength. Seeing Ling Feng, the old man smiled lovingly. This man is Wu Lao and his wife is the old martial king of Xianfeng City. He has been retired for many years and is also Ling Feng's neighbor. Ling Feng has been taken care of by him since he was a child. Isn't this Xiaofeng? When did you come back? Is the capital fun? Seeing Ling Feng, Wu Lao smiled and stroked his beard. Haha, it's just like that. It's better to be at home. By the way, where is Grandma Zhao? Ling Feng smiled. She is so old, but she doesn't want to dance in the square. She insists on hunting beasts. She says that people need to move even when they are old. Wu Lao smiled and nodded. By the way, let's not talk about her. You kid never comes to the temple for no reason. Tell me, are you leaving again? Wu Lao said reluctantly. His children are not around, and they have always treated Ling Feng as their grandson since they were young. Yes, I have to go to Xiantian Galaxy. I may not be able to come back for a long time, so I came to see you. Ling Feng said with a smile. After that, he took out several porcelain bottles that had been prepared long ago from the storage space. These are some small pills I made. You can take 1 pill a day for this bottle. This bottle is for improving strength. Take this second pill after digesting 1 pill. Ling Feng explained. You kid, these things are expensive, right? It would be great if you could save the money to get married in the future. By the way, the daughter of the boy from the Zhao family is pretty good. When are you two going to get married? I'm still waiting to hold my great-grandson by then. Old Wu laughed jokingly. Haha, then you have to take them even more, otherwise you won't be able to hold my children when I get married. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he stuffed the pills directly into Old Wu's hands. You kid. Old Wu shook his head helplessly. Having watched this child grow up since he was a child, he naturally knew his character. Then he carefully put away the porcelain bottle. By the way, have you eaten breakfast? If not, why don't you eat with me? Old Wu said quickly. Grandpa Wu, is the little lunatic here? We should go. However, at this moment, Zhao Shuya's voice came from outside. Then Zhao Shuya ran in. Seeing Zhao Shuya, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Wu Lao's eyes. You are still so impetuous. Wu Lao looked at Zhao Shuya and said helplessly. Grandpa Wu, we can only have dinner next time. Don't forget to take the pills I gave you. Also, wait for me to come back. Ling Feng said hurriedly. I know, you should be careful when you go to Xiantian Galaxy. You haven't been far away at this age. Wu Lao hurriedly instructed. I know, I will be careful, then we will go first. Ling Feng smiled, and after saying that, he directly pulled Zhao Shuya up and flew quickly into the sky towards the distance. And looking at Ling Feng's departing back, Wu Lao didn't come back to his senses for a long time. This child has finally grown up. I wonder if your father will show off to me, an old man, if he sees it. Alas, where did you go? Said Wu Lao with a sigh. After that, he turned around and returned to his villa. The next day, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya also said goodbye to Zhao Wu and returned to the Imperial Capital University. At this time, a large spaceship several thousand meters long was waiting above the university. Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya flew directly into the hatch of the spaceship. Boom, boom, boom. With the roar of the engine, the spaceship slowly flew up, and then the speed became faster and faster. Finally, it broke through the atmosphere of blue mercury and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. After arriving in the depths of the starry sky, the speed of the spaceship became faster and faster. An hour later, the speed of the spaceship had exceeded the speed of light. After reaching the speed of light, everything behind the spaceship turned black, and only the front was a dazzling light spot. As for the surroundings, there were still stars all over the sky. With the development of science and technology, science has long proved that although the speed of light is fast, it is not the maximum speed of the universe. It is very simple to exceed the speed of light, of course. The premise is that the material of the object needs to be strong enough. Moreover, the so-called words that reaching the speed of light can reverse time are simply nonsense. If you want to reverse time, you need to make all the matter in the universe go back at the same time, and the power required is not something that can be achieved by reaching the speed of light. Of course, if you reach the speed of light, you can also see history to a certain extent. For example, if you face the Earth at the speed of light now, everything in front of you will turn black because the light can't catch up with you. However, once you exceed the speed of light, you can capture the light emitted by the Earth before this moment. To put it bluntly, you can see the Earth a few seconds ago. If you go faster, in your eyes, the time of the Earth seems to be flowing backwards. In fact, it's just that the light you capture is getting older and older. If you come to the Earth 1 light year away, you can see the Earth 1 year ago. For you, the Earth has returned to 1 year ago. If you come to the Earth 2,000 light years away, the Earth you see is 2,000 years ago. For you, it is like the time of the Earth has flowed back to 2,000 years ago. In fact, it is just capturing the light of the past. This may be what the theory of relativity wants to express, but it is misunderstood by many people. Therefore, in the universe, photoelectric signals have been eliminated. The network used by humans has been transformed into dark matter signals. For the current human race, the transmission speed of this thing is almost instantaneous. Even if it is separated by tens of thousands of light years, the message sent here can be captured instantly there. Of course, the speed of dark matter signals is just very fast, not really synchronized. Just like the light signal once arrived instantly for the people on Earth. Perhaps as technological civilization continues to develop, this dark matter signal will become useless and slow like the photoelectric signal. Of course, so far, the dark matter signal is the fastest. As the speed of the spacecraft increases rapidly, the final speed stabilized after reaching twice the speed of light. Of course, at this speed, it will take at least thousands of years to reach the Xiantian main star. Ding! The speed reaches the jump standard. Space jump is about to begin. Everyone please be prepared. At this time, a prompt sound was also transmitted to the minds of everyone in the spaceship. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful wave suddenly erupted from a gun muzzle in front of the spaceship. The wave instantly hit the void in front. Buzz. Instantly, a huge space crack was torn open. Swish! The spaceship instantly rushed into the open space crack. But the crack disappeared directly in the next moment. From the appearance of the crack to its disappearance, it existed for less than 1/10,000th of a second. Ordinary people's naked eyes can't catch it at all. And such a short time requires the spaceship to rush into it. This is why the spaceship has to accelerate to above the speed of light. After all, if the speed is a little slower, it would be fine if it was a long time earlier. At most, the space crack disappears and starts again. But if you are unlucky, the spaceship will be cut off halfway into the space crack when it closes. The final result is naturally the destruction of the ship and the death of people. Seikongjian spaceship is a level 6 spaceship. For this level of spaceship, the distance of each jump is only 10 light years. Therefore, they need to keep jumping in the next few days until they reach the Xiatian main galaxy. The higher the level of the spaceship, the farther the jump distance can be, and this technology is actually not difficult. The maximum distance of this level 6 spaceship is 100 light years. But ordinary people dare not drive the jump distance of more than 20 light years. Because the farther the jump distance, the shorter the time the space crack exists. This means that the speed of the spaceship needs to be faster. The speed of low-level spaceships cannot reach that speed at all. Only high-level spaceships can increase the speed to a faster speed, thus opening a space crack that can jump farther. Of course, this jump process is a bit boring. Each jump requires a long time of energy accumulation, and the jump is only a moment. It is not noticeable at all. At this time, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya also came to a huge ecological cabin in the spaceship. The environment here is very good, and there are all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees planted. There are even some docile little beasts. It's like a small village. To operate this spaceship that is thousands of meters long, the population required is at least more than 1,000 people. Therefore, the living environment here is very good. The realm can't be bad. Of course, it is said that high-level spacecraft are millions of meters long. The ecological environment is the same as a country. You are here. These are the students from our Blue Water Star who are going to Xiantian Divine Realm for assessment this time. Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya came to a control console, and Seikongjian, who had been waiting here for a long time, smiled and spoke. Standing next to him was Qian Yuan, who had met before, and a young man who had not met before. Seeing the two coming, both of them looked at Ling Feng. Especially the young man. His eyes lit up when he saw Ling Feng, and there was endless fighting spirit in his eyes when he looked at Ling Feng. Well, another martial arts fanatic. Ling Feng thought so. You all know Qian Yuan. As for this young man, his name is Zhou Chuan. With the strength of Wu Zong Fifth Heaven, he can be regarded as the strongest genius of my Blue Water Star in these years. Seikongjian said with a smile. The strongest genius? Didn't Senior Qian Yuan claim to be the strongest genius of Imperial Capital University in the past 10 years? Zhao Shuya asked curiously. But this made Qian Yuan's mouth twitch. He was the strongest, but he was defeated by your boyfriend in one move. Zhou Chuan is not from our Imperial Capital University. He went to other planets for further studies in his senior year and just came back. After all, this assessment requires the declaration of the registered residence. It's a bargain for my blue water planet. Jin smiled proudly. Ling Feng was stunned when he heard it. What the hell is the registered residence declaration? Classmate Zhou Chuan, this is Ling Feng, you should have heard of him. This is Zhao Shuya. She is also the Tianjiao of my blue water planet. Don't look at her cuteness, she is a genius girl who can break through the Qianlong Tower. In addition, she is also the girlfriend of classmate Ling Feng. Okay, if you are interested, you can communicate with each other. If you are not interested, go back and rest. There is plenty of time. Jin left after the introduction. Of course, the reason why he emphasized Zhao Shuya as Ling Feng's girlfriend was that, in Ling Feng's opinion, he was probably afraid that Zhou Chuan would be tempted by her beauty and be beaten to death. The speaker's idea is perfect. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, Zhou Chuan was not interested in Zhao Shuya, but stared at Ling Feng intently. Ling Feng, right? Hello, I'm Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded and was about to stretch out his hand. Ahem, Ling Feng, long time no see. However, Qian Yuan on the side quickly reached out and grasped Ling Feng's hand and laughed carelessly. Ling Feng was confused. Do we know each other well? And I almost beat you back to the furnace last time we met, okay? Why are you so enthusiastic? However, Ling Feng soon found out the reason. Seeing Ling Feng's hand being snatched away, Zhou Chuan frowned. Student Qian Yuan, if you don't want to be my boyfriend, don't hinder me from picking up girls, okay? Zhou Chuan said with a frown. When these words came out, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya widened their eyes at the same time. At this moment, Ling Feng remembered Zhou Chuan's eyes just now. That was not a fighting spirit at all, but the eyes of a boy seeing a beautiful woman. And Jin's words were not to remind him to be careful of his girlfriend being stolen away, but to remind Zhao Shuya that her boyfriend was snatched away. As for Zhao Shuya, she was even more upset. It was normal for her to have a love rival, but it was the first time she saw a male love rival. Student Ling Feng, are you interested in having dinner with me? Then, Zhou Chuan smiled and stretched out his right hand to look at Ling Feng. Fuck. Stay away from me. I'm not gay. Ling Feng warned hurriedly and retreated a few meters at the same time. Ling Feng, I fell in love with you when I saw your video before. Don't be so ruthless. Give me a chance. Zhou Chuan hurriedly came up. I'll give you a hammer. But the next moment, Zhao Shuya shouted loudly, and a big hammer appeared in her hand. Boom. With a loud bang, Zhou Chuan was directly smashed and flew out. Boom. With a loud bang, he stuck to the wall. Fortunately, the material of the spaceship is extremely strong, otherwise everyone would die if the spaceship was penetrated. Dare to steal my man. Zhao Shuya proudly put away her weapon. Thank you so much, classmate Qian Yuan, otherwise I probably can't use this hand. I was wrong in the previous things. Ling Feng hurriedly thanked. Qian Yuan is a good person. Ahem, no need to be polite. Qian Yuan coughed awkwardly. He was just afraid that Ling Feng would know the truth and go berserk and blow up the spaceship. After all, he had been harassed by Zhou Chuan before, and he was touched crazily by him just after they held hands. He still felt a little sick from that feeling. There was really nothing fun on the spaceship, and after turning around twice, Ling Feng returned to his cabin first. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. Last night, all the blue oracle stones on Blue Water Star that he had cleared had been sent to Xianfeng City. After all, it was Ling Feng who transferred the goods, and all the cities in the entire Blue Water Star dispatched the fastest spaceships. At the same time, there were some large transport spaceships to pick up, and finally all the goods were transferred in one night. Although it would not upgrade all of Ling Feng's entries to dark gold, it would be no problem to greatly enhance these entries. The main thing was the most important transformation entries. After returning to the cabin, Ling Feng's consciousness directly probed into his own small world. At this time, a large pile of oracle stones had been piled on the ground of the small world. These entries were all blue oracle stones of the transformation type. Giant Anaconda. Blue. Yes, this entry is not the giant dragon-like giant lizard is not transformed into a giant anaconda. Using this entry, you can directly transform into a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is a race stronger than the giant python. The green entry is the giant python transformation. As for the white one, it is an ordinary snake transformation. Although this giant lizard transformation can reach the giant dragon when it reaches purple, the giant dragon is just a larger lizard. This giant anaconda can be transformed into a divine dragon when it is upgraded to a certain level. My Eastern divine dragon is stronger than the big lizard, right? This is Ling Feng's main idea. Of course, if upgrading to gold does not allow him to transform into a divine dragon, then he has also prepared the giant lizard transformation entry. At most, he can take both entries. Although there is only one bonus, it is not bad to be able to change into two races at will. Who knows if there will be powerful special entries? Draw first. Ling Feng did not hesitate and directly selected 10 blue oracle stones in his small world and opened them at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, as the blue light enveloped, 10 blue oracle stones simultaneously turned into a blue light and poured into the void. Instantly, 10 blue powers suddenly emerged from Ling Feng's body and finally rushed into the depths of Ling Feng's blood and began to transform crazily. At this moment, Ling Feng could clearly feel that his muscles and cells were rapidly strengthening. Is this the bloodline entry? It can really strengthen the body, even without transformation. Ling Feng clenched his fist and felt that his all attributes had increased by about 60%. Although it was not much, it was not a small improvement for Ling Feng's strength. After all, his current all-attribute foundation was too terrifying. 60% of the power was equivalent to directly increasing the original 4,000% power enhancement to 6,400%. No wonder this bloodline enhancement entry was extremely rare. This was much more powerful than the all-attribute enhancement entry. After all, the all-attribute enhancement entry could only explode when used, and there were great side effects after use. Either physical energy consumption skyrocketed, or sanity was lost, or blood was consumed, etc. And blood transformation is just normal energy consumption. And under normal circumstances, it can also transform one's own power. Ding! You successfully extracted the entry, Giant Anaconda Transformation. Blue, *10. The entry is upgraded to Dragon Transformation. Purple. After Dragon Transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 220%. Without transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 160%. Normal purple entries are 200% improvement. This entry is not the weakest after all. It only takes 5 entries to upgrade from blue to purple. Continue. Ling Feng did not hesitate and continued to select the Oracle Stone and continued to extract frantically. Because he used the blue Oracle Stone directly, the extraction speed was still very fast. Only 1,000 were needed to upgrade to gold, and 100 were needed to reach silver. Ding! You successfully extracted the entry, Giant Anaconda. Blue, *100. The entry is upgraded to Qilong Transformation. Silver. After Qilong Transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 400%. Without transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 200%. Silver entries can directly transform into Qilong. Legend has it that it takes several steps for a snake to transform into a dragon. One is to become a python first, then an anaconda. After that, it can transform into a dragon, and then into a Qilong. After Qilong, there is Qiolong. Qiolong is actually a real dragon in a certain sense. At this stage, it has dragon horns and dragon scales. If it evolves again, it can become a powerful Yinglong. If we follow this calculation, this Qiolong should be a golden item, and Yinglong should be dark gold. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he thought of this. At this time, he was a little curious about how powerful Qiolong would be. With this in mind, he continued to drive like crazy. More than 10 minutes later. Ding! You successfully extracted the item, Giant Anaconda Transformation. Blue, *1000. The item is upgraded to True Dragon Transformation. Gold. Possessing the blood of a true dragon, the Qianglong clan can instantly transform into a true dragon clan. After the transformation, the physical attributes can be improved by 800%. Without the transformation, the physical attributes can be improved by 400%. With the upgrade of the entry successfully, a terrifying breath rushed into Ling Feng's whole body. In an instant, Ling Feng felt that his muscles and cells were beginning to strengthen crazily. After feeling the strengthening of his strength, Ling Feng couldn't help but clench his fist. Bloodline entries are transformed from the deep level of bloodline. Therefore, it can be stacked with any other entry, even the entry that strengthens all attributes. Equivalent to, at this moment, Ling Feng's final combat power has directly increased by more than 4 times. If it is a true dragon, it can directly increase to 8 times the original. This strengthening can be imagined. The next is the special entry. I don't know what this special entry for the true dragon transformation is. Ling Feng thought with some anticipation. Ding! Detected the entry, True Dragon Transformation. Gold, special entry activated, Descendants of the Dragon. Gold, special entry. Descendants of the Dragon is a special entry that can only be triggered by a very small number of races with true dragons as totems. For those who have this entry, the effect of the dragon transformation entry after and before the dragon transformation is enhanced by *200%. Dragon's instructions. Active skills can be activated. After using it, you will get Dragon's instructions, all attributes *200%. Use it once and consume 1 silver entry. Boom. The moment this entry appeared, Ling Feng instantly felt another powerful force emerging. In just a moment, his physical strength doubled again. It has reached 800% enhancement, which is just the basic situation. If it is a dragon transformation, the combat effectiveness can continue to improve. Oh my god, Descendant of the Dragon? This entry is quite interesting. Taking the real dragon as a totem actually has such benefits. Ling Feng couldn't help but brighten up. This is really a blessing from the ancestors. 200% is 400%? Good boy, this is a lot of improvement. I wonder if there is any difference between the giant dragon transformation and the real dragon transformation. Ling Feng was curious and threw all the giant lizard transformation entries in the storage space into the small world and then started to open it directly. Ding! You successfully extracted the entry giant lizard transformation. Blue *5. The entry is upgraded to Giant Dragon Transformation. Purple. After the Giant Dragon Transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 200%. Without the transformation, all physical attributes can be improved, 150%. The Giant Dragon Transformation does not have too many highlights. Ling Feng started to open it quickly. Soon, the entry reached gold. Ding! You successfully extracted the entry giant lizard transformation. Blue *1000. The entry is upgraded to Dragon Transformation. Gold. Activate the entry to instantly transform into a dragon. After transforming into a dragon, all physical attributes can be improved, 800%. Without transforming, all physical attributes can be improved, 400%. The entry, Dragon Transformation. Gold, is detected to trigger a special entry, Dragon True Flame. Gold. Dragon True Flame. Burning the dragon blood, instantly erupting the Dragon True Flame can cause 400% destructive blow to the existence being burned. At the same time, the flame cannot be extinguished before the energy is exhausted. Each use requires 1 silver entry. The system prompt sound came, and Ling Feng's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this. It must be said that there is no weak golden entry. Although the special entry bonus of Tianlonghua seems not as strong as the special entry of Zhenlonghua, the Dragon Clan is the Dragon Clan. The strength is still not weak, it is naturally reasonable to be evaluated as golden. Buzz. However, at this moment, the change suddenly occurred. Ling Feng suddenly felt that his muscles, strength, etc. were slowly improving at this time. Although not much, it is also an improvement of 1/10. Ding! Detected a golden bloodline entry of the same level. The strengthening effect of Tianlonghua is reduced to 1/10. This effect can be superimposed. Each additional bloodline golden entry can increase the combat effectiveness by 10% on the basis of Zhenlonghua. A prompt sound came. As soon as this tip came out, Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Fuck. This item's effect can actually be stacked. Ling Feng was shocked at this moment. There are many types of bloodline items. The monkeys who transform into primates, the birds who transform into flying birds, the fishes who transform into fierce beasts. Almost every major category has a bloodline item. Add up to hundreds of types, there are definitely dozens of types. If 10 types can be stacked, it is equivalent to directly increasing the current 1,600% True Dragon transformation to 3,200%. It is equivalent to raising the item level by one small level, right? And there can be many more types of bloodline items. However, Ling Feng frowned afterwards. This bloodline entry is a bit expensive. It's often dozens of times or even tens of times the price of ordinary entries. If 11 more entries are upgraded at the same time, the money needed will definitely be hundreds of times or even tens of times that of ordinary entries. With so much money, you can directly add higher level entries. Ling Feng was helpless when he thought of this. Perhaps one day, when the most powerful entries in the world cannot help me upgrade the entry level. Or when the price of upgrading an entry level needs to be increased by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, this effect will be used. But so far, it is still useless. Ling Feng gave up this idea after thinking about it. After all, it costs too much money, it is not worth it, and at the same time, it is not necessary. Continue to open entries. Fortunately, I have made a lot of these entries, so I have something to do these days. Ling Feng smiled slightly, and then poured all the oracle stones into the small world, and then Ling Feng opened it frantically. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the entry Flame Control. Blue, *10. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the entry Thunder Control. Blue, *10. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the entry Good Luck. Blue, *10. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the entry Excellent Talent. Blue, *10. The prompt sounds resounded through Ling Feng's mind. With this opening, Ling Feng also discovered quite a few entries that he had not had before. However, many effects overlap with the current effects. If they were stacked, it would be equivalent to stacking one entry with 2 coins, so Ling Feng directly discarded these entries and chose some other entries. It is worth mentioning that this time Ling Feng got a full set of array entries, weapon refiner entries, and entries for these 3 secondary professions. There are naturally many secondary professions, but for the time being Ling Feng only took a fancy to the 3 most mainstream ones. Ling Feng upgraded each one to gold. Ding! You successfully drew the entry, Weapon Refiner. Blue, *1000. The entry was upgraded to Weapon Refiner Supreme. Gold. You have a powerful talent that may reach the level of a 10th level weapon refiner. If you can have a golden flame entry, you may become an 11th level weapon refiner. If you can also assist with the golden talent entry, you can even become a 12th level weapon refiner. Trigger special entry, Artifact Upgrade. Gold. The level of each weapon refined can be upgraded to a small realm. The special entry of this weapon refiner entry is completely different from that of the alchemist, but the effect is equally powerful. Level upgrade. Doesn't that mean that if I refine a 7th level top grade weapon, it can directly evolve into an 8th level low grade? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw this. This effect is not weak. If you upgrade a small level, the later the level, the more terrifying this effect will be. For example, the 9th level top grade is upgraded to the 10th level. The price will directly increase by more than 100 times. Theoretically, the speed of making money in the later stage is even more terrifying than the value added. Then comes the entry of the Formation Master. Ding! You successfully extracted the entry, Array Master. Blue, *1000. The entry is upgraded to Array Supreme. Gold. You have a powerful talent that may reach the 10th level Array Master. If you add the golden talent entry, you may become an 11th level Array Master. If you add the golden soul entry, you may even reach the 12th level Array Master. Array Master entries can also rely on other entries to improve their talents. However, it is no longer a flame entry, but a soul entry, that is, a spiritual master, a soul destroyer, etc. The main thing is that the array requires a strong soul power to engrave the array inscription. If you want to become an array master, it is best to have a soul entry. In this way, if you have a strong control over the soul power, you can also control the engraving of the inscription more easily when engraving the inscription. At the same time, a more perfect inscription can be engraved. Trigger special entry, Array Enhancement. Gold. Each time the formation is carved, the power can be increased by a small level. The special entries of the formation entries are similar to those of the weapon refiner, both of which increase the level. The future is still limitless in the later stage. Next is the weapon entry of the gun technique. At this time, Ling Feng's eyes also flashed slightly. Gun technique entries, he had been preparing to upgrade before, but he didn't have enough oracle stones. Now that he has them, he naturally can't forget one of the most important entries. After all, gun technique is also a powerful entry that can be superimposed with strength entries. Although it can achieve the same multiplication as the full attribute enhancement of Xinwu, it's also very good. Then Ling Feng took out the gun technique entries and started to open them quickly. Soon, more than 30,000 blue gun technique entries were all opened by Ling Feng. 2,000 have been upgraded to gold, and the rest are used to upgrade the entry bonus. Ding! Congratulations on winning Get the Entry, Master of Gunsling. Blue, asterisk 35,000. The entry level is upgraded to Supreme Gunsling. Gold. Possessing extremely powerful gunsling talent, can quickly practice any gunsling-related martial arts, and at the same time increase the power of gunsling for 1,330%. Ding! Detected the entry, Supreme Gunsling. Gold, triggering the special entry, Gun Intention. Gold. Master the artistic conception of a gun. Reach the state of unity between man and nature, thereby increasing the power of gunsling, 200%. As the gunsling entry is upgraded, prompt sounds come one after another. Hearing this, Ling Feng also raised his eyebrows. At this time, his all attributes are already much stronger than before. If the power of this gunsling can be improved, it will be improved on top of the overall combat effectiveness. This improvement is not small. Moreover, this entry is a non-consumable entry and can be used all the time. This entry is not weak. Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. From then on, all the entries he wanted to upgrade this time were finished. The next step was to spend all the remaining oracle stones. Increase your own bonus. Then Ling Feng continued to upgrade his entries. Time also passed slowly under his stacking. In just less than a day, Ling Feng had opened all the oracle stones, even the oracle stones obtained in the Black Warrior Divine Domain before. No way, it is extremely difficult for Blue Mercury to have so many stocks. But fortunately, Ling Feng also bought a lot of green oracle stones, which are used for charging. Since there is a lot of time and the price is cheap, Ling Feng bought each entry that can be charged at least a dozen times. Of course, except for the law of heaven and earth, this thing is too expensive to use. Using it once consumes one of each of the 4 basic physical gold entries. But if Ling Feng uses it directly, he can use it many times. After all, the number of green oracle stones purchased this time is not small. Almost most of them are from the 4 basic bodies. Each type of 20,000 pieces can upgrade a golden item, and Ling Feng bought 60,000 pieces of each type. It is equivalent to Ling Feng being able to use it 3 times now. 3 times. The duration of 1 hour each time is enough to last for 3 hours. If you still can't beat it, then it's useless to use more. However, the price of using it 3 times is equivalent to using other items 30 times. At the same time, if Ling Feng wants, he can directly extract the power of the golden item and use it directly. But it's a bit uneconomical. It takes 200% bonus for each of the 4 major items to be used once. This is also the way ordinary people use those consumable items. It has been mentioned before that any consumable special item has a cooling time, which can easily be several months or even years. Ling Feng's Fa Tianxiang Di has a cooling time of 10 years. Because it was too long, Ling Feng chose to ignore the cooling time. After all, he could charge directly. But others can't. Others can only wait for the cooling time slowly. If they really encounter danger, they can only consume the bonus of their own terms to rush into the terms. Ordinary terms can only be used once with a 10% bonus, and ordinary gold terms will fall below gold after 1 use. If you want to use a silver term once, you have to get a 1000% bonus. In other words, if the highest level silver term is used twice, it will directly fall to a purple term. Only those high-level gold terms can be used more times, but it must be said that the loss is huge if used more than once. As for the law of heaven and earth, the cost of using it once is even more terrifying. The gold term gets a 200% bonus once used. Even high-level gold terms will not be used many times before they are out of power. And it is extremely uneconomical for Ling Feng. 200% bonus requires 20,000 blue items to be added. If you charge directly, 2,000 items can be charged to a gold item. Ling Feng would not choose the bonus of the gold item to activate the law of heaven and earth unless he had no choice. Of course, the most green oracle stones charged this time are naturally the talent items, because he is going to improve the level of his own skills. This time I can finally use the effect of enlightenment. I don't know how strong this enlightenment effect is. 1 hour consumes a silver item. I want to see how the effect is. Ling Feng smiled slightly. The effect of enlightenment is equal to 1,000 hours per hour, which is exactly 40 days. 40 days. According to Ling Feng's talent, the 7th level top grade skills can be directly cultivated to the Great Circle Full. However, his requirement is not just to cultivate to the great perfection. It would be best if he could improve his level through his own evolution. This time, Ling Feng directly bought a green oracle stone that can be charged for 300 times. 1,000 pieces can be converted into a silver entry, which is 300,000 green oracle stones. According to Ling Feng's current box opening speed, the battle can be resolved in a few hours. At that time, it will take more than 10 days to directly realize it. There will be something to do in the next 4 days. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Thinking of this, Ling Feng did not open these green oracle stones directly. After 10 selections, the speed of opening oracle stones is almost flying. About 20 pieces can be opened per second, and 1,200 pieces per minute. About 70,000 pieces per hour. Of course, excluding some days and a few minutes of rest time, 60,000 pieces can definitely be opened. According to the speed, 300,000 pieces can be opened in 5 hours to end the battle. 300,000 green oracle stones are equivalent to 30,000 blue oracle stones. If used to upgrade gold items, they can only increase the enhancement by 300%. That means 6 million pieces are needed to upgrade to dark gold. That means it takes 100 hours. Nearly 5 days. But I have to say that this price is very cheap. Even if it is 5 times the price of a small talent, 6 million pieces are only 30 trillion. Compared to the 30 trillion price of using blue talent oracle stones, it is cheaper. It's 10 times more. It just takes too long. I have 24 entries now. Even if I work without sleep, it will take 120 days. That's 4 months. TSK. How much money can I make with this time? Ling Feng shook his head when he thought of this. Ding. Congratulations on getting the entry, little talent. Green, asterisk 300,000. Enlightenment. Gold, charging, 300 hours. A prompt sound came at this time. Let's practice the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art first. Although this skill is now an 8th level top grade, it is essentially only a 6th level top grade. It has been practiced to perfection a long time ago, and it will probably not take long to reach the great perfection. This time I will directly enlighten him for 20 hours to see what level I can reach. Ling Feng did not hesitate and closed his eyes directly to start enlightenment. Ding! Start enlightenment. Time, 20 hours. Enlightenment will be forcibly disconnected when danger is sensed. A prompt sound came. Boom. However, before Ling Feng could react, he suddenly felt that his entire mind was instantly active. At this moment, his thinking speed increased to 1,000 times. At the same time, his IQ seemed to have increased 1,000 times. With the superposition of these, coupled with the blessing of the golden talent, Ling Feng's talent was directly off the charts at this moment. The practice method of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art began to evolve in his mind. Countless practice experiences rushed into his mind crazily. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art was directly broken through to the state of great perfection by him. And then Ling Feng began to break down every detail of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art. At the same time, start to improve all the problems of these details. Time also passed by 1 minute and 1 second. 10 minutes later. Ding! The grade of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art has been upgraded to 7th grade lower grade. After the item is added, the grade is upgraded to 9th grade lower grade. A prompt sound came. However, Ling Feng did not think much and continued to deduce. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Art was deduced to the 7th grade middle grade. The item enhancement level did not change. It is probably because of the large level gap. 1.5 hours later, it reached the 7th grade upper grade. The item enhancement level reached the 9th grade middle grade. 6 hours later, the level successfully reached the 7th grade top grade. The item level also did not change one. Finally, after 18 hours, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky art was directly deduced to the 8th grade lower grade. As the 20 hours ended, Ling Feng also woke up from the state of enlightenment. It must be said that during this enlightenment period, the 20 hours passed as if a moment had passed in the outside world. Art: Heavenly Fire Divine Sky art. Level: 8th grade lower grade. Description: a cultivation art of thunder and fire attributes. Learning requires 2 entries, thunder and fire, and the lowest entry level is purple. Note: this art has a special effect. The higher the entry level, the higher the art level. 1 silver and 1 purple, the art level is upgraded to 8th grade middle grade. 2 silver entries, the level of the technique is upgraded to 8th grade supreme. 1 gold and 1 silver, the level of the technique is upgraded to 9th grade lower grade. 2 gold entries, the level of the technique is upgraded to 9th grade upper grade. 1 dark gold and 1 gold. The level of the technique is upgraded to 9th grade supreme. 2 dark golds, the level of the technique is upgraded to 10th grade upper grade. At the same time, the introduction of the technique was also heard. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with the introduction. From the 8th grade to the 9th grade, it is almost a major realm upgrade. If the 8th grade technique is directly deduced, 20 hours is not enough. Then the next step is the 9-turn Soul Tempering Sutra. 20 hours too. Ling Feng also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Ding. Start the enlightenment. Time: 20 hours. If danger is sensed, the enlightenment will be forcibly disconnected. As soon as he closed his eyes, the enlightenment started instantly. In the state of enlightenment, every minute is equivalent to half a day in the outside world. Even more. In just a few minutes, Ling Feng's 9-turn Soul Tempering Sutra, which had originally reached the 7th turn, broke through to the 8th turn. And after more than 10 minutes, he reached the great perfection of the 9 turns. At this moment, the soul power was directly strengthened by 450%, which was very powerful. Of course, learning is easy, but it is difficult to improve its grade. However, Ling Feng soon had an idea about the improvement of the 9-turn Soul Tempering Sutra 1. The main practice method of the 9-turn Soul Tempering Sutra is to turn the soul power of the soul sea into a tornado. Now it is 9 turns per second. What if it reaches 10 turns? Can it break through the level? Ling Feng's eyes lit up immediately. With the simplest rotation method, it is much simpler than the ordinary 7th level top grade skills. 1 hour later, Ling Feng successfully increased the rotation speed of the soul tornado to 10 turns per second. The level of the skill was upgraded to the 8th level lower grade. 5 hours later, 11 turns per second. The skill level is the 8th level middle grade. 17 hours later, 12 turns per second. The skill level is the 8th level upper grade. At this time, the bonus has been increased to 600%. The standard 8th level upper grade technique can increase the soul strength. Then Ling Feng began to learn martial arts. The first one is naturally the simplest 10,000 soul blades. Just increase the number of soul blades directly 1. Similarly, in a few minutes, Ling Feng increased the number of soul blades to 10,000 soul blades of the great perfection level. More than 10 minutes later, the number of soul blades increased to 30,000. The technique was promoted to the 7th level lower grade. 1 hour later, soul blades, 100,000. The technique level is the 7th level middle grade. 12 hours later, the technique was promoted to the 8th level middle grade. The number of soul blades is 10 million. At the same time, the power bonus of each soul blade was also increased from 550%. If this terrifying power explodes, the souls of millions of creatures within the coverage area will be shattered into pieces. Then Ling Feng began to deduce the 10,000 swords return to the origin. This move is a skill of the spiritualist, and its power is also very impressive. However, the method of deduction is almost exactly the same as that of the 10,000 soul blades. With the 10,000 soul blades as the foundation, the cultivation speed of the 10,000 swords returned to the sect is extremely fast. While the number of flying swords that can be controlled has increased wildly, the level of martial arts has also increased linearly. In 13 hours, it has been deduced to the 8th level upper grade. The number of flying swords that can be controlled in an instant has directly reached 100 million. This Qing Xuanzi is probably the Wan Jian Gui Zong adapted from Wan Qianhun Jian. It's simply plagiarism, naked plagiarism. He wanted to take 1 billion from me before this. After learning, Ling Feng was speechless. This Qing Xuanzi is full of tricks and schemes. Isn't this exactly the same as those people in the novels who are in the world of immortal cultivation where the weak are the prey of the strong? Oh no, it seems that he is cultivated to become a real immortal. At this time, less than 3 days have passed. There is only 1 day left to reach Xiantian Galaxy. Ling Feng also directly started the epiphany. This time it is naturally the martial arts, the practice of Lai Tian. However, just when Ling Feng was about to enter the state of epiphany, he suddenly felt a slight shake. Although it soon subsided, it was definitely not normal. At the same time, he also felt that the speed of the spacecraft dropped rapidly and soon stopped. The next moment, his terrifying divine consciousness burst out like a tide. Everything within a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers was now covered by his divine consciousness. Of course, this was not the limit of his divine consciousness. The main thing was that what he was looking for was within the range of this divine consciousness. Interesting, I actually encountered such a thing. Ling Feng smiled when he sensed the hidden things in the starry sky. It just so happened that he had been sitting for a few days and could stretch his muscles. Thinking of this, he stood up and left the cabin. What's going on? Why did the spacecraft stop? Do you know that such a sudden reduction in speed can easily damage the spacecraft? In the control room, Jin cursed at the hundreds of operators in the control room. Just a few minutes ago, the speed of the entire spacecraft suddenly dropped sharply. Fortunately, the spacecraft has an inertia compensation system, so people did not feel much discomfort. Otherwise, a sudden stop at twice the speed of light could sink a continent with a stone. Speaker, there is a problem with the propulsion system of the spacecraft, and now the spacecraft can't move. The operator of the spacecraft engine said anxiously. Bullshit, even if the propulsion system is scrapped, the spacecraft will fly at a constant speed. How can the speed suddenly decrease? Jin cursed immediately. Reply to speaker. The reason for the sudden decrease in speed just now cannot be found out for the time being. It seems that there is interference from external forces. Are we not going to encounter space pirates? Suddenly, the first mate of the spacecraft spoke solemnly. As soon as these words came out, the entire control room instantly became quiet. Space pirates, those are some desperate things. They are hunted down by the Human Federation every day, but the universe is so big that it is almost impossible to catch them. And these space pirates are very strong. After all, it is not an ordinary person who can do this business. It is said that the leader of the most powerful pirate group has reached the peak of the Martial Emperor. Click. However, at this moment, the hatch of the control room slowly opened. Ling Feng flew in quickly at this moment. Ling Feng, you came just in time. We may have encountered space pirates. Jin said to Ling Feng solemnly. These are not space pirates. They are Talba people. They are probably coming for me. I didn't expect that I would be targeted before I even left Blue Mercury. There are really many traitors in my human race. Ling Feng's tone became a little cold when he said this. However, after hearing Ling Feng's words, Jin and the people present suddenly changed their faces. Talba people. The dominant race of the Talba galaxy 300,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. This is a humanoid race with a relatively tall stature, generally about 5 meters. Among the hundreds of galaxies around the Milky Way, the human race developed the latest. Therefore, in the process of rising, there are inevitably many frictions with races of other civilizations. After all, when the human race just rose, these 3 races did not take action against human geniuses. After all, the Milky Way originally had many territories of these civilizations. It was almost a situation of being divided up. It was conceivable how difficult it was for the human race, as a local civilization, to rise. Although the human race eventually seized the main control of the Milky Way, it also offended many civilizations in the surrounding galaxies. However, due to the fact that the strongest human race was too powerful, the high-level officials of these civilizations did not dare to attack the human race. After all, they could destroy the human race, but the strongest human race could destroy their high-level officials. Of course, large-scale battles did not dare to break out, but small-scale battles emerged in an endless stream. The assassination of human geniuses was also the favorite thing of these races. But he did not expect that he could still provoke the human race just by staying on Blue Mercury. To other civilizations hundreds of thousands of light years away. Don't be angry, Ling Feng. They may not be targeting you alone, but all the geniuses who are going to enter Xiantian Divine Realm this time. It's just that you happen to be chosen. And I will definitely find out who the traitor is. Sikongjin also hurriedly spoke up to guarantee. After all, if there is a traitor, his subordinates are most likely to be the ones. After all, the jump distance of the spacecraft changes in real time. If you want to stop them, you have to know the jump data that changes every moment. Otherwise, if there is a slight error, the distance in this universe is hundreds of millions or even billions of kilometers. You can't stop them at all. In other words, the traitor is definitely in this control room. Because only these people in the control room can access the jump data. No need, speaker, I have found it. However, Ling Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Then, his eyes went directly to the first mate next to Sikongjin. The first mate's face changed drastically when he was looked at by Ling Feng's eyes. Oldly, is it you? You are actually a traitor. Sikongjin was immediately in disbelief. This is his subordinate who has been with him for decades. It's not me. Speaker, Lord Ling Feng, I don't have the courage. Besides, my whole family is on Blue Water Star. How could I be a spy? The first mate was horrified. Sikongjin frowned when he heard it. He really didn't believe it. But he believed Ling Feng even more. Confess. If you confess, I can give you a quick death. Sikongjin said coldly. I don't have what to confess? Lord Ling Feng, even if you are powerful, you can't insult someone's innocence out of thin air. The first mate shouted anxiously. Many people looked at Ling Feng with some suspicion. Your soul has betrayed you. Haven't you heard a saying? Don't lie in front of a soul destroyer. However, as soon as Ling Feng said this, everyone present changed their faces. Ling Feng is actually a soul destroyer. Wait, the strong man who exploded the soul pressure in the Imperial Capital University before was you. At this time, Sikongjin was also shocked. He finally knew why such a strong man suddenly appeared in the Imperial Capital University, but there was no trace since that day. P.S. This is the extra chapter for yesterday's Power Generation for Love reaching 100. Thank you for your support. Today is the 5th chapter. Power Generation for Love is still a little short. If you vote again, I will continue to add more chapters tomorrow. He had been worried about this for a long time, but who knew that the person was always beside him? It is indeed me. What else do you have to say now? Do you want someone to take you to the Inquisition to search your soul before you admit it? Of course, I don't have that much time. Whether you admit it or not, you have to die now. Ling Feng spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, the first mate's face turned pale instantly. Even if he was innocent, Ling Feng would have no way to kill him, and, besides, he was not innocent. You want me to die? Don't even think about living. Knowing that he was exposed, he roared and slapped the main control panel of the spacecraft in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that his hand was quickly turned into meat slices, as if it was cut by billions of blades. What? What is this? In horror, he quickly retracted the half of his arm, but the invisible blade kept cutting along his arm towards his body. Speaker, save me, speaker, save me. I don't want to die. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Anyone would have a mental breakdown watching his body being cut off like a slicer. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged. Unfortunately, Sikongjin just slapped him coldly in the air. Bang! Instantly, the first mate was swept by the shattering force and turned into fragments all over the sky. Still don't want to die? I'm merciful to give you a quick death. Sikongjin snorted coldly. After all, he was his subordinate who had followed him for decades, and Sikongjin didn't want him to leave in such pain. Of course, what he didn't know is that the first mate was even more miserable at this time. Ling Feng didn't care when he saw Sikongjin destroy the first mate's body. He directly grabbed the opponent's soul void. Then thousands of soul blades were instantly arranged. In an instant, screams of souls came out from the void. Although the people around could not hear the sound, they could feel the piercing chill, as if they had encountered a ghost. Speaker, look. It's the Tarba people's spaceship coming, and it's a 7th level spaceship. It's over. The Tarba strongman who came is definitely a martial saint. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came. The people present suddenly changed their faces when they heard the words 7th level spaceship, and then the walls of the entire control room suddenly became transparent. The picture in the starry sky was projected. I saw that a huge spaceship tens of thousands of meters long was flying towards them at several times the speed of light in the distance. It was so fast that it was estimated that it would arrive soon. Is the engine ready? Can we leave? Jin spoke quickly. It can't start. The system has failed and may have been secretly destroyed by the first mate. It will take at least a few days to repair it, and all our communication equipment is blocked. Is it even impossible to send a message for help? A technician said in despair. At this moment, everyone present was pale. Are they really finished? Although Ling Feng is extremely powerful, he even has a martial saint-level warrior. However, that is only for ordinary martial saints. The reason why the Talba people dared to come is that they definitely know how powerful Ling Feng is. They must come only when they are absolutely sure. They really have no hope. Speaker, open the cabin of the spaceship. I want to see where the Talba people got the courage to assassinate me. However, after torturing the soul of the first mate into nothingness, Ling Feng also spoke. Alas, this is the only way. Let's go out and delay time first. You can see if you can repair it as soon as possible. Jin sighed, and then directly controlled the hatch of the spaceship on the biological intelligent brain. After speaking, he flew out of the control room with Ling Feng. Why did the spaceship stop? What happened to the little madman? Zhao Shuya, who had just arrived at the square, came over with a bunch of snacks in her hand. A closer look revealed that these snacks were actually concentrated high-energy potions. It was obvious that Zhao Shuya also had a devouring entry. This was why her strength increased so quickly. The Tarba people came to assassinate us. I'm going out to deal with it now. Do you want to go? Ling Feng asked casually. As soon as this was said, Si Kong was shocked. This was an alien attack, and you still brought your girlfriend with you. People who didn't know would think you were going on a trip. What? Tarba people? Yes, yes. I heard they are all very big. Zhao Shia's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly. Then let's go and see together. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he headed directly outside the spaceship. Fly away. Zhao Xia hurriedly caught up. As for Jin, he also shook his head helplessly. Anyway, he couldn't beat him, so he went to see it. Crack. In the starry sky, the cabin of the Blue Mercury ship slowly opened. Then the three flew out of the spaceship and came to the starry sky. At the same time, the huge Talba civilization spaceship had also arrived in front of their spaceship. Then, several giants with statures of 5 or 6 meters high flew out of the spaceship. Except for being taller, the people of the Talba civilization look not much different from humans. The leader is an old man with a very terrifying aura. He is actually a fire item owner. The blue-black flames around him emit terrifying heat waves. And judging from the item, it should be a silver item of the fire item. As for his realm, he has reached the 5th level of the Martial Saint. Martial Honor 5th level? No wonder he can kill the beast of Martial Honor 10 level. The old man in the lead saw Ling Feng and immediately saw that Ling Feng was in an unpretentious state at this time. However, when this was said, Jin on the side suddenly widened his eyes. What? Fuck. Martial Honor 5th level? It's only been a few days? TSK. Tiny galaxy people, you are so brave that you dare to come out. A Talba strongman of Martial Honor 10 level sneered. I think you are the one who is not brave. You are in front of me, and you dare to be so arrogant. However, Ling Feng looked at this martial honor and spoke calmly. After speaking, he raised his right hand finger. Puff. Instantly, a golden flame instantly ignited at the fingertips. Seeing this scene, the Talba strongman of Martial Honor 10 level was obviously startled and took a step back in the void. But he reacted soon. The Taksim martial saint beside him was an extremely powerful martial saint of fire. No matter how strong Ling Feng was, could he still be his opponent? Human boy, we are here to kill you this time. Don't think that a genius can do whatever he wants. As long as you haven't grown up, you are a weakling. Delba shouted angrily. Puff. However, the next moment, the golden flame on Ling Feng's fingertips suddenly turned into a flame laser and shot towards him. Humph. Ignorant boy. Taksim, who was calm and composed, sneered. Even if Ling Feng's flame was silver, so what? Was he as strong as him? As long as he wasn't, the flame would have to obey him. This was the power of the flame term. All flames weaker than his would be completely controlled. Thinking of this, he wanted to fix the flame laser. Puff. However, the next moment, he was stunned. The flame had no effect and instantly penetrated Delba's forehead. The next moment, his body began to burn wildly from the position of his forehead. At this moment, all the Talba Wuzuan strongmen present changed their faces instantly. Impossible, how could I not control this flame? Even Taksim's face changed slightly. With this strength, I don't know what qualifications he has to be so arrogant. He even said in front of the little madman that a genius who has not grown up is not a genius. He has grown up, but why is he still so weak? Zhao Shuya, who was standing by, saw the scene and immediately mocked him. In an instant, the faces of all the Talba people present turned black. Boy, your flame term is not silver? Could it be gold? At this moment, Taksim looked at Ling Feng with a look of horror. As soon as this was said, Xikongzhen, who was standing by, had his pupils shrink. The fact that Ling Feng's flame term is silver is the result of his analysis with other martial masters. After all, if it was just purple, it would not have caused such a powerful power at the time. However, now the other party actually said that Ling Feng's term is not silver or purple, so could it be gold? Thinking of this, he was instantly shocked. Gold? Gold term? That is the top genius of the entire human race. When did I say that my flame entry is silver? Ling Feng did not hide it, but just spoke disdainfully. Boom. When these words came out, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. A person with a golden talent will definitely become a super genius of the martial god level in the future. There are not many such geniuses in the entire Talba civilization every year. Once they appear, each one is the top genius of their large galaxy civilization. However, now there is one in front of them. Your entry is really golden? Even Xikongzhen looked at Ling Feng with disbelief at this time. Chairman, you don't believe Ling Feng? What's wrong with my man having a golden entry? Zhao Shuya looked at Ling Feng with admiration, and at the same time looked at Xikongzhen arrogantly. My flame entry is indeed golden. But this is not the point, Ling Feng said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Xikongzhen's shocked mood suddenly became heavy. Yes, this is not the point. The point is that there is a martial saint-level strongman in front of them. So, what if Ling Feng is a golden term genius? The level difference is a big realm, which means 1,000-fold difference in strength. Not to mention the golden term, even if it is a golden term or above, it is useless. Ha ha. Soon, Taksim, who reacted, laughed wildly at the sky. I didn't expect that I, Taksim, would have a chance to kill a golden term owner in my lifetime. Ha ha, God treats me well. Taksim trembled with excitement. With the achievement of killing the golden term genius, although he would not break through to the martial emperor, it would allow his family to have a few more martial saint-level strongmen. In this way, even after his death, the entire family can continue to be stable for thousands of years. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold and fierce when he looked at Ling Feng. Human boy, you are unlucky to meet me today. But don't worry, I will use the merit of killing you to cultivate my family. Taksim's old face showed a ferocious smile. This old dog's face looks really ugly. If you don't know, you might think it's a big Shar-Pei dog, Zhao Shuya said with some disgust. Of course, her words had no effect on Taksim, who was extremely excited at this time. Boom. In an instant, blue-black flames burst out from Taksim's body. The terrifying heat wave from the flames made the temperature of the entire starry sky rise rapidly, and the strong men behind him couldn't help but dodge in a hurry. Young man, close your eyes. Taksim let out a low roar, and the next moment, he raised his right hand and prepared to hit with a palm. Boom. However, at this moment, countless soul blades burst out in an instant. Tens of millions of soul blades swept towards Taksim and others like a flood. And Taksim and others instantly felt a terrifying soul fluctuation. A soul destroyer of the 3rd level of martial honor was frightened and turned pale when he felt the tens of millions of soul blades. Run. He is a soul destroyer, run. The soul destroyer screamed in fear, then turned around and fled madly. As soon as he said this, Everyone present changed their faces drastically. They all knew very well the horror of the Soul Destroyer. This attack was not something Taksim could block. Although it would not cause harm to Taksim, after all, even if Taksim's soul strength was extremely weak, it would take the soul explosive power of the Martial Saint realm to kill Taksim. What's more, as a Martial Saint level strongman, how could he not practice soul-related skills? Therefore, Taksim was absolutely fine in their eyes. But they were definitely dead. This soul attack was different from ordinary attacks, and Taksim could not resist them at all. Therefore, when the Soul Destroyer said this, all the martial honored ones present turned around and fled frantically. It's still a Soul Destroyer? But even if it's a Soul Destroyer, so what? Is your Soul Destroyer entry also golden? Taksim was furious, and in an instant, endless blue-black flames poured into his hands and prepared to slap him. Puff, puff, puff. However, the next moment, endless soul blades swept across his body. At the same time, the soul blades swept across the fleeing martial honored ones not far away, and all the people in the 8th level spaceship behind them like a majestic tide. Everyone was instantly fixed in place. At this moment, time seemed to be frozen. The only thing that was moving was the blue-black flame in Taksim's hand. It seemed that there was no power to support it, and the blue-black flame gradually extinguished. What happened? Sikongjin was shocked when he saw the scene. They all seemed to be dead. Even Zhao Shuya said uncertainly, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." As if to confirm his words, Taksim and those martial masters suddenly burst into dazzling light. Those martial masters were almost all purple light. And Taksim and the first martial master who died, the 10th level martial master, burst into silver light. Under the convergence of this light, a number of oracle stones gradually condensed out. Fuck. Really dead? Sikongjin exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the scene. In an instant, just an instant, a martial saint of the 5th level was killed in seconds. At this moment, Sikongjin once again felt the terrifying power of the Soul Destroyer. It must be said that the Soul Destroyer is really powerful. For example, if Taksim fights Ling Feng without using soul power, he has silver terms and practices 7th level top-grade skills and martial arts. His basic combat power is at least hundreds of thousands times that of ordinary martial masters of the 5th level. That is, Ling Feng needs to burst out hundreds of thousands of times the combat power of the same level to kill him. Except for bloodline terms, all other terms must be used. But if it is used on a Soul Destroyer, it will be different. Taksim's soul strength is pretty good. Because he practices soul-related skills, his soul strength is about the same as that of ordinary martial masters of the 5th level. That is, his soul power is 1,000 times that of ordinary martial masters of the 5th level. But because there is no soul-related term and soul defense martial arts protection, so Ling Feng only needs to burst out 1,000 times the soul power bonus to kill him. The enhancement of his soul skills and soul martial arts reached 600% asterisk 600%, which is 36 times the combat power, plus the 100 times soul strength of the Dark Gold God Destroyer. That is a full 3,600 times soul enhancement. Therefore, it is not a problem to kill the opponent in seconds. This is when Ling Feng did not even use the special term of soul pressure minus 75%. If used, it is equivalent to increasing the power of his soul attack by another 4 times. That is a 14,000 times soul enhancement. Of course, it is difficult to enhance this 14,000 times. Because no matter whether it is the God of Slaughter, or the law of heaven and earth, or those bloodline terms, the attributes enhanced by the 4 major attributes of the flesh, they cannot enhance the soul. After all, if the soul can be enhanced, facing those who do not cultivate the soul, Ling Feng can even kill the martial emperor now. Only special terms like Shadow Kill, Divine Sense, and True Damage can enhance the strength of the soul. As for bloodline, it needs the bloodline of soul creatures to enhance. This is why the Soul Destroyer is so scary, because even if you only have 1 gold term, your combat power can surpass ordinary warriors with several gold terms. It's just that the price of Soul Destroyer's terms in the later stage is too scary. After reaching purple, the price is more expensive than ordinary silver terms, and silver terms are much more expensive than gold terms. Moreover, the difficulty of Soul Destroyer's martial arts training is several times that of physical cultivation and is much stronger than that of spiritual mind masters. There is no soul cultivation bloodline term on Blue Mercury. It seems that I have to wait until Xiantian Galaxy to find it. If I can find it, I can get a dark gold soul creature's bloodline, and my soul destroyer's combat power will soar again. In this way, the gap between me and ordinary soul destroyer can be widened. Ling Feng smiled slightly when he thought of this. Is it a limitation that ordinary items cannot strengthen soul value? For other soul destroyers, it is definitely a huge limitation. After all, this means that they have to find oracle stones that are 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more expensive to open the soul cultivation type strengthening items. But for Ling Feng, who has the ability to stack low-level items into high-level items, this is not a limitation at all. Instead, it is his advantage. In this way, even the same soul destroyer will be easily killed in front of him. And after he obtains those soul bloodline items and soul strengthening items, facing these ordinary warriors, he will become a leech-like existence. The real god of death. Thinking of this, Ling Feng also waved his hand. All the oracle stones in the sky were collected by him into his storage space. Seeing this scene, Jin came back to his senses from endless shock. He looked at Ling Feng and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't say it. Thinking back to when I first met Ling Feng, he was just a martial arts master without any experience. Son, now even the martial saint can be killed instantly. How can this person be so powerful? By the way, speaker, is our spaceship broken? Suddenly Ling Feng asked Jin. Well, yes, it will definitely not be repaired in a short time, so now we can only wait for the support to come and pick us up, and hope not to miss the selection of Xiantian Divine Realm. Jin said helplessly. It doesn't matter, our spaceship is broken. Can't the Talba people's spaceship in front be used? Ling Feng smiled and pointed to the huge 7th Order spaceship not far away. With this spaceship, their speed may be faster and they can reach the Xiantian Galaxy earlier. This. But can we drive their spaceship? In addition, will it be shot down by our human race halfway through the flight? Jin was stunned. It can definitely be driven. As for whether it will be shot down, you can just report it in advance. Ling Feng said. Well, it seems so. That's it. I'll go and bring people. Jin thought it made sense. As long as the report was made, the probability of the spaceship being destroyed was extremely low. And even if the enemy suddenly appeared, they would not fight as soon as they met. Instead, they would confirm whether the other party was an enemy before they would take action. Otherwise, what if they were civilized merchants who came to do business? If you fight, it would be a diplomatic disaster. Let's go, let's collect things first. As for Ling Feng, he directly pulled Zhao Shuya up and flew towards the distant spaceship at a very fast speed. When passing by the bodies of Taksim and others, Ling Feng used the devouring flame to devour them all into pure energy. Although he had the 7th grade top grade elixir he had refined before, he couldn't waste it, right? After the devouring flame was not only filled, but also a lot of excess power was infused into the 8th grade 4-star Black God armor. Soon Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya had arrived in the spaceship. Then Ling Feng used his powerful telekinesis to cover the entire spaceship. Next, a large number of oracle stones and corpses came to the largest cabin. This spaceship is indeed not small. It is more than 40,000 meters long. The space is huge, so even though the Talba people are huge, there are 100,000 operators inside. And their strength is not low. All of them are above the Martial King. But now they are all dead, and a large number of blue and purple oracle stones have fallen around their corpses. It must be said that there is a big difference between the human race and the fierce beast race. That is, the human race's entries are generally one level higher than the fierce beast. For example, the entries used by ordinary 5th-level martial arts masters are blue, but some martial arts masters already have purple entries. But fierce beasts are different. Not to mention the 5th level, even the entries of the 6th-level fierce beasts are still only blue. Only a very small number of 6th-level fierce beasts can awaken purple entries. Therefore, the 100,000 people killed by Ling Feng contributed a huge number of blue oracle stones to him, reaching more than 50,000 pieces. There are also more than 600 purple oracle stones. There are 2 silver oracle stones. Of course, there are more than 40,000 green oracle stones. After all, for Ling Feng, low-level oracle stones have almost a 100% chance of popping up. If he kills a beast of the same level, the level of all entries will probably drop by 1 level. These oracle stones are enough for me to open for another hour. Then Ling Feng waved his hand casually, and the devouring flame burst out crazily, and the flames directly enveloped all the corpses on the scene. The corpses were quickly burned into pure power. Seeing the scene, Zhao Shuya also showed a strange soul fluctuation. This soul fluctuation only appeared for a moment, but Ling Feng still noticed it. This girl really has a secret. Her strength has increased so quickly, which should be due to the devouring entry. I just don't know what the level is. Ling Feng was a little confused. Of course, he could ask directly, and Zhao Shuya would definitely tell him, but it would be boring to solve the puzzle like this. But now I have the information that this girl has bloodline items, all attribute enhancement items, and they should all be silver or above, and devouring items. This devouring item may be gold. Good man, this talent is already a silver top-grade talent, and it may even be a gold top-grade talent. Where did this girl get so many secrets? Ling Feng was naturally very confused at this moment. Wow, master, is this the devouring flame you mentioned? Didn't you say that this thing is more precious than the dark gold item or even the red item? How come the little madman also has it? At this time, Zhao Shuya seemed to be eating snacks, but she was already excited and crazy in her heart. In the depths of her sea of consciousness, an illusory soul body was silently watching this scene. That's naturally due to his good luck awakening on his own. What's more, it's certain that this child's talent is definitely of the upper grade gold or above. He has quite a few gold entries. And he's practicing both soul and blood. He has almost no shortcomings, but unfortunately he doesn't have any bloodline entries. Otherwise, with this devouring flame, he can be considered an outstanding genius. The soul made a somewhat weak but extremely cold voice. Afterwards, the soul gradually condensed into an illusory figure, a woman in white. The woman's appearance was extremely illusory, and it was almost impossible to see her face, but just a little bit of it was enough to make people astonished. As for who the woman was, Zhao Shuya didn't know. She only knew that she called herself Hanwei Xianzuan. It seemed that she was not from this world, but a strong man from a certain fairy-like divine domain. However, after coming to this world, her body was shattered by the strong man of this world, leaving only the residual soul floating in the universe for tens of thousands of years before coming to this remote galaxy. The other party accepted Zhao Shuya as a disciple because Zhao Shuya awakened a luck-related entry on her own after she turned 18. And the level of this entry is not low. As for what level, she herself does not know. Because she has never seen that color. That is why she can directly open the purple entry from the purple oracle stone left by Ling Xian. Of course, Hanwei Immortal Venerable accepted Zhao Shuya not because of this luck entry, but because of the luck entry. Zhao Shuya was bored when Ling Feng went to the medicine venerable space a few days ago, so she went out for a walk. Then she picked up a jade stone on the side of the road. And inside it is the remnant soul of Hanwei Immortal Venerable. At the same time, Zhao Shuya's talent is very good, and there are many entry slots. So many that she has 11 entries now, and they are not full yet. These 11 entries are all Hanwei Immortal Venerable's past. Take Zhao Shuya to a long-distance space jump. Came to some 12th level divine domain millions of light years away. Use the last soul power to kill some 11th level beasts and get the golden oracle stone. Fortunately, Zhao Shuya's luck is extremely strong, otherwise she really can't explode so many golden oracle stones so easily. These terms are superimposed together, and Zhao Shuya's combat talent at this time is almost no less than Ling Feng. Of course, this is naturally to exclude those special terms. Because even if Zhao Shuya has extremely powerful luck terms, she still hasn't opened a special term. After all, special terms are not something that can be opened by luck. Of course, Hanwei Xianzuan also talked about the horror of this special term. He also comforted Zhao Shuya not to be discouraged and that she would definitely be able to open it in the future. Who knew that now she saw Ling Feng actually had it? Of course, Zhao Shuya was not only not sad at all, but very happy at this time. Ha ha, master, I told you that the little madman has a very strong talent. He is the most talented person in the world. Zhao Shuya said to Hanwei Xianzuan proudly. After these words came out, Hanwei Xianzuan was a little speechless. His disciple was good at everything, with a very strong fighting consciousness and extremely amazing luck. But the only bad thing is that he is too love-brained. How can such a love brain work? What if he is deceived by Ling Feng in the future? Don't say that Ling Feng has not reached the golden top talent yet. Even if he has reached it, his future achievements will be far less than Zhao Shuya in her opinion. Because she can sense that Zhao Shuya has at least 30 entry slots. Of course, this is only the minimum number she can sense. Her strength consumption is too terrifying, and she exploded those golden oracle stones for Zhao Shuya, so that her current strength may not even beat the martial saint. So just now she encouraged Zhao Shuya to escape. Unfortunately, the other party did not leave at all, saying that Ling Feng was here, and that a mere martial saint of the 5th level was just trash. This gave Han Yu Xianzun a headache. Okay, don't talk to me in front of Ling Feng in the future. His entry is golden, and he may be able to sense my presence. If he thinks I am an enemy, his current soul power can directly wipe out my remaining soul. Han Yu Xianzun disappeared after saying this. She knew very well how powerful the soul destroyer was. If she hadn't been attacked by a soul destroyer who was many levels lower than her body would not have been shattered, and her soul would not have been so damaged. Luckily, she once obtained a powerful soul defense magic weapon, which was the jade that Zhao Shuya picked up, otherwise her soul would have been wiped out. It's a pity that she didn't expect that Ling Feng had already sensed her presence. Because his soul destroyer entry was not golden, but dark golden. Gone? Looks like it's hiding. Although this soul power is extremely weak, it is extremely condensed, and it is many times more condensed than mine. Is Zhao Shuya the heroine of those novels? Is she carrying an old grandfather with her? Isn't this too outrageous? Ling Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. Of course, he didn't realize that he was the one who was cheating. Even Zhao Shuya, who had an old grandfather, was still many levels weaker than the others. What are you looking at me for, little lunatic? Although I look good, I will be shy if you stare at me like this. You don't want to kiss me, do you? Seeing Ling Feng staring at her, Zhao Shuya said embarrassedly. After saying that, she hesitated for a moment. If you really want to, then come on. Then she closed her eyes and said to Ling Feng. There was an expectant look on her face, and her face got closer and closer. Ling Feng was speechless when he heard this, and he pressed his hand on the girl's face. You are attracted by my appearance, right? How come it's me again? Okay, I'm going to practice. You should practice well too. The opponents in this assessment are very strong. There are many martial masters. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he left directly. Damn Ling Feng, stinky Ling Feng, I've taken the initiative, but you still don't do anything to me. Are you incompetent? Zhao Shuya opened her eyes and saw that Ling Feng really left, and she was so angry that she cursed. Buzz. However, just as she finished her words, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Zhao Shuya was shocked when she saw Ling Feng suddenly appear. Well, what are you going to do? Zhao Shuya's face turned red, and she looked at Ling Feng with some expectation and fear. Didn't you say I'm incompetent? I'll prove it to you now. Ling Feng smiled evilly, and then directly pushed Zhao Shuya against the wall while she screamed. Zhao Shuya blushed. She looked at Ling Feng, who was getting closer and closer with some expectation. I don't think I came at the right time. However, at this moment, the door of the entire cabin opened, and a group of warriors flew in, led by Jin. At this moment, even though Ling Feng was thick-skinned, his face turned red. I'm going to practice first. Ling Feng had no choice but to leave. You said you were going to practice when you're here. However, Zhao Shuya was not happy. She had dreamed of this scene several times, and now someone had disturbed it. She hugged Ling Feng's head and stood on tiptoes to kiss him directly. Ling Feng's eyes widened immediately. The group of warriors who had just entered also widened their eyes. After a long time, Zhao Shuya let go of Ling Feng with a red face. It's just barely okay, nothing special. Zhao Shuya complained against her will, then turned around and flew away quickly. Just by looking at her stumbling flying posture, you can tell that this girl is also panicking. I was kissed by a little girl? Ling Feng touched his lips, a little confused. That was his first kiss, and it's gone? Moreover, why do I feel like I'm the one who was taken advantage of? But it feels pretty good? Then Ling Feng turned and left. It's good to be young. Jin couldn't help but sigh, which reminded him of his daughter. If his daughter could take the initiative, he might be able to hold his grandson earlier. Yeah, I envy Ling Feng so much. I don't know when I can get rid of being single. Xian Yuan couldn't help but sigh. However, just as he finished speaking, a salty pig's hand suddenly hugged his waist. In an instant, Xian Yuan's whole body trembled. Does Qian Yuan want to taste the feeling of kissing? I can teach you step by step. The next moment, a wretched voice came from behind him. Yeah, meteor. On the other side, back Ling Feng in the room directly entered the state of enlightenment and began to deduce the martial arts Lai Tian. Lai Tian had reached the state of great perfection earlier, so this time we only need to deduce his level. It was not far from the Xiantian galaxy, and the speed was much faster than before after the spaceship was changed. Originally, it would take more than 20 hours to arrive. Now it has arrived in just 13 hours. Fortunately, his Lai Tian level has also been upgraded to the 8th level middle grade. At the same time, his realm has also been upgraded to the 6th level of Wuzun. Both the blood value and the soul value have reached a terrifying 4 million. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial honor 6th heaven. Blood, 4.24 million. Soul, 4.08 million. Profession, alchemist, 7th grade, perfect. Skills, heavenly fire divine sky art, 9th grade, top grade, 9 turns soul tempering sutra, 12 turns, 8th grade, top grade. Martial arts, sky splitting, 8th grade, middle grade, 10,000 soul blades, 10 million, 8th grade, middle grade, billions of swords return to the sect, 8th grade, top grade. Entries, infinite, unique level, infinite stacking and upgrading of the same entry, unlimited number of fusion entries. God-destroying master. Dark gold, soul strength asterisk 100 times. Soul pressure, dash 75%. Divine mind master. Gold, mind power enhancement asterisk 4,650%. Divine mind dharma. Gold asterisk 400%. God of slaughter. Gold, all attributes increased, 950%. Stamina consumption asterisk 120 times. Kill, kill, kill. For 100%. Integrate into the world. Gold, people whose comprehensive strength does not exceed 960% of yours will not be able to sense it. Shadow kill, 200%. Sun true fire. Gold, flame asterisk 4,501%. Star explosion. Swallow the sky. Gold, swallow everything to strengthen yourself. Swallowing flame. Heavenly punishment. Gold, thunder asterisk 4,450%. Heavenly divine punishment. For 100%. Absolute defense. Gold, defense asterisk 4,880%. Break the sky. Gold, strength asterisk 4,740%. Law of heaven and earth. Gold, charge 5 times. 1,000%. Perpetual motion machine. Gold, stamina asterisk 4,770%. God of speed. Gold, speed asterisk 4,810%. Thousand hands. Gold, attack speed asterisk 2250%. Fission, asterisk 10. Ascension in broad daylight. Gold, practice speed asterisk 170,000. Enlightenment. 1H/1000 times. Recharge 0%. Fortune. Gold, goddess's favor. 100 times. 0%. Spear Dao Supreme. Gold, spear power asterisk 4,330%. First level of spear intent. 200%. Spatial storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-formed world, gold, 1,000 diameter. Life-creating creation, gold, 100,000 times the recovery speed. Eternal mind, gold, 1 million kilometers, 100% recharge. Alchemy supreme, gold, 12th level talent. Value added, gold, 110 pieces. Weapon supreme, gold, 12th level talent. Weapon upgrade first level, gold. Array supreme, gold, 12th level talent. Array enhancement first level, gold. Pierce the sky. Gold, defense divided by 800%. True damage. 100 times. 100%. True dragon transformation. Gold, all attributes asterisk 1,760%. Descendant of the dragon. Gold, 200%. Sky dragon transformation. Gold, all attributes asterisk 800%. Dragon True Flame. Gold, 200%. At this moment, Ling Feng's attribute table has several more entries. And the strength of these entries is extremely terrifying. If all the time are superimposed together, even the current Ling Feng does not know how strong he can be, but what is certain is that among the martial saints, it is estimated that few people can withstand his attack. Ordinary owners of top-grade gold talents are extremely powerful, but compared to me, their strength is still a lot weaker. The main reason is that these special entries are too amazing. Ling Feng's eyes condensed slightly. With these special entries, Ling Feng's combat power at this time is definitely stronger than that of ordinary dark gold top-grade talents. In other words, there are dark gold power enhancements and dark gold weapon entries. Dark gold physical all attribute amplification entries. At the same time, there are dark gold bloodline entries. It is almost impossible to collect these 4 entries at the same time. He had also asked the Black Martial Intelligence Brain before how rare the golden top-grade talent owners are. He said that among 100 million golden entry owners, there will be 1 golden top-grade talent owner. But the golden top-grade talent owner is not necessarily one among trillion golden entry owners. Trillion. The total number of golden entry owners in the 100,000 years since the establishment of the human race is probably less than 10,000. In other words, there is not necessarily 1 golden top-grade entry owner in 100 million galaxies. As for dark gold, the probability it is even lower by many times. Beep. The spacecraft has arrived near the Xiantian galaxy. Please pay attention. The spacecraft is about to enter the Xiantian galaxy. However, at this moment, a broadcast was heard in everyone's mind. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Are we finally here? Thinking of this, Ling Feng walked out of his cabin directly. When he came to the central hall of the spacecraft, Dao and the others had been waiting there for a long time. Everyone looked up at the sky, and Ling Feng also looked up curiously. In an instant, a magnificent star map appeared in front of him. The entire central hall was covered by holographic projections, and the entire spacecraft seemed transparent, and the starry sky outside the spacecraft could be clearly seen. I saw a huge red giant star in the distance shining with red light. The diameter of this star is at least 100 times that of the sun. The volume is more than 1,000,000 times. At the same time, around him, a large number of planets surrounded the entire sun like a Dyson sphere matrix. All the planets revolve around this red giant in a regular manner. Ling Feng took a quick look and found that there were at least more than 1,000 planets. At the same time, at the top of the entire matrix, there was a huge giant planet with a diameter 100 times that of blue Mercury. There were countless magnificent buildings on this giant planet. And this was the Xietian main star, the planet with the highest administrative level in the entire Xientian galaxy. It is said that it is also a powerful planet controlled by the Xientian martial god. The spacecraft flew towards the Xientian main star at a very fast speed. The closer the distance, the more people present could feel the hugeness of the Xientian main star. Wow, this starry sky is so beautiful. Don't you think it's a little crazy? Zhao Xia saw Ling Feng coming over and pointed to the sky happily. Well, it's really beautiful. Ling Feng nodded. Such a gorgeous picture is hard to imagine in the 21st century. Ding! Alarm, alarm. Received attack warning. Emergency brake of the spacecraft. However, at this moment, the spacecraft suddenly sounded a series of rapid alarms. At the same time, the spacecraft, which was still flying rapidly, stopped at a very fast speed. Buzz. The next moment, a projection up to 1,000 meters appeared in the center of the entire central hall. The projection was a young man with a cold face. He was wearing the uniform armor of the Starry Sky Command of the Xiantian main galaxy. He glanced at everyone in the central hall calmly. I am Xian Yu from the Starry Sky Command. Tell me your origins. The young man spoke calmly. This commander, we are from Blue Mercury, and we are here to participate. This is the spaceship we seized, and we have reported it before. Jin said to Xian Yu hurriedly. The Star Command, this is the most powerful department in the entire Xiantian galaxy, which can mobilize all the warships in the entire Xiantian galaxy. In wartime, this department is the core of the entire Xiantian Galaxy Combat Command. Judging from the rank of the person in front of him, he seems to be a colonel. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, Xian Yu? How can such a young person in the entire Xiantian Galaxy reach such a high position, and his surname is Xian? Could this person be the descendant of the Xiantian martial god? Who of you is Ling Feng? The young man just glanced at Xikongjian lightly and then spoke to the people present. But his eyes were directly locked on Ling Feng. I am. Ling Feng also walked up directly. When you come out of the spaceship, my people from the Star Command will come to pick you up. The rest of you enter the Xiatian main star. Xian Yu spoke directly. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Xikongjian also looked at Ling Feng worriedly. You guys go, I'm fine. Ling Feng didn't care. He didn't know what Xian Yu was going to do, but he didn't mind having some fun before the Xiatian Divine Realm assessment. I'll stay with you, Zhao Shuya said quickly. No, I can't move freely if you're here. Chevron_left Ling Feng smiled. After these words came out, although Zhao Shuya was a little worried, she still. Click. Just after he finished speaking, the cabin of the spaceship had already opened under Xian Yu's remote control. Ling Feng also flew out without hesitation. Then, the spaceship left directly. As for Ling Feng, he was waiting for the so-called spaceship in the starry sky. Soon, an 8th-level spaceship with a length of 300,000 meters flew over from a distance at a very fast speed. 8th-level spaceship, the exclusive spaceship of the Martial Emperor Realm Powerhouse? Such a big show? Is it for me? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and felt a little flattered. Ling Feng sneered, hoping that he was not here to cause trouble. The spaceship soon docked in front of Ling Feng. Click. Soon, the hatch slowly opened. The young man Xian Yu flew over at a very fast speed and soon landed in front of Ling Feng. Martial Saint Peak? Not bad. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw Xian Yu's realm, but his soul also sensed Xian Yu's soul lifespan. He is over 80 years old. In other words, he does not look so young on the surface. But it is also true that the lifespan of a martial saint has exceeded 1,000 years. It is absolutely impossible to look old in his 80s. However, Xian Yu looked at him with burning eyes after seeing Ling Feng. He did not intend to take action, and at the same time, he did not have any hostility. At least Ling Feng did not notice it. Someone wants to see you. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Yu spoke calmly. See me? Who? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. You will know when the time comes. Of course, if you don't want to see me, I won't force you. Xian Yu smiled slightly. See. Why not? Ling Feng heard it without any hesitation. See me and waited for me for a long time? Good guy, could it be my cheap dad? Could it be that the old man has become a strong man? Then follow me. Xian Yu turned around and flew towards the spaceship. Ling Feng followed him without hesitation. Soon the two entered the spaceship. Click. The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed. The next moment, the entire spaceship started instantly and flew towards the direction of Xiatian main star at a very fast speed. The spaceship soon entered the atmosphere of Xiatian main star. In an instant, Ling Feng felt that the gravity around him increased by 100 times. Of course, Ling Feng naturally didn't feel anything. The entire Xiantian main star, because of its diameter, is also very heavy, so usually only strong people above silver have the strength to survive here. Of course, it stands to reason that as long as it is bronze-level strength, it is already 100 times that of ordinary people. However, the strength of bronze-level internal organs is not 100 times, and if it comes under this kind of gravity, it is easy to directly shatter the internal organs and die. Therefore, the entry standard for the entire Xiantian main star is Silver Martial King or above. After the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, its speed also dropped rapidly. Finally, the spacecraft landed on a huge manor. This spacecraft, with a diameter of 300,000 meters, did not seem very big on the apron of this manor. You know, what is the concept of 300,000 meters? A spacecraft of 300 kilometers. Parked on the Earth, it can directly cover a first-tier city. Of course, the reason why this spacecraft does not look big is mainly because there is a terrifying spacecraft with a length of millions of meters not far away. This is the spacecraft of Xiantian Martial God. Xiantian Battleship. It is also a 9th-level battleship, one of the top battleships of the entire human race. Coming down from the spacecraft, Ling Feng looked at the terrifying Xiantian battleship in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the person who saw him this time was Xiantian martial god? Under doubt, Ling Feng and Xian Yu flew directly to the depths of the manor. Xian Yu's speed was extremely fast, reaching 10,000 times the speed of sound. However, Ling Feng had already caught up. This made Xian Yu in front of him shrink his pupils slightly. This speed has surpassed the ordinary martial saint-level strongman. Ling Feng's strength is indeed as reported by Xikongjian, and he can kill the strongmen of the 5th level of martial saint. Soon, the two of them had arrived in a garden. Then the two of them landed on a clear lake. In the middle of the lake, a heroic middle-aged man was sitting in the void fishing for fish below. The middle-aged man, Ling Feng had naturally seen in various news and videos. He is the Xiantian martial god, the strong man who has guarded the Xiantian galaxy for thousands of years. Here, sit anywhere. The middle-aged man looked up and glanced at Ling Feng, then he smiled and spoke. Ling Feng's mouth twitched. Sit anywhere? Sit in the air? Helplessly, he also sat cross-legged in the void opposite Xiantian. As for Xian Yu, he stood behind Xiantian Wuxin with his hands behind his back. You must be very confused. Why did I let Xian Yu come to you? Xiantian Wuxin said with a smile. Yes, Lord Wuxin and I should have never met, right? Ling Feng said, not knowing what the other party wanted to find him for. However, after hearing Ling Feng's words, Xiantian Wuxin smiled. We met 18 years ago, of course. You were still a baby at that time. I just didn't expect that you would be so big in the blink of an eye. Xiantian Wuxin said with emotion. As soon as he said this, Ling Feng frowned. Have you met Xiantian Wuxin? I am still a baby? Isn't that right? My father Ling Xian had returned to Blue Water Star a year or two before I was born. Could it be that he brought me back to meet Xiantian Wuxin? Or maybe Xiantian Wuxin went to Lanchuixing to see him? Oh, I forgot to say. In terms of seniority, you have to call me uncle. Suddenly, Xiantian Wuxin smiled and spoke. Boom. However, as soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's mind exploded instantly. I'm the uncle? Ling Feng looked at Xiantian Wuxin with disbelief. Shocked, right? The shock is still to come. Xuan Yu, call someone. Xiantian Wuxin smiled slightly and said to Xuan Yu on the side. Xuan Yu, meet the uncle. Xuan Yu smiled helplessly and then saluted respectfully. This? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Ling Feng was numb. This Xuan Yu is 80 years old, calling himself uncle? Of course I'm not kidding. Do you know where your father Xian came from? Xiantian Wuxin said with a smile. Is it the same as your Xian? Ling Feng was confused. Yes, it is the same. Your father's original name is Xian Ling. He is the 4th child of my Xian family. And you should be called Xian Feng. Yes, it is Xian Feng from your Xian Feng city. Xiantian Wuxin said with a smile. Fuck, this is too ugly, isn't it? Ling Feng couldn't help complaining when he heard it. As soon as these words came out, Xiantian Wuxin's mouth twitched. Of course, if you don't want to change back to the current name, it's fine. This is not important. Xiantian Wuxin was speechless. Wait, you mean my father is your 4th brother? Then who is my grandfather? And why did he disappear and where did he go? Ling Feng was not interested in these things at first, but it was too bloody. He couldn't help but be curious. This is a long story. Xiantian Wuxin raised his eyebrows. Let's make it short. Ling Feng interrupted directly. Your character is nothing like your father, but like your mother. Xiantian Wuxin was speechless. However, the next moment his expression became serious. My father, your grandfather, is no one else. It is the strongest of my human race. Xuan Wu Supreme. Xiantian Wuxin said solemnly. However, after saying this, he wanted to see Ling Feng's shocked expression, but found that this kid looked as if he had expected it. I said, who else can be the father of a martial god? It's Xuan Wu Supreme. Ling Feng touched his chin with a look of approval. This bloody plot is indeed logical. When this was said, Xiantian martial god and Xuan Yu both twitched their mouths. Is it really that easy to guess? What about my parents who left me and ran away? Did they leave me to live their good life? Ling Feng asked curiously. Let me tell you from the beginning. This matter is very complicated. It can't be explained in a few words. Xiantian martial god sighed. Your father is the youngest of the second-generation disciples of my Xian family. He is much younger than Xuanyu. He was born 40 years ago. However, he is also the most talented child of my Xian family. On the day of his birth, he directly awakened the legendary physical type entry. 9-turn reincarnation body. This physical type entry is extremely special, but at the same time, it is also extremely terrifying. Xiantian martial god said solemnly. Physique entries? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows immediately. Physique entries and bloodline entries are classified into the same category. But they are rarer than bloodline entries. Because for bloodline entries, you still need to transform to get all the enhancements. But physique entries are not really needed. It is equivalent to your innate ability. This kind of entry is usually only formed naturally, and it is very difficult to explode. So Ling Feng didn't pay attention to this kind of entry before. I didn't expect Ling Xian to have this kind of entry. And the name sounds a bit cool. The most special thing about this 9-turn reincarnation body is that it has no entry level. And it needs 9 reincarnations. Every time you reincarnate, you will completely lose your memory and all your cultivation. At the same time, you will be teleported to an unknown place and start all over again. Of course, after each reincarnation, his talent will improve. As for how much it will improve, we don't know. We didn't know he had this entry at first. Until that year, he turned 10 years old. The first reincarnation suddenly broke out. He was directly teleported to a city on Earth. When we found him, he had forgotten all of us. Fortunately, he recovered his memory after we took out all his belongings from childhood to adulthood. And after this reincarnation, he awakened 10 green entries. All of them can be superimposed on each other, and their combat power is comparable to that of ordinary silver talent owners. The second reincarnation was when he was 14 years old. This time he teleported a long distance, directly to hundreds of light, a certain human planet outside the year. It took several months to find him. This time his talent was upgraded to all blue. 10 superimposable blue talents. The combat power is comparable to that of ordinary gold talent owners. At this moment, let alone us, even my father was shocked. However, when he was 18 years old, the third reincarnation began. This time, he was directly teleported to Blue Mercury, 40,000 light years away from the Earth. Because after each reincarnation, his appearance and even genes will change. Only by seeing him in person can you recognize his soul breath. Therefore, we can't find him this time. Until a few years later, a talented boy came to the Xiantian galaxy to participate in the assessment of the Xiantian divine realm. Although his talent is only purple, his strength is so terrifying that all the Tianjiao in the millions of life planets in the entire Xiantian galaxy, and even a gold talent owner in that year, are not his opponents. When Xiantian Wushan said this, Ling Feng was stunned. What level is this physique? 3 reincarnations is already a purple top-grade talent. Then is the 4th time a silver top-grade talent? What is the 5th time? Gold top-grade talent? The 6th time of dark gold ultimate talent? The 7th time surpassed the dark gold ultimate talent? What about the 8th and 9th time? There are not many colors left for him. In other words, his father did not disappear, but was reincarnated? It's a pity that I was fighting with aliens on the battlefield at that time and didn't see him. Otherwise, you might not be here. Until later, when I saw him, he had reached the peak of martial honor and came out of Xiantian divine realm. To be precise, he was hunted down. I later learned that it was him who snatched the saint girl of Tianjian Holy Land in Xiantian divine realm to be his wife. And the other party was originally engaged to the young master of Tongtian Holy Land, the most powerful sect in Xiantian divine realm. His behavior directly caused the entire Xiantian divine realm to explode. The entire Xiantian divine realm is looking for him. The sect headquarters of my Xiantian galaxy in Xiantian divine realm have been bombed countless times. In the end, my father had no choice but to come forward in person and spent 10 golden oracle stones to calm the matter down. Xiantian martial god said this, and he was also in pain. So many? Could it be that Tongshenmen and Tianjian sect are very powerful? Ling Feng was immediately confused when he heard this. Yes, very powerful, very powerful. Xiantian divine realm is the most powerful divine realm in the human race, no doubt about it. Otherwise, Grandpa would not have sent Grandpa, his most powerful son, to guard this divine realm. Xianyu said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng immediately became curious. Is it so powerful that even Xuanwu Supreme can't take it down? Ling Feng asked curiously. Although Xuanwu Supreme is his grandfather in theory, he does not recognize this inexplicably appearing relative. There are 10 top sects and 2 holy places in Xiantian Divine Domain. The 10 top sects are guarded by top-level martial gods. As for the 2 holy places, they are even more powerful, with warriors who surpass martial gods. They are all as powerful as my great-grandfather. Although they are not as powerful as my great-grandfather, if the 2 of them and the forces behind them are added together, they are enough to subvert the entire human civilization. They also know that we are from outside the domain, and the reason they don't attack us is that they are afraid of my great-grandfather. But if they are really pushed to the limit, although my human race may win, no one can estimate how many casualties there will be. Xianyu explained seriously. Fuck, so strong. Ling Feng was a little shocked when he heard it. There are 2 beings that surpass the god of war? You know, one can build a galactic civilization like Talba. There are actually 2 in this divine domain. You can imagine how powerful this divine domain is. Oh, so my father has offended 2 holy places at the same time? Compared to that, you said that the Xuanwu Supreme personally showed up. It is not just as simple as showing up, right? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course. These 10 golden oracle stones are not even enough to exchange for a saint with more than 1 golden entry. How could the 2 holy places give up? The 2 holy places were even more unhappy and even threatened to kill our Milky Way to teach us a lesson. Helplessly, your grandfather could only do it himself and communicated with the ancestors of the 2 holy places. The next day they announced the cancellation of the marriage. Xiantian martial god smiled helplessly. Speaking of which, he loves this little brother of his very much. After all, his father has too many things to do. Therefore, Ling Xian was almost raised by his brothers and sisters. Some people may ask, why doesn't the most powerful family of the human race let the child be taken care of by a nanny? Are you kidding? Who knows who the nanny is? Who knows when the assassination of the alien race will come? If Ling Xian was really taken care of by others, he might not live to be 2 years old. I see. Then what happened later? My father went to reincarnation. Why did my mother also leave? Ling Feng asked casually. After your father knew his identity, he naturally recognized us. However, after knowing that he would reincarnate every 4 years, he suddenly lost the motivation to practice. So the couple returned to Blue Water Star to prepare for 2 years of peaceful life. They lived in the current Xianfeng city under an assumed name. After that, you were born and we were all there. In fact, during that period, we were always in Blue Water Star. However, the 4-year reincarnation deadline finally came. When your father's reincarnation day arrived, he suddenly disappeared from the sight of all of us. At that moment, we all felt the horror of this physique. However, just a few days later, news came from Xiantian Divine Realm. Your mother's master suddenly died. Your mother will naturally go back because her master is the one who raised her since she was a child. For your safety, she did not take you with her. Because if you show up, the entire Xiantian Divine Realm will attack you. Originally, we didn't care and concluded that the 2 holy places would not dare to touch you. However, who knew that she never came back after she went? Your grandfather went in to look for her, but who knew that the 2 holy places actually said that they had not seen anyone? In response, your grandfather fought fiercely and beat the ancestors of the 2 holy places so badly that they almost died. In the end, the other party still said that they had not seen her. Knowing that they were not lying, your grandfather could only ask them to find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would go to them every once in a while to exchange martial arts. However, the Xiantian Divine Realm did look for her again, but it has not been found so far. Xiantian Wushan sighed when he said this. Well, it's a bit convincing. I believe it for now. Ling Feng nodded without much emotional fluctuations when he heard this. I have to say, this story is pretty good. But then what? You asked me to come here today just to tell me a story. Ling Feng's tone calmed down. It can even be said to be a little cold. After saying this, Xiantian Wushan laughed. He understood what Ling Feng meant. Ling Feng, you should be curious now why we are so powerful, but we have never taken care of you. Not only did we not take care of you, but we let you live alone in Xiafeng City. Xian Tian Wuxian pointed out Ling Feng's thoughts. Ling Feng did not say anything, but nodded directly. But, recall, have we met before? By the way, I was not like this before. Xian Tian Wuxian suddenly laughed. His appearance suddenly changed, and soon turned into a middle-aged man with a square face. Boom. However, at this moment, his pupils contracted violently. The person in front of him turned out to be the eldest son of Wu Lao, whom he called Uncle Tian since he was a child. See Chapter 91 for details. Besides Zhao Wu's family, Wu Lao's family is the one he has the most contact with since he was a child. And they really treat him like a family. However, he never thought that they are actually a family. But Ling Feng wanted to say something. You want to ask why we have to do this? Then do you know that your father and our generation actually have 7 brothers and sisters? And now only 4 survived. Xiantian Wuxian interrupted him directly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng understood instantly. As the son of the Supreme, no matter how well he is protected, he will suffer endless assassinations as long as he is born. He will die if he is not careful. Although he is a grandson, as long as he appears, he will still face endless hunting. So, forgive us, we don't want to do this. Not only you, many family disciples of my Xian family are secretly cultivated. Xiantian Wuxian said slowly. Before I reached the martial saint, I didn't even know that my grandfather was Xiantian Wuxian. Xian Yu on the side also spoke from his own experience. At this time, he looked helpless. After all, this was just like you, a loser. Suddenly one day, he inexplicably became the son of the richest man. So that's it. This plot is more bloody than those third-rate novels. Ling Feng couldn't help complaining. But then he stood up slowly. Uncle Tian, long time no see. Then he smiled and spoke to Xiantian Wuxian. You kid. Hearing this, Xiantian Wuxian smiled helplessly and threw down the fishing rod. No more fishing, these dead fish don't eat toasts, Xian Yu. Wait, and find someone to drain the water. I want to have a full fish feast tonight. After Xiantian Wuxian stood up, he cursed at the water surface. Got it, Grandpa. Xian Yu is speechless. He had just put this fish down a few months ago, and he kept it hungry every day, just because he was afraid that Xiantian Wuxian, who was addicted to food, would come back empty-handed. Who knew that he still came back empty-handed? Let's go. The assessment of Xiantian Divine Domain is about to begin. You and I will go to the game. Then Xiantian Wuxian and Ling Feng flew up directly after they finished talking. Ling Feng also chased after them. Xiao Feng, you should have been to the Black Martial God Realm, right? Going to the Xiantian Divine Realm assessment site, Xiantian Wuxian spoke slowly and calmly. Hearing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, Xiantian Wuxian and the others really knew the Black Martial God Realm. Yes, I've been there. I passed the certification of senior students. Ling Feng said directly. Your talent is really strong. If I remember correctly, senior students must have a top-grade golden talent, right? After hearing Ling Feng's words, Xiantian Wuxian was also a little shocked. He knew Ling Feng's talent was strong before, and he guessed that it might be a medium-grade or even high-grade gold, but when he really heard Ling Feng admit it, he was still a little shocked. Did you awaken the luck-related items above silver on your own? Grandpa only gave you 10 golden oracle stones, and you actually opened at least 4 or 5 golden items. Then, Xiantian Wuxian was a little curious. Huh? Golden oracle stone? No. When did Wu Lao give it to me? Ling Feng was stunned when he heard it. What? You mean, your golden talent is not made with the golden oracle stone that Grandpa gave you? Then where did your items come from? Wait. Damn. Didn't you see the 18th birthday gift Grandpa gave you? Xiantian Wuxian suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Huh? Grandpa Wu's birthday gift to me. Ling Feng was stunned, and then he thought about it. Soon he remembered. When I was 18, I did receive an anonymous password box. But, fuck. Ling Feng's eyes widened immediately. After receiving the password box, I was still curious about which uncle gave it to me. After all, Lao Wang and others sent him some birthday gifts in the past 2 days. Of course, the anonymous one was the first one. But just when I was about to open it to see what was in the password box, I was called away by Yan Xiyun on a video call. The reason was that Yi Xiao and her went to the largest restaurant in Xianfeng City for dinner. Because they ordered the most expensive set meal and had no money to pay, they asked me to pay the bill. Afterwards, I forgot about the password box, and the things were thrown in a corner of the house and have not been taken out and used until now. Thinking of this, Ling Feng suddenly felt that his previous life was a dead dog who died a bad death. This also made Ling Feng more convinced that he must have traveled through time and seized the body of this dead dog. Rather than awakening his memory after being reborn 18 years later, it must be like this. Then he felt heartbroken when he thought of the box. 10 golden oracle stones. Even if the most rubbish entries were all sold, they could be sold for at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, how could the things given to him by Xuanwu Supreme be rubbish golden oracle stones? At this moment, he even wanted to go back to Blue Water Star to get those 10 golden oracle stones back. As for Xiantian Divine Realm, with Xiantian Wushan as his uncle, it was just a matter of a word whether he could enter or not. Ahem. I'm kidding you. How could I be useless? I was wondering who gave it to me before. After all, those were 10 golden oracle stones. I didn't expect it to be Grandpa Wu, but he is the only one in the entire human race who is so generous. In addition, I did awaken a few entries myself. And they're all golden. Ling Feng said with a smile. You scared me to death, kid. I thought you had so many golden entries without using the oracle stone. But you can awaken more than one golden entry by yourself. Your talent is really terrifying. You are indeed worthy of being the son of the fourth brother. Before, you bought those low-level oracle stones every day. Xuanyu's younger brother Xianming told me that his uncle confused the oracle stones and upgrade them into high-level oracle stones like in the novels. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Xiantian Wushan couldn't help but said in shock. But as soon as these words came out, Ling Feng almost fell from the sky. How is that possible? I'm not the hero of the novel. How can I have such a powerful ability? I use those oracle stones mainly for devouring. Because I found that devouring those oracle stones is faster in refining and strength is also faster. And the most important thing is that the strength increased is stronger than the strength increased by devouring other energies. Ling Feng explained speechlessly. He is not talking nonsense. He had tried it before, and the power of swallowing the oracle stone was indeed easier to refine, and the increased strength was easier to control and more pure. Of course, this was without the devouring flame. After possessing the devouring flame, the effect of swallowing other ordinary items was no different from the effect of swallowing the oracle stone. Moreover, the energy obtained from the devouring flame could make one's strength extremely pure after being used to improve strength, and could cause more powerful damage under the same blood and qi. This might be the special effect of the devouring flame. Otherwise, if it was just an external devouring ability, the devouring flame would be too weak compared to other special terms. Well, I have inferred this before. Indeed, the energy obtained from swallowing the oracle stone is more pure. After all, the oracle stone it is said that the stone is condensed from the power of God. It is just that it costs too much money. I see that you have started to sell the 7th level perfect elixir. You got these elixirs from the Black Martial God realm, right? There are only a few people in my entire human race who can refine this level of perfect elixir. You should not waste it and keep it for yourself. I transferred 10,000 galaxy coins to you. You can spend it first. Come to me when you run out. Xiantian Martial God said slowly. Galaxy coin? Ling Feng was puzzled. Oh, I forgot that you have never heard of this thing. Galaxy coin is the currency used by the upper echelons of the human race. 1 coin is equivalent to 1 trillion. Xiantian Martial God said casually. Fuck. Isn't that 100 billion? Ling Feng burst into swear words as soon as he said this. Xiao Qian, no matter how much your uncle is, he is a peak martial god-level strongman who controls a mid-level galaxy. It's just 100 billion. Remember to tell me when you have spent it. Seeing Ling Feng so shocked, Xiantian Wushan was immediately happy. Watching this kid grow up over the years, he has always wondered how shocked he would be when he knew his identity. Who knew that this kid was not surprised at all, which made him feel no sense of accomplishment. Now he finally saw this kid shocked. Sure enough, children who have lived through hard times can only use material and money to make up for the trauma. The ancients in the 21st century are not deceiving me. Xiantian Wuxian also decided that he would have to give this kid some financial shocks from time to time in the future. This is the only way to maintain the majestic image of his uncle. At this time, Ling Feng saw that there was indeed an extra 100 billion in funds in his backstage, and he was immediately happy. The money had not been spent before, and now it came again. Of course, 100 billion is not much for Xiantian Wuxian, but it is not too little. It is estimated to be equivalent to 1% of the assets. And he asked him for it after it was used up. I am afraid that he would not be so generous to his own children and grandchildren. This also touched Ling Feng. But the best point is that my golden entries have been explained this time, and with the terrible talent of my cheap father in front. Even if I say in the future that I have awakened 10 dark golden entries, I am afraid they will be able to accept it quickly. Ling Feng thought. At the same time, he was also a little solemn, because indeed, as long as he could find his purchase list, he would speculate whether he had the ability to use low-level oracle stones to improve his talent. Now, with the 10 oracle stones of Elder Wu and his cheap father as a shield, no matter how strong his talent is and how many oracle stones he buys in the future, it will not arouse suspicion. This also made him feel a lot more at ease. Well, although my cheap father is gone, he is very useful. Just based on him, I have to find him back for you. Ling Feng thought. However, if you calculate carefully, Ling Xian reincarnates once every 4 years. He reincarnated for the 4th time when I was born. I reincarnated for the 5th time when I was 4 years old, the 6th time when I was 8 years old, and the 7th time when I was 12 years old, the 8th time when I was 16 years old. And now it is the 2nd year of the 8th reincarnation. If all the entries are really upgraded by 1 level after 1 reincarnation, then the 4th reincarnation will be all silver, and the 5th will be all gold. The 6th will be all dark gold. The 7th will be dark gold or above. The 8th will be above dark gold or above. And it's a top-notch talent. In 2 years, I'm afraid he has already surpassed the realm of Xuanwu Supreme by who knows how many levels, right? Thinking of this, Ling Feng was shocked at the moment. Can he catch up with his strength and find him in 2 years? If not, the other party will be reincarnated for the 9th time in 2 years. The talent will increase again. 2 years. Even if I have infinite entries, it's still very uncertain, and who knows if my infinite entries can stack my talents to such a high level. If not, then what's the point? Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. It depends on whether his infinite entries are as powerful as his 9-turn reincarnation body. Ling Xian had never mentioned the level of this 9-turn reincarnation body before, or maybe it was the same as his own and unique. Oh, my 10 golden oracle stones. Ling Feng suddenly remembered this. If he couldn't sell the 10 oracle stones here, he could just take them to Xiantian Divine Realm to sell. Xiantian Divine Realm is so powerful that it can naturally digest so many golden oracle stones. Uncle Tian, I left some things at home and forgot to take them. If I go back to get them now, will I be able to enter Xiantian Divine Realm in time? Ling Feng said directly to Xiantian Martial God. There are still 2 days before entering Xiantian Divine Realm, and my spaceship is enough for you. I'll ask Xian Yu to bring the spaceship over after watching the game. Xiantian Martial God nodded. He didn't ask what Ling Feng wanted to take. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Ling Feng was also suddenly enlightened when he heard it. Yes, Xiantian, the Xiantian of Xiantian Martial God, is the most advanced spaceship of the human race. 1 jump distance is thousands of light years. 1 day is enough to travel back and forth across the entire Milky Way. It is said that the human race also has the most powerful spaceship, Xuanwu, which can jump tens of thousands of light years. And Xuanwu is the spaceship of Xuanwu Supreme. With such a spaceship, even if you want to go to a more advanced galaxy in the future, you can save a lot of time, right? However, if you say so, the location of the Black God Martial Arts Hall is really far away. The level of their spaceship is definitely far higher than that of Xuanwu, but it still takes at least half a month to arrive. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Soon, Xiantian Martial God and Ling Feng had arrived above Xiantian Academy. Xiantian Academy is the highest level academy in the entire Xiantian Divine Domain. 1,000 people are recruited every year, and these 1,000 people are the strongest geniuses recruited from the millions of life planets in the Xiantian galaxy. Almost everyone has more than 1 silver entry. Those without silver entries are all purple top-grade talents. At the same time, a genius with a gold entry will appear every 1 or 2 years. Of course, these gold entry owners are not necessarily the most talented, and even many of them cannot enter the top 10 every year. After all, these are only geniuses with 1 gold entry. It is too difficult to open 2. Compared with them, those with silver middle-grade talents are not weaker than him, and the silver top-grade geniuses are much stronger than them. By the way, Xiao Feng, you don't have to participate in the assessment of Xiantian Divine Realm this time. You can just go in directly when the time comes. Suddenly, Xiantian Martial God spoke directly. Is this okay? Ling Feng was a little confused. Of course it's okay, and you have to. If I participate, then there will be no suspense about who will be the champion of this competition. The champion of each competition, Xiantian Galaxy, will give out a silver oracle stone of good quality. This year it is a little special. There are a lot of geniuses, so the oracle stone has been changed to gold, and the quality is not bad. There are several dark horses from the bottom in this competition. It is not easy for them to get good oracle stones. Of course, this thing is useless to you. The only thing you lack is the bloodline entry. There are too few of these things. Your grandfather has been looking for more than 10 years and still hasn't got one. And the previous ones have been opened. It's a pity, Xiantian Martial God said. It's really that Ling Feng is too strong. Gold upper-grade talent, and also has the strength of the 5th level of martial honor and the talent of a golden divine mind master. If I really participate, it feels a bit bullying others. After all, Ling Feng at this time has killed even the 5th level of martial saint. That's no problem. It doesn't matter to me whether I participate or not. Ling Feng smiled and agreed when he heard it. There was really no need for him to compete with those ordinary people for such a small amount of resources. Of course, if his thoughts were known by those so-called ordinary people, they would probably fight him to the death. They're all the strongest geniuses from different planets. Some are even the first geniuses on that planet who are qualified to take the assessment in decades. Now in Ling Feng's eyes, these people are just ordinary people. However, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. After seeing the terrifying genius mark of the Black God Martial Arts Hall afterwards, this genius of the galaxy civilization did seem a little too weak. Only those top geniuses with at least golden mid-grade talents or above, could catch Ling Feng's eye. Of course, they were just catching his eye. At the same time, a martial arts arena with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers in Xietian Academy was filled with strong men from the entire Xientian galaxy. Everyone was gathered here and looking at the center of the martial arts arena. At this time, there were already millions of geniuses from various planets standing in the center of the martial arts arena. Most of these geniuses were between the 1st and 3rd levels of the martial arts realm. Only 1 in 10 has reached the 3rd level or above. As for the martial honor, there are even fewer, and it is estimated that there are only a few dozen of them in total. And they're all martial honor at the 1st level. Of course, there are also martial honor at the 3rd and 4th levels. However, several of these people have extremely weak auras, and it is obvious that they are the owners of devouring items above silver. I don't know what happened to Ling Feng. He hasn't appeared yet. Is he in trouble? At this time, Qian Yuan said in the crowd with some doubts. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Shuya's face became even heavier. If the little mad and really gets into trouble, then I will overturn the entire Xiantian galaxy. Zhao Shuya snorted coldly. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yuan on the side trembled all over. For some reason, he always felt that Zhao Shuya was not joking. Boom. However, at this moment, an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure, and everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky. In an instant, a middle-aged man with a supreme aura landed on the suspended rostrum in front with his hands behind his back. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, all the geniuses present were excited. It's Lord Xiantian Martial God. He actually came to visit this year. Are we so lucky? Is there a super genius in our class? Of course, I heard that there is more than 1 golden entry owner. What? So many. Of course, it is said that there is another genius who has more than 1 golden entry. I don't know if it is true. Fuck, there's such a thing? No wonder Lord Martial God came in person. In an instant, The people in the surrounding audience and the contestants were excited to discuss. But then again, who is the young man next to the martial god? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he the descendant of the martial god? He doesn't look like him. He could be a disciple or something like that, but to be with the martial god, he must have a great background or a strong talent. And Ling Feng next to the martial god Xie Tian was also quickly noticed by everyone. Isn't that Ling Feng? Damn, why is he sitting with the martial god Xie Tian? At this time, Xian Yuan saw Ling Feng on the high platform, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, he is the man I have chosen. It was not Zhao Shuya who said this, but Zhou Chuan. I'm glad he's okay. As for Zhao Shuya, she smiled. At this time, she was not interested in teaching Zhou Chuan a lesson. At this time, Ling Feng, who was tens of thousands of meters away, also saw Zhao Shuya and others from Blue Water Star. Looking at Zhao Shuya, Ling Feng smiled slightly across tens of thousands of meters. Dong! Soon, with a huge bell ringing, this time the Xietian Divine Realm assessment started. Entering the Xietian Divine Realm, the most important thing is strength and talent. Therefore, his assessment is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the most basic talent display. A full 10,000 huge testers rose directly from the earth. These testers mainly test the realm and the strongest explosive power of the warriors. The explosive power is calculated according to their respective levels. For example, your strength in the martial arts realm is generally 10,000 points of blood value. The basic strength should be 10 million kilograms. Under full burst, you can hit 1 billion kilograms of power, that is, the explosive power has reached 100 times. But if you are a martial arts master with a blood value of 100,000, you need to hit 10 billion kilograms of power to be considered 100 times the explosive power. And as long as the strongest explosive power is more than 100 times, you are eligible to enter the second round of combat power test. If you can reach more than 500 times, you will be directly qualified to enter the Xiantian Divine Realm, and you don't need to participate in the second round of combat power test. It's easy to reach 500 times, but it's not easy to say it's not easy. It's easy for those who have all attribute terms added. Generally, the martial arts of the first level of Wuzong are all 5th level lower grade and 5th level top grade martial arts. And these people are geniuses. Although they don't have silver and purple talent terms, many of them have blue ones. So it's not a problem to practice 5th level top grade martial arts and techniques. If you practice both to proficiency, you can increase the combat power by about 500%. Add a silver term, 20 to 40 times the combat power. Add a full attribute silver term, for 100% 800% combat power bonus. As long as you take an intermediate value for this 500-fold combat power, it's easy to surpass. And this is only the first level of Wuzong. The stronger the strength, the more powerful the cultivation method is. It is easier to reach the standard. In other words, you only need to have the strength of Wuzong in the late stage, or even Wuzuan. The general purple upper grade talent owner and silver middle grade, as well as those with 1 gold entry and some silver entries can reach the standard. But having said that, there are no more than 20 people in the entire examination room who can have this level of talent. And these 20 people probably won't choose to get the quota directly, but may choose to impact the final reward. After all, this year's reward is the Golden Oracle Stone. Except for the top few super family disciples, the others who miss this time may never touch it in their lifetime. This assessment made Ling Feng a little tempted. I don't know what level I can reach with my full burst now. If I don't use special entries, hundreds of thousands of times is still easy, right? Ling Feng was also thinking, mainly because of his strong strength and the extremely high level of cultivation method. The bonus of the technique alone reached dozens of times. Coupled with the golden top-grade talent, it is naturally easy to reach this standard. Soon, as the assessment began, a large number of candidates began to test frantically on the tester. However, just half an hour later, a huge prompt resounded throughout the square. Congratulations to the candidate, Zheng Xiao. The explosive power multiplier reached 768 times. The huge prompt sound made the whole audience in an uproar. More than 700 times the combat power. How strong is this person's talent? Ling Feng looked over and saw that this person seemed to be a graduate of Xietian Academy and had already reached the realm of the second level of martial arts. It is normal to have this explosive power. After all, the stronger the realm, the higher the probability of reaching high explosive power. Congratulations to the candidate, Zhou Zhe. The explosive power multiplier reached 655. Soon another prompt came. Then a prompt sound appeared every 10 minutes. Ling Feng didn't care much. This multiple is barely okay. Congratulations to the candidate, Mo Yen. The explosive power multiple has reached 1258. P.S. Thanks to Yawan, who is the master of one hand, and Yen Wei Lonely, for the reward. Ask for another wave of power generation for love. Suddenly, another reminder sounded throughout the examination room. Oh? This year, there is actually a genius with 1,000 times the explosive power? Not bad. This Mo Yen is much stronger than I thought. It seems that this kid has some hidden tricks when he was in the academy. Xiaofeng, if this kid is at the same level as you, I'm afraid he can fight with you for a few moves, right? This time, even Xiantian martial god became interested. This Mo Yen is a sophomore student at Xiantian Academy. Both his talent and strength are extremely strong. In just 1 year of enrollment, he has already reached the top 5 of the dragon list of Xiantian Academy. Moreover, it seems that he has never used his full strength. As for the other top few on the dragon list, they are also within the scope of this assessment. Beside the two of them, there are many high-level martial emperors of the Xiantian galaxy. After hearing the words of Xiantian martial god, they all took a breath of cold air. With 1258 times the explosive power, he can only fight with this boy for a few moves? What kind of talent is this boy? Ling Feng also looked over. Mo Bai is a young man in a black and white windbreaker, estimated to be between 19 and 20 years old. Realm Martial Honor First Heaven. As for his entries, Ling Feng used his divine sense to scan it, but found that this person actually controlled the silver entries of the power of light and the power of darkness, and it was also the entry of innate awakening. At the same time, Ling Feng felt that the other party's 2 entries seemed to be fused together, resulting in an effect no less than the golden entry. At the same time, all attribute enhancement entries and weapon entries are also silver. This more than 1,000 times of explosive power is probably not full power. His strength is indeed good. It's a pity that if you want to be at the same level as me, you may have no hope in this life. Unless I wait for him for a year or 2 without practicing. Ling Feng also said helplessly. Yes, this kid's training speed is still too slow compared to you. As soon as this was said, Xiantian martial god also nodded in agreement. The surrounding martial emperors were all confused. They couldn't feel your strength at all, so naturally they didn't know what realm you were in. But seeing that you seem to be only 18 or 19 years old, they are even more surprised and doubtful. 18 or 19 years old, you just awakened the term not long ago, right? Could it be that you have awakened the golden term of talent? Or maybe you have awakened some silver term of devouring. Otherwise, why can't Mo Bai, who is less than 20 years old, catch up with you? But even Xiantian martial god agrees with you, which means that your talent is indeed terrifying. But the shock of these martial emperors has not ended yet, and another prompt sound resounds throughout the examination room. Congratulations to the candidate, Zhao Shuya. Explosive power multiplier reaches 4,541. The huge prompt sound directly made the entire examination room quiet instantly. In an instant, everyone looked at the broadcast screen in the sky in disbelief. In the screen, a girl with a lollipop in her mouth walked out of the tester. The girl's proud figure and baby-faced beauty made countless young men tremble in their hearts. However, what made them even more unbelievable was the terrifying explosive power of 4,500 in the prompt. Oh, I accidentally used too much strength. Wouldn't the little lunatic think I was a violent woman? At this time, Zhao Shuya was a little helpless. She had a golden bloodline entry that had a 4-fold bonus to her strength. Add to that the other 9 golden entries, and her combat power is terrifying. Of course, her worry was completely unnecessary. After all, there was no day when Ling Feng didn't think of her as a violent woman. So strong. Who is she? And Mo Bai was shocked when he looked at Zhao Shuya's score in the sky. Although he didn't use his full strength, even if he did, he couldn't have such a high explosive power. Boom. However, at this time, the entire examination room was instantly boiling. Millions of candidates looked at the weak Zhao Shuya in the sky in horror. Such a beautiful lady. Is she a super genius who can produce 4,500 times the explosive power? Hiss. 4,500 times. Is this instrument broken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can such a beautiful girl produce such a high explosive power? It must be that the instrument is broken. Someone will probably announce that the result is invalid soon. It seems like it's been a few minutes. If this result is true, what entry should this girl have? A golden full attribute entry. For a while, everyone was talking about it. So were all the spectators around. Hiss, how can Xiaoya be so talented? Is her talent also is at a golden top grade? At this time, even Xiantian Wushan was shocked. Of course, he knew Zhao Xia. He had been to Blue Water Star no less than 100 times in the past 18 years. Every time he saw Ling Feng, he could see Zhao Xia. They all liked this cute and lively girl since she was a child. I didn't use up all the 10 golden oracle stones, so I gave her a few. She seemed to have luck-related entries, so she drew a lot of golden entries. Ling Feng spoke directly. The soul fluctuations he felt from Zhao Xia were very strong. Zhao Xia's golden entries must have been obtained by the other party. However, unlike himself, the origin of Zhao Xia's golden entries was difficult to explain. The best way was naturally to help conceal it. As soon as these words came out, Xiantian Wushan suddenly realized. So that's it. It seems that your favorite girl is still Zhao Xia. And this girl has also awakened the golden entry of luck. Are you two so lucky? Hearing Ling Feng's words, Xiantian Wushan also suddenly realized. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. But the implication made Ling Feng's mouth twitch. This means that he still has some brains and is not completely attracted by Yan Shiyun. But he was a little speechless. If he really got 10 golden oracle stones according to his previous attitude towards Yan Shiyun, he would definitely give at least a few, or even all of them to the other party. I really can't figure it out. From my memory, I have never been that kind of fool since I was a child. Why did I lose my mind after seeing Yan Shiyun? Ling Feng was also very confused at this time. It must be said that he was too stupid in the past few years, so stupid that it was not normal at all. From his memory since childhood, he was extremely smart and a rational person. Is there something wrong with this? Wait, is there something wrong with Yan Shiyun? Suddenly, Ling Feng's pupils shrank. It seems that I have to go and see her when I go back to get the oracle stone this time. I don't know if she was killed by the people in the prison. Ling Feng pondered. At this time, the first round of assessment was over. A total of 23 people reached an explosive power of more than 500 times. And these are almost all at the peak of Wuzong and Wuzun realm. As for Zhao Xia, because she has the golden devouring term, she has reached the realm of Wuzun's second heaven in the past few days. It must be said that this devouring term is really terrifying in terms of raising realms. However, Ling Feng calculated that the opponent's speed seemed to be much slower than his own in the same devouring. It seems that it should be due to the devouring flame, which can also speed up the devouring speed. Among the more than 20 people who passed the assessment, only those who were at the peak of Wuzong and whose multiples barely reached 500 times chose to withdraw from the assessment. After all, they knew that their strength was hopeless to obtain the golden oracle stone. If they were injured or even died, it would be a waste. They didn't need to fight for something that was destined not to be obtained. The second round of combat power assessment was successfully launched. The total number of people who reached 100 times explosive power in the first round was only more than 5,000. You can imagine how difficult it is to reach this 100 times explosive power. Moreover, these people are all at a high level, and there are almost no people below the 5th level of Wuzong. This is also normal. Going to Xiantian Divine Domain mainly requires strength. If you are at a low level, it means that your cultivation talent is not good. Although the explosive power may be stronger than many people, if the cultivation talent is not good, the opponent is one small level ahead of you, which means the difference in combat power is twice. And the difference in combat power is 4 times when the opponent is 3 small levels ahead of you. Even if your explosive power reaches 200 times or 300 times after reaching the level of Wuzun, others have already reached the 4th or 5th level of Wuzun and can kill you in one move. Some people are young and their realm has not been improved, which is even easier. Just wait a year or 2 and come back. This Xiantian Divine Domain is not gone after this year. Let's get back to the point. 5,000 people want to choose the final champion. Then they need to fight 2 by 2 for at least 10 rounds. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of roars sounded from the earth. The next moment, on the huge square with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, a 10-kilometer diameter ring slowly rose. Each ring was covered by a powerful energy formation. This is a formation of thousands of small formations derived from an 8th-level formation. Each one can withstand the attack power of the 5th-level martial saint. Unless Ling Feng appears, it is impossible to break these formations. Even Zhao Shiya is the same. Everyone. This is the second round of the assessment and the ring battle. And at this moment, the projection of an old man appeared in the sky. The old man stroked his beard and said to everyone present. The old man's name is Wang Yan. He is one of the vice presidents of Xietian Academy. A strong man at the peak of the martial emperor. This time the assessment is very simple. Using the most basic combat power as the standard, everyone will find an arena later, and the arena will randomly match opponents. What you have to do is to defeat every opponent and eventually become the strongest one. Then you will get the ultimate reward this time, a golden oracle stone with all attributes enhanced. Wang Yan said slowly. After that, a golden oracle stone slowly flew up from his hand. As soon as he said this, the 5,000 candidates were breathing a little fast. The whole audience was in an uproar. A golden oracle stone with all attributes enhanced? That is the best among the golden oracle stones. The price of each one is extremely high. It is very difficult for many martial god-level strongmen to get one. And now it is actually given as a reward to the winner. Oh my god, a golden oracle stone with all attributes enhanced? Is this such a big deal this time? Ling Feng was also a little shocked. If this one is sold, it will be at least more than 10 trillion, right? At this moment, he was somewhat regretful. Originally, this oracle stone was intended for you when it was decided. At that time, you had just killed the 6th-level peak beast. When my father saw that you did not use the all-attribute amplification terms, he thought that you had not opened the 3 all-attribute oracle stones given to you. So he brought this oracle stone to me to use as a reward. Just now you said that you have a golden upper-grade talent, so you naturally have all-attribute amplification terms, so I asked you to give up this reward. Xiantian Wuxian explained why this all-attribute term could be issued as a reward. The surrounding martial emperor-level strongmen heard Xiantian Wuxian's unreserved words and took a breath of cold air. This golden oracle stone was actually given by Xuanwu Supreme himself, and it was designated for this boy. Moreover, the most important thing is that this boy actually has a golden upper-grade talent. What is this concept? There is only one person with a golden upper-grade talent in the human race now. That is Xuanwu Supreme. In other words, could this boy become the second Xuanwu Supreme in the future? This boy is definitely the direct disciple of Xuanwu Supreme. And he is from our Xiantian galaxy. For a moment, all the martial emperors had such a thought in their minds. Xuanwu Supreme has not accepted a disciple for many years, and all of his disciples have become powerful warriors in the realm of martial gods. Now he accepts another one, and his talent is so strong, it is obvious that he is training a successor. For a moment, they all had a little idea in their hearts, and they had to build a good relationship with Ling Feng. I see. I was wondering why such a precious thing would be sold. Ling Feng was also suddenly enlightened when he heard it. It turned out to be because of himself. Moreover, he was shocked when he heard that Xiantian Wuxian actually said that 3 of the 10 oracle stones given to him had all attribute amplification items. Grandpa Wu is really generous. He was afraid that he would not be able to open it. Of course, it is normal not to be able to open it, and it is abnormal for someone like him to open it. Then, more than 5,000 candidates came to the arena according to their numbers. The next moment, the arenas began to move one by one, and soon they were paired together. Of course, there will be buys in this situation. Ling Feng took a look. Good. The person who got a buy turned out to be Zhao Shiya. However, he was relieved when he thought that the other party seemed to have a golden luck item. With this level of luck item, it would be difficult for him to get a turn. And then, the size of the arena will double after each round of assessment. As long as there is a buy, the person who is buy must be Zhao Shiya. For a while, everyone began to speculate that there must be someone behind the scenes controlling it. After all, Zhao Shiya has 4,500 times the explosive power, and she is at the 2nd level of martial arts. Who can be her opponent? If some talented people meet her in advance, won't they be eliminated directly? Therefore, in this case, no one thinks it's wrong that Zhao Shuya is on a bye, but thinks this mechanism is very good. No, this is completely random. Why is Zhao Shuya always on a bye? However, the person in charge of the backstage control is completely confused. There is no such thing as a secret operation. Because of the existence of the luck entry, almost all the human leaders believe that luck is part of strength. So if you are really eliminated by a strong person in advance because of bad luck, it is also a sign of lack of strength. If you have a green luck entry, this will not happen. And people with bad luck will often encounter bad things and die in advance in the future. This is not a joke. This is supported by the data of the human race for 100,000 years. Although people with strong luck may not really pick up good things when they go out, but 99% of them can go to the end and become the strongest. Similarly, the human leaders who know that there is no secret operation are all shocked by Zhao Shuya's strong luck. Thousands of arenas can be selected 100%. If the Oracle Stone is opened, doesn't it mean that she can also open the entry with a 1 in 1,000 probability? This luck entry must be at least silver, right? It may even be gold. Suffing. This girl, doesn't she really have a golden luck entry? At this time, Xiantian Wuxian was shocked. Even when he asked Ling Feng, he used voice transmission. As the high-level people of the human race, they all knew the existence of the Black Martial God realm. After all, there are 100 similar assessment spaces in the entire Milky Way. Many of them have been taken seriously, and many intermediate students have appeared. Therefore, they are very clear about the division of talents. Although he heard Ling Feng say that Zhao Shuya also had a luck entry before, he estimated that purple was strong enough. After all, the value of purple luck entries is equivalent to ordinary golden entries. Silver is even more precious than golden top-grade talents. If it is golden, that's incredible. It has never appeared in the history of the entire human race. I haven't asked, but it's likely. Ling Feng thought about it and replied to Xiantian Wuxian with divine thoughts. When these words came out, Xiantian Wuxian was completely shocked. And the assessment is still going on quickly. After one assessment after another, finally, the top 100 came out. The top 100 is the number of people who can directly enter Xiantian Divine Realm this time. Uncle Tian, if there are only 100 people each time, can our sect in Xiantian Divine Realm support so many people? Ling Feng was a little confused. After all, according to Xiantian Martial God, the population in Xiantian Divine Realm is extremely terrifying. As one of the top 10 first-class sects, Xiantian sect naturally cannot have a small population. These are only the geniuses of our Xiantian galaxy. In fact, all galaxies will have corresponding assessments every year, but they're announced differently. The top 100 in the final assessment will enter the Xiantian Divine Realm. There will be tens of thousands of geniuses of their level every year. At the same time, my Xiantian sect will also recruit a large number of ordinary disciples and geniuses in the local area for training. Of course, the resources spent on training those geniuses, even if their talents are stronger than those of my human geniuses, are much less. But even so, over the years, my Xiantian sect has become the third largest top sect of the younger generation, surpassing the 2 holy places, but your grandfather has always been low-key and didn't let us expose his supreme existence. Otherwise, our Xiantian sect would be the third largest holy place. Xiantian Martial God explained with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng suddenly understood. So that's it, tens of thousands a year, hundreds of thousands in 10 years, and they are all super geniuses. With so many people entering the Xiantian Divine Realm, it is naturally easy to become one of the top 10 sects. After all, although the fantasy world of Xiantian Divine Realm is powerful, its population is not as large as that of the human race in the galaxy. Most importantly, it is impossible for the whole people to practice martial arts and elect geniuses on such a large scale like the human race in the galaxy. Speaking of which, Xiantian Divine Realm is also the best place for geniuses of our galaxy civilization to avoid assassinations from other civilizations. Because the entrance of Xiantian Divine Realm has always been guarded by 10 martial gods. Among them is the divine eyes of our human race. His golden entry, breaking delusion divine pupil, can see through all illusions and disguises. Even if the Supreme comes, it is impossible for assassins sent by other civilizations to enter silently. As long as there is an abnormality, your grandfather will rush to kill the target in the shortest time. Xiantian martial god said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng suddenly realized. Breaking delusion divine pupil? Is this entry so powerful? Ling Feng was surprised that even the Supreme could not enter silently. It's really amazing. With this entry, he can see through everything within a few light years with his 5th level of martial god realm. Even his divine pupil can see through the enemy's next move, achieving the effect of early defense. Unfortunately, the combat entry is only silver, otherwise his strength would be ranked in the top 10 of my human race. Xiantian Wushan couldn't help but sigh. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. This entry is good. I wonder if I can get one. Then he quickly opened his Federal Store. Ding ding ding. Dear Supreme VIP member, the Federal Store welcomes you. However, just after opening it, Ling Feng was stunned to see such a welcome slogan. Supreme VIP? It seems that Grandpa Wu opened it for me. I wonder how effective it is. Ling Feng was somewhat tempted. This time, it seems that he can stack all his entries to dark gold before entering Xiantian Divine Domain. Even if possible, he can try to get it above dark gold. Then he opened the member introduction. Because your VIP level is upgraded, your permissions are also upgraded. Permission 1. You have 100,000 Galaxy Coins interest-free loan quota in the Federal Store, with unlimited repayment time. Permission 2. 50% discount on all goods. Permission 3. Sold items will be recycled at the highest market price, and the funds will be collected in seconds. Permission 4. All goods are delivered by at least the 8th level Emperor-class spacecraft. Goods with a price of more than 10,000 Galaxy Coins will be delivered by the 9th level spacecraft in person, escorted by the God of War. Looking at the items one by one, Ling Feng was shocked. Wow, the first item is equivalent to giving him 100 billion for free, an unlimited interest-free loan, and it is really no different from giving it for free. As long as you don't have any shame, you won't pay it back. As for Authority 2, its value is far more than 100,000 Galaxy Coins. All goods are 50% off, and you only need to spend 500,000 to buy something worth 1 million Galaxy Coins in the future. Save 500,000 directly. As for Authority 3 and Authority 4, they are both very good. It greatly saves Ling Feng's time in the process of buying medicinal materials, refining pills, selling them, and then buying medicinal materials to refine pills. Although there is Xiantian Wushan saying that the money is not enough to find him, Ling Feng still needs basic self-esteem. Can rely on yourself to make money. What's the situation of looking for elders every day? Of course, the 10,000 Galaxy Coins given by the other party and the loan of 100,000 Galaxy Coins are considered as startup capital. With these, you can buy a large number of medicinal materials, which can be multiplied at least 10 times or even dozens of times at a time. Now I can also refine a perfect grade elixir of the 7th grade. Each elixir of this price requires dozens or even hundreds of Galaxy Coins. When my strength reaches the level of being able to refine an 8th grade elixir, I will make money even faster. Although he was going to Xiantian Divine Realm, Ling Feng also asked Xiantian Martial God if he could buy and sell things in the Milky Way when he arrived at Xiantian Divine Realm. After all, only with the entire Milky Way as a backing can those geniuses grow faster. Although Xiantian Divine Realm is powerful, it is not a technological civilization, which makes it extremely difficult to buy things. Ling Feng also closed the introduction, and then searched for the key points he wanted to buy this time. Soon, he found it. Eye of Breaking Evil. Blue has the ability to see through all disguises. All disguises of people whose strength is not greater than oneself will be exposed. At the same time, it can predict the next attack of people whose comprehensive strength is not greater than oneself. This introduction is indeed similar to the description of Breaking Delusion Divine Eye, but the effect is much worse. After all, the level is low. Ling Feng took a look at the price, which is not high, only 200 million. Only 100 million after the discount. It can be regarded as a low-quality entry in the same level. Buy directly. 610,000 pieces. Ling Feng placed the order without any nonsense. It's just 61 trillion, a small amount of money. Ding. You purchase 610,000 pieces of Eye of Destruction. Blue, cost 61 trillion. Delivery time is estimated to be 1 hour. A prompt sound came. This delivery time is indeed very short. After all, the entire Xiantian galaxy is so huge that it can easily gather so many oracle stones. Keep buying. This time I have to directly stack the talent to dark gold. Thinking of this, Ling Feng didn't waste any words and started to place orders for all the oracle stones he needed for all the entries. Ding! You purchase 600,000 pieces of Infinite Strength. Blue, cost 30.5 trillion. Ding! You purchase 600,000 pieces of Gunmanship Genius. Blue, cost 90 trillion. Ding! You purchase 600,000 pieces of Flame Control. Blue, cost 120 trillion. Ding! You purchased 600,000 pieces of Thunder Control. Blue, cost 150 trillion. Ding! You purchased 600,000 pieces of Luck Continuous. Blue, cost 300 trillion. Ding! You purchased 600,000 pieces of Spiritual Master. Blue, cost 300 trillion. A large number of prompt sounds resounded through Ling Feng's mind. At the same time, his money was also decreasing rapidly. However, after buying all of them, he found that he only spent more than 20 trillion. This is because the most expensive Soul Destroyer entry was not bought. It's different when you have money. The price of this Oracle Stone is not too expensive. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Of course, if he directly used the purple Oracle Stone, although it could save 10 times the time, the price would have to be increased to 20 times the current price. That is about 500 trillion. Oh, I almost forgot about the bloodline and all attribute amplification items for soul cultivators. This soul destroyer is definitely much stronger than my warriors. Ling Feng remembered this. Then he started searching. He soon found it. Burning Soul. Blue. Burns the spiritual power at a very fast speed to increase the strength of the soul value by 200%. Description. This item is very rare, so the price is high. Selling price, 60 billion. The introduction of the Burning Soul made Ling Feng's eyes widen. Fuck, Burning Soul? Isn't this courting death? Ling Feng was stunned. But after a closer look, he found that it was burning spiritual power. It suddenly dawned on him that the relationship between spiritual power and soul power was the same as the physical and physical strength of a warrior. When a soul cultivator uses any attack, it consumes spiritual power. Just like when a warrior uses physical strength in battle. Mental strength can be quickly restored after consumption. It is the same as physical strength can be quickly restored after consumption. If you have to burn the soul just to increase the soul value by 200%, I am afraid no one would dare to use this entry. However, it must be said that these soul-related entries are expensive. This thing is 8 billion for a blue one, which is almost catching up with the ordinary purple entry. Fortunately, Ling Feng doesn't have much else now, but he has a lot of money. Just buy it. Ding! You purchase 600,000, Burning Soul. Blue, funds, 2,400 trillion. Then there are blood-related soul cultivation entries. Incarnation of Ghost King. Blue, bloodline item. Ghost King level bloodline item. With this item you can directly transform into a Ghost King level strongman, thus achieving the effect of soul value asterisk 200%. This item is extremely rare, and generally only Ghost Kings at the Martial Saint level can explode. Because this price is extremely high. Moreover, the probability of being selected is extremely low, and it is not recommended for ordinary people to buy. Selling price, 60 billion. This price is even more terrifying. Ling Feng thought the price of the Soul Destroyer was outrageous enough before. This incarnation of the Ghost King is even more terrifying. The price of a blue Oracle Stone, 60 billion. It is 6 times more expensive than the ordinary purple Oracle Stone. This Ghost King bloodline is a bit outrageous. It is so expensive, and the delivery time is more than a day. It seems that it has to be transferred from other planets in the entire Xiantian galaxy. Ling Feng couldn't help being shocked. If you buy this, the price will be a full 180 trillion. Of course, this is because bloodline entries are originally expensive. The prices of the bloodline entries he bought before were many times that of ordinary entries. Buy it. The more expensive the price, the stronger it must be. Ling Feng placed the order without any hesitation. Just like the Soul Destroyer, there is a reason for the high price. Scarcity is just one of the reasons. Ding. You purchased 600,000 Incarnation Ghost King Blue and spent 180 trillion. Ling Feng took a look at his account. He originally had more than 20 trillion. Later, he spent 80 trillion and got another 100 trillion, plus a loan of 100 trillion. Now he spent 240 trillion at a time. In the end, he still had less than 900 trillion. Buy all the 7th grade top grade medicinal materials? But with my current strength, it takes 500,000 to refine a 7th grade top grade pill. Even if it increases in value, it will take a lot of time. It's best to buy some extremely rare 7th grade top grade medicinal materials to refine. I don't lack the level of refining medicine now, but the strength. Besides, even if the level is not good, as long as I have a few more hours of enlightenment, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Ling Feng directly opened the pill sales interface, then selected the 7th grade top grade pill, and then selected the price from high to low. The one that appears at the top is naturally the most expensive 7th grade top grade pill. Sure enough, according to his operation, the pills that appeared were all rare pills that were dozens of times more expensive than pills of the same level. These pills were extremely rare in terms of the rarity of the medicinal materials and the difficulty of refining. Of course, the most expensive pills were expensive, but the price was because the medicinal materials were rare and he couldn't buy them in the Federal Mall. So just pass it. After choosing for a long time, Ling Feng finally chose a pill ranked 15th in price. Pill: 9-turn soul tempering pill. Level: 7th grade top quality. Efficacy: it can release the huge medicinal power contained in the pill in a very short time, so as to achieve the effect of quickly improving strength. At the same time, when you level up, you can crush it and take it to instantly increase the strength of your soul. Description: 9-turn soul tempering pill, which needs to be refined with 9 soul-quenching grasses and 9 soul crystals of 7th grade 10-star soul creatures as materials. It is extremely difficult to refine, and the lowest quality must be a fine product to be considered a successful pill. Therefore, the price is extremely expensive. However, the same medicinal effect is extremely strong, and it is generally used by the strong to cultivate family children, so it is in short supply. Price: 500 trillion. This price is indeed terrifying. Ordinary 7th grade top quality pills, even if they are fine products, cost about 10 trillion. The price has increased 50 times. If it can be refined into perfect quality, the price is estimated to increase by more than 4 or 5 times. After all, this pill is originally of perfect quality. But at the same time, the difficulty of refining is not small. Ling Feng looked at the refining method described in the pill recipe. This refining method is extremely simple, just the ordinary 7th grade top grade soul-quenching pill refining method. But it needs to be refined 9 times, that is, first refine an ordinary 7th grade top grade soul-quenching pill, and it must reach the top quality. Then, the medicinal materials of the second soul-quenching pill are integrated into this pill. After integration, it must reach the top quality or above. This is a bit difficult. You know, after the pill is made, even if it is a top-grade pill, it will contain a trace of pill poison. And this pill has to be refined 9 times, which means the accumulation of 9 times of pill poison. Therefore, even if the refiner has the ability to refine a 7th grade top grade pill, it will definitely fall below the top quality after 9 times. In other words, to refine such a pill, one needs to have the quasi-perfect level refining technique of a 7th level top grade pill. Although it is not perfect, but the quasi-perfect 7th level top grade alchemist, the entire galactic civilization is probably only the top few 9th level alchemists who can do it. However, the biggest effect of this pill is its huge efficacy and extremely fast absorption speed. After all, there are 9 medicinal materials, and they are all fine products. The efficacy is naturally good, and the absorption speed is also 9 times that of ordinary pills. It is equivalent to letting a person without a swallowing entry have a low-level swallowing entry. Those strong people naturally don't mind buying it to cultivate their own descendants. After all, because of the huge efficacy, one pill can last until the strength is improved to the middle and late stages of the martial saint. The reason why other perfect level pills are so expensive is because of the fast absorption speed, which is even more than 10 times that of ordinary qualified pills. The effect is almost the same as this 9-turn soul-quenching pill. Of course, the difficulty of refining is naturally several times that of the 9-turn soul-quenching pill. This further highlights the value of the 9-turn soul-quenching pill. So once this thing comes out, there will be no worries about selling it. The most important thing is that the price of the medicinal materials is cheap. The price of a 7th-grade top-grade medicinal material is generally several trillion. If there are 9 of them, it will not exceed 50 trillion. Almost 100 times profit. If it is of perfect quality, it will be at least 300 trillion. Ling Feng did not waste any words and directly purchased 100 portions of medicinal materials. Ding! You purchased 100 7th-grade top-grade soul-quenching grasses and 100 7th-grade top-grade soul crystals. Total value, 560 trillion. 50% discount price, 280 trillion. Soon, the prompt sound came. Of course, it's not that Ling Feng doesn't want to buy more, but mainly because he needs half an hour to refine one portion with his current strength. It will take 2 or 3 days to refine 100 portions. And after all the 100 portions are finally made into pills, the value will be at least 30 trillion. If the value-added function is turned on, it will be 300 trillion. Of course, with so many to sell, the price will definitely collapse, but 100 billion will definitely be enough. Such funds will definitely be enough for me to use in the short term. Thinking of this, Ling Feng directly closed the interface. The delivery of these medicinal materials is fast, and it only takes a few dozen minutes to deliver. Except for the blood-related incarnation Ghost King, other items can be obtained in a short time. So I can get the things before returning to Blue Water Star. However, as he looked forward, he found that it was already the finals. The final was a battle between Zhao Shuya and Mo Yan. The two were at the same level. Unfortunately, although Mo Yan was powerful, he was still defeated by Zhao Shuya in the end after his full-strength burst. Even the opponent did not force Zhao Shuya to use her full strength. This girl's full-strength burst is estimated to be in the order often 1,000 times. It is definitely not a problem to kill an opponent of a higher realm by leaps and bounds. But what exactly is the remnant soul behind her going to do? If she doesn't say it, I can't ask. After all, the strength of a strong man who can survive in the form of a remnant soul is definitely not bad. Thinking of this, Ling Feng began to think secretly in his heart, wondering if he could see through the opponent's situation after getting the dark golden delusion-breaking divine pupil. I hope the special entry of this entry is more powerful. It ended very quickly. The gap between Mo Yan's strength and Xiaoya's is not a little bit. No, it's okay that you're a genius, but where does Xiaoya get such a strong talent? At this time, Xiantian Wuxian was also confused. Zhao Shuya was also watched by him when she grew up. When did she become so talented? The thing that is most lacking in this world is genius, right? Maybe the luck of my galactic civilization has arrived. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Yeah, that's right. Since your father is such a pervert, it doesn't seem to matter if there are some other geniuses. And Xiantian Wuxian said with emotion. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. That 9-turn reincarnation body is indeed a bit perverted. I just don't know if there are any entries that can be synthesized. Of course, Ling Feng doesn't want such entries, which is completely torture. Every time you reincarnate in the 9 lives, you will forget a memory and your family. I don't know if this cheap dad has found a bunch of stepmothers or given birth to a bunch of brothers and sisters for me in all these years of reincarnation. If so, it will be a bit embarrassing to meet again. Ling Feng shook his head speechlessly. Okay. The assessment is over, and I should notify the Wuxian of other galaxies to send the geniuses of their own galaxies over. I'll let Xuanyu bring my spaceship over later, and we'll meet in Xiantian sect then. The Xiantian martial god saw that the entire competition had ended and said a few words to Ling Feng. As the strongest person in the Xiantian galaxy, he has a lot of things to do every day, especially since he is the leader of the Xiantian sect. Running between the two places is even more troublesome. Well, then we'll meet in the Xiantian sect. Ling Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Xiantian martial god stood up and then soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. The surrounding martial emperors hurriedly came up to see Xiantian martial god leaving. Hello, classmate. I am Situ Xian, the vice president of Xiantian Academy. If you have any problems in the Xiantian galaxy in the future, just come to me directly. Here is my contact information. The old man in the lead smiled and spoke to Ling Feng. The old man was also a strong man at the peak of the martial emperor. In the Milky Way, as long as you become a martial god, no matter how weak you are, you can manage an intermediate galaxy, similar to the Xiantian galaxy. Of course, there is no such a large galaxy as the Xiantian galaxy, and the weak ones only have tens of thousands of life planets. The Xiantian galaxy is already one of the largest intermediate galaxies. Therefore, in the entire human civilization, there are actually no less than 10,000 strong people in the realm of martial god. Hello, Principal Situ. That will be troublesome in the future. Just call me Ling Feng. Ling Feng also smiled slightly. This kind of peak martial emperor might break through to martial god at any time. And the other party still has a lot of connections in Xiantian galaxy. So it's Master Ling. What's the trouble? Just say anything. That's right. There are also some old guys like me. If Master Ling can be of any use, just tell me. Yes, if you need a guide, you can also find me. The star satellites of Xiantian Galaxy are all controlled by me. Other martial emperor-level masters also introduce themselves with a smile. These martial emperor-level masters are also of high status. Some are the general managers of the federal store. Some are the commanders of the Xiantian military. In short, these were people that Xikongzhen and other Star Lord-level masters could not meet before. But now, because of the relationship between Xiantian Martial God and Xuanwu Supreme, they are making friends with Ling Feng. Ling Feng also dealt with this group of old men and found an excuse to leave. The Council Hall of Xiantian Academy. 100 and more students who passed the assessment this time sat at the front of the hall and listened to Wang Yan's introduction. Behind these students were tens of thousands of top powerhouses in the Xiantian Galaxy and their family descendants. The purpose of these people coming here was naturally to wait for the meeting to end and win over people. Everyone here is a super genius, and they will definitely become a strong martial saint in the future. Some of the top ones can even become martial emperors, and as for the top ones, they have the hope of becoming martial gods. 2 days later, the geniuses from other galaxies will arrive one after another. At that time, several martial gods will lead you to the Xiantian divine realm at the same time. You can't come out casually at that time. Of course, if you need to buy something, you can place an order directly in the Federation Mall, and everything will be delivered to you. Of course, after passing the assessment, the top 100 people will each receive a 1 trillion financial reward. As for the top 10, it will be 10 trillion. The first place will receive a 100 trillion financial reward and the golden oracle stone agreed before. The money has been distributed to you. Now please ask classmate Zhao Xue to come up and receive your golden oracle stone. Wang Yan finished with a smile. Instantly, all the men and women in the venue looked at Zhao Xue, who stood up slowly with envy. Although they have seen it many times, everyone couldn't help but marvel every time they saw Zhao Xue. Of course, they remembered that Zhao Xue was eating a lollipop while beating Mo Yan, who was bursting with all his strength, almost into a pulp. Too scary. Too bloody. Student Zhao Xue, this is your golden oracle stone. Wang Yan smiled and handed the oracle stone to Zhao Xue. Thank you, Dean. Zhao Xue took it with a smile, took a look and threw it away. Buzz. The oracle stone disappeared instantly. Obviously, she also has space-related entries. Okay, let's adjourn. Wang Yan waved his hand. After saying that, he directly stepped on the space around him and the whole person disappeared. Wang Yan used space-related entries. Of course, it is not his most powerful entry, but it can also play a huge role in battle. Wow, Master, this entry is so cool. Let's get one later. Zhao Xue couldn't help but say to Hanwei Xianzuan in her mind when she saw this. It won't work in a short time. My power consumption is too great. I need some soul-related pills to repair it. Hanwei Xianzuan also said helplessly. Hey, Master, I got a golden oracle stone, right? I can sell it for whatever I want. Zhao Xue waved her hands proudly. To restore my soul strength, I need to be at least level 8 or above perfect level. Or it must be a fine elixir of level 10 or above. Otherwise, my soul body cannot refine the elixir of a lower level. Who knew that Hanyu Xianzuan's words would directly pour cold water on Zhao Xue? What should I do? I'm afraid there won't be 2 perfect soul elixirs of level 8 or above in the Milky Way. It's even more impossible to find one of level 10 or above, and it has to be a fine one. Zhao Xue was dumbfounded. Well, let it go. There's no rush in the short term. Unfortunately, there is no civilization in the divine domain we found before. Otherwise, maybe we can find an 11th level alchemist. With your talent, you can explode the Golden Alchemy Oracle Stone. In this way, if you assist with a fire system and a talent type entry, you can quickly become a powerful alchemist. Hanyu Xianzun said helplessly. Unfortunately, she had to burn her soul to find the 12th level divine domain. Her soul could no longer keep her from persisting in finding the second divine domain. It was already good to get so many golden oracle stones. By the way, can I sell my golden oracle stone and buy the oracle stone you mentioned? I already have the talent type. I only need the fire system and the alchemy system. Suddenly, Zhao Shuya asked in her mind. I don't think so. We have checked your store before and there is no golden oracle stone at all. Although there are silver oracle stones, a complete set of silver oracle stones can only reach the 10th level at most. With this level of alchemy talent, it is impossible for you to refine an 8th level perfect elixir. It is impossible in a lifetime, let alone in a short period of time. Hanyu Xianzun said helplessly. What should I do? Zhao Shuya was helpless. Perhaps you can ask Ling Feng. He seems to have a good relationship with Xiantian Wushan. Maybe he can buy the golden oracle stone from him. Suddenly, Hanwei Xianzun said hesitantly. It was difficult for her to do such troublesome things with her self-esteem. However, in order to get the golden oracle stone for Zhao Shuya this time, her soul trauma was too serious. If it is not repaired as soon as possible, it will leave indelible sequelae after recovery in the future. Okay, I'll ask him when the time comes. Zhao Shuya did not hesitate. The master was injured so seriously because of her, she could not sit idly by. Even if this might cause trouble to Ling Feng. Hello, classmate, my name is Xianming. I wonder if you are interested in getting to know me. However, at this moment, a young man with his hair combed naked came over with a smile. The person who originally wanted to win over Zhao Shuya, the super genius, left helplessly after seeing Xianming. In such a public place, the other party represented almost the Xiantian martial god himself. If Xiantian martial god wanted to win over Zhao Shuya, they naturally had no right to intervene. Compared with the strongest person behind them, who was only at the peak of the martial emperor, competing with the peak of the martial god. What a joke. Not interested. However, what confused everyone was that Zhao Shuya refused without even looking at Xianming. After saying that, he flew up and prepared to leave to find Ling Feng. Hey, girl, don't go. Xianming was anxious and instantly appeared in front of the other party to block Zhao Shuya. He is Xian Yu's younger brother, but his talent is not good. He is over 50 years old and has only reached the 7th level of martial arts. Moreover, this guy has no interest in cultivation, so he plays with a group of 2nd-generation and 3rd-generation martial artists in the Xiantian galaxy all day long. This time he came just to find a genius fighter. Fight for his underground boxing ring. Of course, he definitely didn't ask Zhao Shuya to fight with him. After all, the genius he was looking for was limited to ordinary silver talent owners. No matter how talented he was, if he dared to move, his grandfather would kill him. He was attracted to Zhao Shuya by her beautiful face. I said, I'm not interested in meeting you. Please get out of the way, or I'll do it. Zhao Shuya's face suddenly turned cold when she saw the other party blocking her. I didn't make it clear just now. I am the grandson of Xiantian martial god, Xianming. You fell in love with me at first sight when you met your classmate before, can you? Xianming hurriedly explained. He knew that as long as he revealed his identity, any woman would look at him differently. Crack, crack, crack. However, before he finished speaking, Zhao Shuya's whole body was instantly covered by the black god armor. A huge sword appeared in her hand. You really won't let me? Zhao Shuya's cold voice came. Woman, don't be ungrateful. I am the young master of the Xian family. Do you dare to attack me? Xianming was immediately angry when he saw this. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying black breath burst out from Zhao Shuya's body. The power of destruction. It's actually the golden term of the destruction system, the power of destruction. And did you feel it? That's the breath of the term of all attribute enhancement. And at least it's all golden. Hiss, what trump card does this girl have? Golden upper grade talent. This is definitely a golden upper grade talent. For a moment, everyone present saw the scene and their faces changed drastically. With such a talent, the future achievement will definitely be the peak of the god of war, and it is even possible to become the next supreme. Swish! However, before Xianming could think more, Zhao Shuya had already decisively slashed out with a sword. In an instant, a terrifying black sword energy cut through the void and slashed towards Xianming. The terrifying power contained in the sword energy made Xuanming's face change drastically. He actually felt the threat of death. Fortunately, he is also the owner of the silver term, Guardian Shield. Xianming suddenly blocked forward with both hands, and a silver shield condensed instantly. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the huge destructive blade had already chopped on the shield. The terrifying explosion directly blew away the geniuses around. Even Mo Yan's face changed drastically. This move was more powerful than the sword that almost killed him. Crack. However, Xianming was just an ordinary silver talent owner without any superposition items. Therefore, in an instant, his guardian shield cracked directly. Boom. The next moment the shield exploded instantly. The terrifying destructive force swept directly towards him. Fuck, Lulao, save me. Xianming suddenly roared. Suddenly, an old hand stretched out from the side and instantly pinched the destructive blade. Puh. With the force of this hand, the blade of destruction exploded directly. Classmate, there is no need to use a killing move right at the beginning. At this moment, an old man came out. Aren't you here? Zhao Shuya glanced coldly at the old man who was at the peak of the martial saint level. As soon as these words came out, the old man was speechless. Indeed, anyone with a brain knows that the descendants of Xiantian martial god and the grandchildren cannot be without the protection of strong people. Even so, you directly attacked me, don't you have to give an explanation? Xianming was also angry. He was almost killed by a little girl. This was simply a shame. What do you want to explain? However, at this moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from behind. Hearing this voice, Xianming's whole body trembled instantly, as if he had a physiological reaction to this voice. He turned around quickly, but saw Xian Yu and a teenager walking over. Little lunatic. However, after seeing the teenager, Zhao Shuya rushed over in surprise and threw herself into the arms of the teenager in the heartbroken eyes of all the teenagers. Wow, if you don't come, I'll be bullied. Zhao Shuya hugged Ling Feng bitterly. When Xianming heard this, he almost jumped up. Good guy bullying you? I was almost killed by you, okay? However, before he could say anything, Xuanyu had already arrived in front of him. The cold eyes stared at him. Brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you see that I was almost killed just now? Xianming hurriedly explained. I saw it all. What? The girl doesn't want to know you, the young master of the Xian family, so you are going to use the family to put pressure on you. Xuanyu looked at Xianming coldly. For a moment, Xianming panicked and wanted to explain. My parents have been away for these years, and I have been in Xiantian Divine Realm, so you have played a little too much. Xuanyu said calmly. After hearing this, Xianming suddenly felt that something was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Xianming hurriedly explained. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to be punished. From today on, you'll go to the Starry Sky battlefield. You're not allowed to come back from the battlefield within 100 years. If you die, I'll personally carry your coffin. Xianyu said coldly. Boom. Not only Xianming, but everyone present was shocked when this was said. P.S. Special thanks to Yaowan, the master of one-handed cover, for the great health care. One more chapter today. Also thanks to Exploding Heaven Gang, Saint Venerable, Terrible Freeloaders, and other great rewards and support. In addition, if the readers are not satisfied with what they read, you can go and read another book by the author, which can be found in the author's backstage. I asked you to work during the summer vacation, but you pushed the cave flat?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.